So yeah, apparently I support the Holocaust. I think it's a myth.
I mean, I don't
Wow.
think there is any justification for um, people to deny the Holocaust. So it is important that the facts are presented and that lies and propaganda
But
are
gee,
not allowed to ferment.
but gee, let me play a role of, let's say, dominionist, right?
Wait,
Well,
by
Mr. G,
role?
you say that it's important to allow factual claims, right, to be heard, and we should disallow criticism of claims that are factual, such as the Holocaust. I agree. Problem is, sir, I believe that Jesus existing and resurrecting is a factual claim. Anybody who says otherwise is promoting propaganda. Thus, I'm going to support the government to ban any criticism of religion. What are you
Well,
going to say
we
to
can
them?
prove. Well, I say we can prove the Holocaust happened.
They will
We can't.
disagree.
There's no proof that Jesus was nailed to a cross and
They will
resurrected.
disagree. That's the thing. That's the
Well,
problem, right?
they can disagree. That's fine.
Right,
They
but now you're left with
they
sort of
have
the
to provide
might may
proof.
strike. It's what group ends up having the most power,
You can't.
regardless of what the arguments are, what the evidence is.
Well,
Right? When you allow that system there to be in place,
No, actually, Art, regardless of what the arguments or the facts are, you can
tell
still
that to the
support
Christian.
hatred.
if a
Um,
far right government took hold in, for instance, Austria, where I think it's one of the countries that it's illegal to promote our Holocaust denial, then that would be a problem. And they, if a far right government that denied and promoted denial of the Holocaust or some warped view thereon, then yeah, that would be a problem. Yeah, I mean, Mike does make, unfortunately, right in these respects. I
Well,
don't,
here's
that's not
the
a situation that I'd want to have happen. But that's
I
what happened
understand.
in Nazi Germany in the first place.
I understand, but you see, also what happened in Nazi Germany is the silencing of the opposition, which just incredibly helped the dogmatic view to grow. Would you not agree?
Well, I don't know what the comparison would be in respect again to the specific.
Are you
Uh,
kidding? The people were
no, I'm
shot
not.
for
I know
having.
that. I know that Hitler burned books and all that. I'm not
No, no, not
denying that
just
that
burn books.
happened.
He
But I'm
killed
saying,
people for
yeah,
disagreeing.
right. I know. I'm saying I don't disagree with that happening.
Right. So here we
Um,
have the double-edged sword of your, exact model. When, forces at B, the bad forces, let's evil forces, take control of the government, and now they have this tool at hand where they can, more or less uncontroversially, right, because the tool already exists, some department of, control for speech or police, language policing or whatever, or stopping propaganda. They can just use that without any controversy and just put out some additional propaganda saying, look, these people are lying, here's the facts, and we're going to use this body of government that you voted for to stop people from, making propaganda against, Christianity and, against Nazism, for example, right? And that's what happened, right? Except the Christianity bit. So
well,
I'm just saying we ought to, in fact, promote the free market of ideas type of system,
right.
where
But I don't
anybody
think
is
that.
allowed to say anything.
Right, but I don't
Just
think the advert in an ideal world, great. But and this is one of the reasons I don't support. This is one of the reasons I take an anarchist position is because I think giving power to people is what leads to these sorts of situations. Giving power to a few to take power over others gives you exactly the sorts of situations that lead to this. And in an ideal world, people would be free to express ideas and discuss that. But the problem is we don't live in an ideal world.
right.
We know the Holocaust happened. We know the misery that it caused, and that people who deny it are almost to a man, people who want dark things to happen to the world. So that's why that's why these laws are in place. It's not an ideal situation, and it's not the best outcome. But sometimes these sorts of things, I guess, are necessary. I don't know whether I agree with it or not. My personal view.
why are they
I don't
necessary?
live in Austria or Germany. If I was raised in those countries where those things happened, where Nazism took hold, I might take a different view because it would be right on my doorstep and it would be part of my heritage. That's one of the reasons why they are very, very sensitive about it. Um, I would hope that in time, things can change, but I think I would be happy to agree to this free marketplace of ideas if people agreed to stop denying the Holocaust.
Well, okay. Before you go, Steve, I'm just going to make a small closing statement. I would agree there should be some small control of freedom of speech, i.e., when large groups of people gather and they're just emotionally trying to, arouse reactions and try to kill people. That ought to be stopped. But what should not be stopped is the questioning of anything in academic circles, for example.
Yeah, neo-Nazi groups do that, or they kind of do that, and they have gangs and shit.
They have their right.
No, they don't have the right to fucking have gangs.
Okay.
I didn't. I spoke too soon. I didn't.
And facilitate hate mobs upon other people
and
just
I don't
because
think that's
they
okay.
hate them.
And I don't think that's okay.
Art, but you would allow.
Fine. Wait.
Your society would be allowed, Art. In my society, it would not.
I just told you that I would not be allowing that. You fucking moron.
Okay, so
Jesus, go ahead, Steve.
okay, so a common Holocaust denial tactic won't be to deny it in totality, but to deny the number of, let's say, Jews killed. So they'll
Right, exactly.
100,000. Now let's say they make that illegal. You can no longer challenge that, and new information comes about that shows it was actually 5 million Jews instead of 6 million. How would consensus be allowed to change and conform to the data if it's illegal to challenge the official number at all? In that case, the consensus will be around a lie, and it won't be able to conform to the data.
Yeah, I think the problem with that is that we kind of know, and we have enough data to know that figure isn't going to change. I take your point, but I think that we now have enough evidence to know that there is not the exact. I don't think they know the exact number to a man, but they know enough to say that that the figure was around something like 11 million or something. Off the top of my head, I can't remember what the exact.
If I could, no. The evidence that we have is historic. It's inductive. It's not as strong, right? There are many possibilities of how this evidence could even be forged. The only sort of really more or less unfalsifiable evidence is the video recordings, but they do not depict a million Jews. Maybe 100,000 Jews, in camps, etc. So the number could be lower, right? The documents could have been forged, for as far as we know. I'm not saying they were, but there's that possibility.
The denialists answer. Yeah, but the denialists don't say that. For instance, let's say the figure was 11 million. I can't remember what the exact figure is. It's something around 11 million. So let's say they can, someone who's a denier or is seen as a denier because they say that it's 10 million and not 1 million, not 11 million. I mean, that's not in the face of it as egregious as the claims that denialists do put forward. They say it's around about half what the accepted figure is. So that's the problem, is that you can quibble about a few things on a relatively minor-ish on a minor level, but I think that the denialists take more severe they make more severe claims and more severe reductions of the actual figure. So there is that's the problem.
So is that the law you're going to make? You're going to say, okay, well, since it's going to be at half, you can't challenge the numbers of the Holocaust at a half point.
Well, I don't know what the exact law is. Right, but as I said before, it's not a policy that I'm 100% comfortable with, but it exists for specific reasons in specific countries, and they don't. Well, yeah, I think that's fine, but that's kind of easy to say because I don't know where you live, but I guess you don't live in Germany or Austria or wherever, so you're not as connected to those cultures and that history. So, I think that there is some latitude that can be made with respect to the Holocaust.
I don't really live in countries where they mutilate the genitalia of females, so I'm not connected to those either, but I can still criticize various practices or laws in other countries.
I don't really see how that relates to the Holocaust.
It's a false comparison, and it's quite.
No.
It's inhumane.
No.
It's an inhumane comparison.
Was being made that I'm not connected to those cultures. I'm not influenced by it, so I don't have the same exact perspective they do. So my analogy is I also don't have that for that situation, but I can still critique it regardless of whether or not I'm connected to their cultural practices.
Well, you certainly can critique it. We're doing that right. You're doing that right now, and I haven't prevented you from doing so.
But I mean,
And there's no law I'm aware of that
I
prevents
can
you from doing
reasonably
so.
do
But
it. There's
if you
no,
can,
it's not like I'm missing something.
Advocacy of and the metric within which and how Holocaust denial is advocated and by what purposes and the tactics used. That's where the aggravations and the levels of aggravations are, and
Um,
how the government makes laws to deal with them
so
by
so
that standard.
it's the purpose of Holocaust denial. So let's say there's an org.
Yes,
So
yes, it
let's
is.
say there's a group that really has nothing against Jewish people, but
Bullshit. If
they
you deny the Holocaust, you have lots of
well
things
no,
against you.
No, there's
Yes,
scientists who
not
don't like
yes.
all
necessarily.
these laws.
Not necessarily.
Yes,
It
yes,
isn't entailed.
necessarily. It's necessary because it's denying historical facts about Jewish
That doesn't follow.
suffrage. It
It doesn't.
does follow denying Jewish suffrage in the Holocaust.
There are scientists and
In its
historians that get
historical,
hit by this law because their
great,
research
great,
omits agreed
Aaron,
upon
great,
numbers.
good job, great. Yeah, I bet those are pseudo historic, quote unquote
Well, you can say
historians.
anything's pseudo-historic.
No, you can't, Iron.
Yeah,
No,
you
you
could say
can't.
they're
You really
pseudo-historic,
can't. No, you really can't.
but
When it's backed up by empirical evidence and by numerous accounts,
it's still the
like,
case.
beyond numerous accounts, you can't. That's no.
But it's still the case that it's not entailed by their denial that they dislike Jews.
It is entailed. It
No,
is
I
entailed.
can
Yes,
think
it
of
is.
I
Yes,
can
it is. Why would you?
I can conceive
Why would you dispute? Why would you dispute what happened
because
in the
they're
Holocaust?
convinced it doesn't
Why?
happen for various reasons. That and I can think
Because they what? What? Wait, I
because
didn't hear that.
because they're convinced that it didn't happen for other reasons that have nothing to do with, let's say, uh, disliking Jews. Like maybe there's what they believe are factual reasons that the Holocaust didn't happen.
What reasons? I still don't hear a good reasons to
Well,
dispute
you could.
the official
Well,
account and what happened in the
that's the
Holocaust.
problem. A good reason. Like I don't think there are good reasons either, but there are reasons that don't
Yeah,
have to
exactly.
do
There are
with
shitty reasons.
anti-Semitism.
They have to no, they have everything to
Do
do with
are you?
anti-Semitism.
Do you understand
You
what's
yourself
going
just
on in
said
this
there are no good
conversation?
reasons that you can give me. So, good job on that.
Do, are you in this conversation? Do you understand what's being going on?
I do, and you still didn't provide me any good reasons to actually justify.
Yeah, that's because I didn't say
You
there's
know,
good reasons to believe the Holocaust didn't happen. So why would I have to give you good reasons? That doesn't make sense. Why do you want me to give you good reasons? I never said that there's good
no,
reasons.
except you didn't say that. You said that there is no good reasons to appeal the official account of what happened in the Holocaust. That's what you said in the context of what we were talking about.
No, I said they have. It is conceivable that they have reasons that don't have to do with them being anti-Semitic.
Well, I would love to see proof of that.
What you can't think of?
Yeah, exactly, Steve. You can't find proof of that, can you?
What are you talking
Where's the
about?
proof of that? I want empirical proof of that.
Of what?
Of what you just said. That they're not motivated by, anti-Semitism. I
That's
want proof
not
of
what I
that.
said.
Yes, that is what you just said.
No, I said it's conceivable.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Where is the evidence for that? I want to see
Okay.
evidence for that.
Okay, so let's
Hmm,
say someone has
interesting.
very poor reasoning and
Yeah.
okay, so there's what
Historians with degrees have very poor reasoning. I would doubt that. I would highly doubt that.
what are you talking about? Are you
Well,
following me in this conversation?
well, Iron said that some historians, well, well, I mean, presumably with degrees, have appealed the actual account of the official account of the Holocaust. I mean,
So
I
there
don't
was
think they have poor reasoning. I don't think they have poor reasoning. And how would you prove that it's poor reasoning?
Right, but you're
you're
saying a
talking about Holocaust
historian. You're
deniers,
saying a
right?
historian wouldn't challenge that unless they were anti-Semitic. Whereas the truth is, a historian could just find details or evidence that goes against the commonly held account.
Well, again, it
Or to
depends
put
on
it another way,
it
you could
depends on
look at
how it depends on the way he acts with his intentions and his
right, but it
actual
doesn't depend on
intention.
that during the law. The law is just a broad law that applies to everybody.
Bullshit.
It
I call
applies to your
bullshit.
gangbangers on the street, and it applies to your historical researchers or your historians or
I would call
archaeologists or
bullshit on
whatever.
that though. I would call bullshit on that until there's you make the case that it's
You
so.
want empirical evidence that certain people are outside the boundaries of the law?
Okay, you can go
Yeah, I think that's bullshit.
you can go onto all kinds of Holocaust denial websites, and they have all kinds of shitty reasons, and very few say we dislike Jews or we hate Jews. So I can see someone coming on that website. It's conceivable, let's say it's conceivable that someone could go on one of those websites and see these reasons and then deny the Holocaust without actually being anti-Semitic at all. They just believe the facts bear out that the Holocaust didn't happen. So why would it be illegal for them to hold that position if they're not
Again, it's
anti-Semitic?
anti-Semitism because
Yeah, because you say
it's motivated by anti-Semitic literature and anti-Semitic forgery of the of the event.
yeah, because you say so.
No, it's not because I say so. How is it? Because it has direct implication on how you culturally view the Jewish community and cultural Jews. So again, it is. I mean, the person who might say, "Oh, the Holocaust didn't happen," might not consciously think that he is anti-Semitic, but pointing out that he is anti-Semitic is nothing wrong with that.
So so he's not actually anti-Semitic, but putting him in
He
prison for being
consciously think
anti-Semitic,
no, he consciously
that's
thinks
okay.
no, he consciously thinks that he's not anti-Semitic, but he's actually anti-Semitic.
So I have a question for you. I have a
It's
question.
called
Does an
self-delusion. It's
archaeologist
called
who goes and
self-delusion.
tries to find out the
Self-delusion.
truth about the pyramids, is that person anti-pyramids?
That's a shitty fucking that's an equivalence fallacy.
Why
That's
would you say that?
why would I say that? Well, because I mean because it's completely trivial and it's inhumane and just there's and also because I'm Jewish, that's the whole point of but go on, go on, be a
Okay,
shithead.
I understand what you're saying,
Be a
but
shithead, Iron. Be a
researchers
shithead.
don't really
Be a
care.
shithead anti-Semite that you are, Iron. Go on.
What makes you think I'm anti-Semitic?
Well, because you make absurd, notions and push them forward, and
Have I ever
and
said
create
anything
some
that pushed
and create
anti-Semitic
some
material here?
fallacious, equivalences, and to justify, people who deny that 6 million actual people died,
Well,
which are from my culture
I'm not
and from
justifying that.
my fucking bloodline. My
None of us.
grandmother had to fucking escape the persecution in Russia. So
And
shut the so
also
you have to shut the so yes, people
the
who actually
sometimes
are who
Christianity
are a
is
danger are
very straight about Jews
scientists. Yes.
or address Christianity at gunpoint. But still,
Okay.
None of us are justifying their belief. What we're advocating for is
You
that
are
they're not put in
justifying
prison and
their belief.
facing legal
You are justifying
punishment.
their belief. Hence, you're justifying their belief. That's what you're doing.
You're a moron.
No,
You
that
know that.
doesn't follow at all. You're confused.
I think you're taking this thing way too personally, and it's clouding your judgment.
No, he's just that stupid. He doesn't understand.
I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt here.
I won't.
Alright, so how about that, Holocaust is as factual as the resurrection, How about it being as factual as the resurrection, right?
When
The
the fuck
claim
did I say that word like that?
yes, you did say that, Art. There's recordings of you saying that.
You're confused about the point he was making.
No, I'm not at
You're
all.
definitely
I'm not at all. A claim that Holocaust happened is factual and it's objectively verifiable. It has been in the official account, and denying that official account is,
Who denies it?
stupid. You
Who
did,
here-
Art.
who here denies it?
You just
When the fuck did I
approved of
deny that, you
you just
idiot?
approved of Holocaust denial just last
When?
hangout, in the last hangout. I can
What did I say that leads you to believe that?
that the Holocaust is as fact. The claim that the Holocaust happened as in accordance to the official account is as factual as the resurrection of
I didn't
Jesus.
say that. When did I say
Yes, you
that?
did say that.
When did I
Art.
say that?
I can
No, no, no.
pinpoint you
What
in
I
the
said
context of
is
the
that-
conversation that
No,
you actually did say that, Art.
What I said, and
Yes,
I
you did
clarified
say
it
that,
later
Art.
on
Yes,
5
you did
times,
say that, Art.
now it's about the
Yes, you
6th
did
time,
say that,
is
Art.
that
Yes,
people
of course. Great.
consider the resurrection to also be a factual and historical event.
Great, but why? It doesn't matter if they consider that. What matters is that it's completely false. It's false equivalence based on the.
What equivalence? I didn't.
It's a yes.
Dude, the only thing that I was comparing there is that people will think that things are factual, right? That's the only point that I was making, because G was making a point that, oh no, wait, there's a difference between the Holocaust, right? It's a special case because it is factual. And I brought him, the fact that, hey, Christians think that.
Only Jews think that. Only
Shut
Jews
up,
think that. Only Jews think that.
Shut up,
All right, Art.
That interrupt me. You're gonna make me
Only
look like
Jews
I'm
think
saying
that.
something
Only
out of
Jews think that. Right,
context
Art?
I do not want to say. Now I kind of lost my point, right? So okay, so Fox says, so G said, look, Holocaust is a special case because it's factual and historic occurrence, right? And I'll point out to him that actually that's what humans think. While I do not deny that it's not a factual occurrence or historical occurrence, the way we sort of gather that it is through people believing that, right? Is through consensus of scholars believing, right? Based on good evidence, I believe that a Holocaust happened. But you can have a situation where the society at large is fooled or merely believes in bad reasons, just as we believe they do, believe in the religion, for example, us as atheists believe that, and think that aspects of their worldview, their religion, for example, are also historical and factual, when in fact they're not. So merely pointing to this sort of zeitgeist of the time of, oh well, we humans consider now, that the Holocaust is factual, so we ought to stop anybody who criticizes it, is a bad argument, because people can at one time think that resurrection of Jesus Christ is absolutely factual and historical, and we ought to silence anybody else who tries to argue against it as propaganda, as hatred against Jesus Christ or something like that. Right? That's the only point I made.
I suspect the reason those.
You're good.
Sorry, go on. Finish your thought.
No, I hate that I have to expound it so much. I think it was kind of obvious.
Yeah, and it's still a false equivalency. Still a false.
I think the reason those laws exist in those particular countries is because those particular countries don't want to be seen to be going back to those times and those sorts of ways of thinking and those sorts of governments. I think that's probably more what it is. But if those thoughts were to percolate again in the public consciousness, then they would be seen as going back to being Nazis and stuff. Those are the countries that have those laws.
I understand the reasons.
In one case, what's at stake is the entire Jewish fucking community. And the other is one Christian domination being at stake. That's a fucking completely out of sentence. No, you're retarded.
No, you missed the point. I wasn't saying we ought to stop Christianity from existing. No, I was making a point that you can have a situation where people consider criticism of religion to be hate speech.
Well, if murdering Jews,
Religion.
discriminating against Jews is illegal, then that isn't at stake at all, right? Like allowing them to have that view doesn't put the entire Jewish community at stake.
Yes, it
Because
does.
that's also illegal.
Yes, it
And
does.
making
Yes,
that
it does.
illegal,
Hitler was fucking poor before he came to power. Hitler, he
Listen, as
barely
somebody who
had
actually
any
talks to the
fucking
far right,
power.
I can tell you
Barely
making
had
it
any
illegal has
power.
made it worse.
What?
I said, as somebody who talks to these people fairly regularly, I can tell you that making it illegal has made it worse.
No, yeah, great. And I wish they would keep going and they would end up in. I wish that. I
Well, that may
fucking
be
wish that
true. No,
wholeheartedly.
I wouldn't deny that. That may well be true. It's not a perfect solution at all, as I've said. You might be quite right about that.
Yeah, that's fair, and we don't even disagree really on whether or not those countries should pursue some kind of restrictions in order to stop the historical realities from coming back. But what sparked this all off is that we said at the beginning that is language policing, and
It's not
brother
language.
seems to have the
How is
idea
it?
that it
It's
isn't.
not language policing. It's not it's
You're
the
literally
purpose
criminalizing
driven by
saying certain
language
things.
that is
That's
being
literally
policed.
language
That
policing.
is an overgeneralization and a complete mockery of what linguistics are and how they're used within a society in the context of a situation.
so
It's complete bullshit.
Why is brother trolling so hard on this?
I'm not
I don't know.
trolling. I'm not trolling. How am I fucking trolling?
You sound like
Point out.
Beckel.
No, I'm not. I
You're
don't.
not
Because
because you're not listening to what's being said.
I am.
And you're
I
not
am. I
making
really
sense.
am listening. I really am listening.
But
So
you're not
and
making sense. So you
prove
must
that.
not be.
Prove that.
You
Where?
must not
Prove
be
that.
understanding.
Prove that, JJ. Prove that. Tell me where I'm not making. Prove that.
You want me to prove it empirically to you?
Yep. Yeah. Not empirically. Just prove.
Let me get my calculator out.
Not empirically, but you know.
Get your etch a sketch out. I'd like to think these people can be debated in, you know, in the free marketplace of ideas. But unfortunately, in reality, sometimes that just doesn't happen. And I don't like the idea of Holocaust denial spreading. So it's very difficult.
Sadly, free markets work out in
Bad ways. Yeah.
terms of goods and services. I'm not sure that they're going to do much better in their realm of ideas. Go ahead.
Well, indeed.
Exactly. There's this fable that in the free market of ideas, you know, like there is an opportunity for everything, and that's just not the case, substance-wise. Because mostly what happens is one idea might just take over all the rest, and then and then you're just basically approving of the possibility that anti-Semitic persecution would just be risen again. So I don't think it should be even part of the free market of ideas, and hence being censored. And
Can I approach this from a different angle and see if you understand what we're saying?
Yeah, sure.
So right now, the state that is making a structure of hate speech legislation, that is setting up a framework for somebody with a negative idea towards Jews to take over. So if it wasn't illegal to say certain things, then everyone would have to fight on their own footing. But once you make certain things illegal, somebody could take over and they could just change the standard on what's legal and illegal. And then that's how you could easily lead to.
It won't be likely though. It won't be likely though, and by the power dynamics of how current society currently is, it's highly unlikely to happen.
It's highly unlikely that Holocaust denial is going to come back in such a force that.
But it is there though. I've seen it. I see it every day. I see it every day.
Well, I mean, you can't really avoid that even roughly on force. pretty much,
it's rotting, but it's there.
Yeah,
it's
it's rare though.
whatever.
It's rotting.
there, but
It's
it's very
rotting.
rare.
You have to. It's kind of why you engage in whatever kind of struggle it is to, I guess, keep the wrong people from quote-unquote getting into power, right?
I don't know. Maybe we should make globe Earth speech illegal,
Huh.
so as that we don't perpetuate the flat Earth belief.
Right. Or evolution, for that matter.
Whoa, 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 buddy.
How is that? How? Oh God. Okay.
Yeah, maybe we should
Is it
make
illegal
intelligent design speech illegal.
Is it illegal to, I guess, have like orders to kill someone or whatever?
The magnitude of like the outcome of flat Earth, globe Earth denialism doesn't seem to be vast. It doesn't seem to influence lots of
there is
pogroms, unlike Holocaust denialism and
Have you seen the
fascism.
stupidity that is associated with that position?
But there is already regulated speech, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's here to stay.
Basically, like orders to flat out kill someone are, basically
Positions.
legally proscribed, right? That they are things that cops come after you and so on if you say, right?
Not positions. Not like
Okay.
beliefs.
You give an order to someone specifically, like to a hitman or something. Basically, just like over the radio, it's like, hey, Joe Blow, he's got some kind of normal actual name or something. I'm paying you so many dollars to go assassinate somebody, or to murder them, or whatever it is. That's the kind of thing you say it over like the radio. And sure enough, you'll have the cops beating on your door and
Yeah.
So, okay, you already have.
I don't
That
think anybody
validates
here is for
investigation.
Finish
right?
my-
Because it's just words. Words are all the same. Let's stop policing words. Let's stop policing people who do that, right? Right, Art? Right,
Brother,
right,
not
DJ?
even
Come on, man.
finish your point.
Come on, man. That's hit something. All words are the same.
There you have.
But
I've got a limit on these, and what you can say, and the legal intervention there. It's just okay. Where's the line going to happen? This doesn't matter. Whatever you do, there's always going to be some kind of regulation of some kind, and we've got in power, and their kind of ideals, philosophy, whatever. That's just going to have how that application, who it cuts and who it favors and otherwise, right? So you can't get around this. I mean, the kind of problem you're raising with the wrong people get in power. I mean, that's going to burn you no matter what. It doesn't distinguish between good and bad policies. Everything is vulnerable to that. It's like the repetitive, how do you know that? Right. Same difference.
What do you think about people like Norman Finkelstein, brother?
What?
I was asking brother what he thought of people like Norman Finkelstein.
Normal fit. Oh, yeah. Well, he has the side of him that does make some, questionable statements about the Holocaust, but other than that, he is okay. He is a thinker that is has some credibility.
I don't think he's ever denied the Holocaust.
If I remember correctly, he did, but yeah. If my recollection is correct, he did. But I don't know. Like, he might not have. But it's
Doesn't he minimize it? Like,
His parents were in concentration camps.
yes. That's true.
So what about pro-Palestinian speech in Israel? Would that be allowed?
Yeah, I am pro-Palestinian myself.
okay, then a pro-Israel speech in Palestine. That'd be okay.
Well, it doesn't happen though. It doesn't happen.
For good reason, because you get fucking kicked the shit out of you, right?
Well, doesn't it? Yeah. So.
Right. Oh, by the way, yeah.
In a way, it does happen because you've got the IDF going in and shooting kids.
Oh yeah, I'm no fan of fucking Israel. I think they have no business there, and they're fucking, assholes, to put it mildly.
But Palestine, sometimes Palestinian authorities they're not as prevalent as they should be. Mostly Palestine is ran by, well, actual terrorists. Sadly.
Yeah, that's that problem.
Yep.
Which is sad because Palestinians have a good case, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed they do.
Workers' freedom bills, right? That's a lot like free speech, isn't it? Hey, it protects the KKK, and of course, basically, go kill us.
Kill the gays conference? Fucking hell.
Yeah, they have those in the US. That's what free speech gets you.
But this is the same as, just protecting a factually, proven historical, and that's the same thing. Nadia, this thing, what they do there, it will cause so much harm, it's cause as much harm as,
I'm actually happy that I live in a country that gives the KKK police escorts.
You're happy you live in a country with me?
What?
I couldn't hear you.
So you're pro KKK and anti-Hall and anti-Jewish. Nice.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. That's my position about it.
Nice.
Brother, you're such
Nice.
Well, and by gays, I mean the people you can quote unquote CR, which means they're actually talking about trans, right? So.
What harm could there be from, criticizing the KKK or even beating the shit out of some, boneheads? What harm would there be? Would it be
you're
as
marginalizing
harmful
an
as
oppressed
killing
minority.
6 million fucking Jews? Would it be the same? Would it be the same harm, right? It would be the same harm, right? Right?
No, it wouldn't be.
No, exactly. Now shut the fuck up. You
there's
all the
enough
time
Jews
you
to
make
go.
fucking false equivalences. You're done.
That's not a dichotomy. It's not either or. So I don't understand how that's relevant. It's not like, well, if you don't beat up that KKK guy, then 6 million Jews are gonna die. No, that's not the case.
That's a good excuse to go actually, be racist and violent.
Yeah, you sound incredibly violent. You're actually justifying attacking.
I think brother wants to beat up.
Why? Well, come on, man. Who will suffer if like how much
If
the
you beat up a
KKK?
person,
How many members of the KKK? How many are there? Like 10,000 or?
I know this may come as a
Well,
surprise,
anyways,
but
only 10,000 people will be beaten up, man. Come on. It's not as much as 6 million Jews, though. Or is it?
my
Or is
goodness.
it as much?
How
6 million
likely
Jews?
do you think it is
Yes.
that KKK will actually rise to power and kill 6
No.
million Jews?
They won't. Trust me.
like-
They fucking
Well,
won't.
exactly.
After you give them a good beating, they fucking won't.
right. Well, no, whether or not you give them a beating is irrelevant. They won't anyways. So
No, they might. They might have under this protection bill. They might have actually,
No.
because they're being they're being protected and they're being favored. So I guess there's
They're not being
they're
favored.
favoriting KKK, but
They're
me
brutal.
favoriting Jewish people
Actually,
for
really,
being, you know,
really,
for
this
being
is
suffering of
This is
Holocaust.
amazing. This is
really,
typical social justice warrior bullshit. Oh,
They're,
you want to
how,
protect freedom of speech of the KKK people? You must hate Jews, don't you?
look, the
is
KKK.
a history of how the Ku Klux Klan got so big in the 1920s, whatever. There was a movie called Birth of a Nation. It kind of, glorified the KKK. And sure enough, within a few years, you had, was it a 250,000 or maybe more, Klans people marching through Washington. You still see videos of it online that they've got on YouTube.
But no.
And
White power doesn't exist. White supremacy is not real. Not real. No, not real.
there were quite a number of states of the United States, especially throughout like the West and South, where basically the Klan had taken over the basically all the kinds of structures of government um, leading up to well, basically what their representation federally, right? So yeah, if you just kind of willy-nilly let Birth of a Nation go by, I'd also like to welcome CK. At that point, you get the Ku Klux Klan. Well, what it did in the 1920s. Go ahead.
That's fine.
I'm not advocating that you let it go by. I'm advocating that they're not murdered and they're afforded the same protections that other citizens are afforded.
Why should they? Why should they be? If they want to destroy, if they want to destroy everything America is about, and push forwards hatred and
Well,
and
it's not
maybe
about
gas
spread.
Jews. Why should they be protected? Why? I don't see why they should be protected. I think they should be annihilated and fucking hanged. That's what I think.
You have to prove it.
Yeah.
Yeah, prove it, dude.
It's proven by history. It's proven by history.
Prove it. Prove it. Show me
It's
the
proven.
evidence.
It's proven. It's proven by
Are you-
history and by
are
their
you guys-
position and by their intentions.
Are you
Prove it.
guys discussing free speech?
Yeah.
So who's for restrictions on free speech?
I am.
Keep it all together.
To some
Yes.
extent. Yeah.
Great. Awesome, Nadia.
Nadia, I think that's a mistake.
Okay. Listen. Yeah.
Sorry, what did Nadia say?
Nadia would be for restrictions on free speech.
For all restriction?
Right?
I support restrictions of free speech as well.
I don't
to
think
some
that-
extent.
I don't think that's a power that you should be willing to hand over to the state, given your politics.
I'd say there should be a state.
Sorry?
Oh, I don't like there should be a state, but at the same time, free speech isn't really a real thing or meaningful thing. So,
Nadia, I'm just
No, but
wondering-
when you say that you're for restrictions on free speech, you mean restrictions that are enforced by the state, right?
well, I didn't grant that phrasing. I said I was against free speech.
Ah,
that movie
Okay.
you were talking about, Nadia, were you advocating that it be illegal for that to be made and spread? Or merely that socially we should combat it?
Who are you addressing, Stephen?
You were talking about a movie that increased the membership of the KKK, and I was wondering if you're advocating that that movie should have been illegal to make or legally censored, banned, or if you were just saying that we should combat it socially and speak out against it.
Not necessarily. I think there should be in terms of basically communism, anarchism, whatever it is, it wouldn't really be that much of a distinction.
Birth of a nation.
Yes, I gave it up.
So, what would be the criteria by which you determine which movies, you know? I'm sorry. Did you say you would stop the? Sorry, what did you say? You would sort of stop this movie to be created or published or?
Well, I don't think that the other free speech advocates really have a coherent position.
Do tell.
Well, it would. I mean, it would be a self-undermining position, I think. If you
Depends
would
on what you
allow,
mean by free speech.
well, if you would allow free speech for a political organization that might be successful in placing restrictions on free speech, just ends up being a self-undermining position as a principle.
Right. This is like the classic good guy versus bad guy, and like, can the good guy win by sticking to his principles instead of cheating like the bad guy does, kind of thing.
Paradox
To put it very simply.
is what it's called.
So I don't get it. So because there's a risk, there is a possibility that within my system, my own system could be undermined, and therefore it's self-contradicting?
Sorry, I dropped for a second.
Yes, okay, so you're saying that because there's a risk that under my system, the exact system will undermine itself, that therefore it's self-contradicting?
No, okay, so say that there was a situation in which a political organization was advocating for restrictions on free speech, and by exercising their free speech, they would be successful in achieving that.
Mm-hmm.
The free speech, the people who advocate free speech as a principle, don't really have a coherent position.
But isn't that what I essentially said? How we rephrase your argument, right? You're essentially saying...
I didn't really follow your phrasing.
Okay, so let me try again. Are you saying that because the position X, when implemented, could allow, by the means
Wait,
of the...
it's not. Yeah, I think that's what tripped me up about your phrasing. It's not that it, in any particular position, it's conceptually incoherent. Is the point that I'm making? It's really just a point about deontologies in general.
I'm not following that. So, because inherently there's nothing contradictory, self-contradictory, in the idea that people ought to be able to say whatever they want to say. Right? It's only the practical application of this that there is a possibility that through the freedom of speech, somebody could make laws that would stop freedom of speech. Right?
No, the contradiction is contained within the fact that it's a deontology. It's no different. It's no different than saying that murder is wrong.
Wait a second, right? Sorry.
It's no different. It's no different than saying that murder is wrong. It's the same logical contradiction.
Wait. I don't see how.
Well, wait,
murder is wrong would be a tautology, wouldn't it?
A tautology?
No. Well, yeah. Well, the second premise is contained within the first, right? You're not adding anything. Murder is by definition wrong. So when you say murder is wrong, you're not saying anything new. You're set a tautology right here.
No, I think murder is a legal term.
Is a what term?
A legal term.
Right, but isn't murder also in legal terms defined as wrong?
No.
No.
I don't think murder is wrong.
I don't think the law is a meta-ethical view.
Well, it's wrongful death, right? Murder is
Well,
wrongful death.
it's unjustified killing, isn't it? A killing that is not justified by the law or violates the law.
But I think we're getting away from the point. The point is that if you subscribe to something as a principle, there will always be situations in which, by conforming to that principle, you allow that principle to be violated.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying in the beginning, right? So you are just saying that because the implementation of this principle could lead to a situation when this principle is undermined.
It's nothing to do with implementation. Deontology is conceptually incoherent.
But wait, doesn't it? Okay, you're talking about real situations, right? That could possibly happen, i.e., actual people.
Those thought experiments just demonstrate the incoherence of the position. It's not necessary that those thought experiments present themselves.
Right, but ultimately, what you're saying is that
it's like time travel paradoxes, right? The time travel paradoxes show that certain types of time travel are incoherent. It's not necessary for that to present itself in order for time travel to be considered.
You aren't showing incoherency, you're showing susceptibility to undermining or being overthrown. That's a different thing.
Yeah,
well, incoherence might be the wrong term.
Yeah.
What I mean is that it's self-undermining. Whether that would be a logical contradiction,
potentially, yeah. I guess
have to think about that.
But again, we can, because the reason why this doesn't connect to me, because I could imagine a sort of similar situation happening in communism, right? Oh, exactly what happened in Stalinism, right? You had a movement that was for pure communism, but then it got, through that movement of pure communism, it went to a perversion of communism, as a lot of communists would say, right? Or we can go to a more hypothetical example of where a communist society, through the means and resources and the people of the communist society, become a capitalist society.
Well, if a Stalinist said that his objective was communism, I would say that he was acting irrationally.
No, the point is that people who, Lenin? Wasn't Lenin a pure communist? At least in the beginning?
What's a pure communist?
Well, like Univision. No property, no private ownership of the means of production, right? No classes.
Mm-hmm.
Right. He was for that.
Yes.
And so, through that system, through communism, what ended up happening is not communism.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, USSR, right? It started as it started on the principles of pure communism, right?
No.
People who try to turn it into pure communism.
No, that's not true.
Okay, what happened?
I don't understand. You seem to not understand the terminology you're using.
Maybe
you're not making any sense.
Because
there's a distinction between communist aims, communist movement, and communism. I mean, if you're saying that Lenin did something irrational, like a hypothetical imperative, right? Then, maybe he did. I'm not aware of anything that he did that. As far as I'm aware, everything he did was consistent with his aims.
Right. Then let's get back to my more hypothetical example of where you have a pure communist society.
Lenin, as far as I'm aware, rejected deontology. Right? He had the same position as me, which was that there were just hypothetical imperatives. I mean, I think his argument for the Vanguard Party was a reflection of that. Right? Mm-hmm. He didn't believe in any kind of deontology or any kind of principles.
Okay, fine.
He believed that if you have an objective and you do what is required to achieve that objective, there are no principles that you need to conform to.
Okay, so tell me.
I think Stalin had a similar view to a certain extent.
We can get away from the practical example, actual historical examples. Let's talk about the pure concept itself, right? And imagine a hypothetical scenario where you have a pure
I'm just
communist
all I'm
society, right?
talking about is the difference between a categorical imperative and a hypothetical imperative. Are you familiar with the difference between those?
No.
So a categorical imperative would be something that is reason-giving independently of your goals, desires, and your objectives. Whereas
Reason giving, in what sense? What does
it's
it mean?
normative, meaning it's normative. Whereas
Could you give me an example?
meaning it's something that you ought to do.
So a categorical imperative would be my wants.
Sorry?
Categorical imperatives are individual wants and desires.
No.
Okay,
No, they're
what would it be?
imperatives. They're imperatives that are normative, independent of one's intentional states.
Oh, they follow logically.
No, well,
Okay, I'm confused.
I would maintain that they're illogical. They're independent of your intentional states. Hypothetical imperatives would be relativized to your intentional states.
I'm really confused by the lingo. I know. Is anybody else getting this?
Yeah.
Not to criticize CK or anything, because I'm not familiar with this language at all, with this branch of sort of.
Okay, I know it.
Yeah, Nadia
Go
or
ahead.
Jack can explain it.
Okay, but you sort of phrased, the first time you talk about free speech, you kind of phrased it more the way I could understand, and I think I could give you an analogous situation that could happen in communism. Again, imagine a pure communist society, and through the means of the communist society, through the principles of communist society, i.e. classless, private ownership of the means of production, through these principles, you can have a situation arising where it reverts back to capitalism, right? So how is this not analogous to the free speech example that you gave?
Well, if it was the case, I mean, that would be an interesting argument. If it was the case that communism would entail class relations, that would be an interesting argument. But, I mean, we're just talking fairy tale stuff now.
But no, but you're saying, look, if you apply free speech, there's a possibility that free speech would be, the principle of free speech itself will be, right?
Well, I think you're still confusing categorical and hypothetical imperatives.
Right, you're saying the principle itself necessitates that, not the practical application.
No.
The principle itself
contradicts. Well, I'm not clear on your terms. But
because I'm confused because when you were talking about practical application.
Let's clarify the difference between a categorical and a hypothetical imperative, because these aren't difficult concepts to understand.
Well, I'm kind of sleepy right now, so it's kind of okay, maybe we can talk about it. No, if the other guys understand, I think somebody else might argue.
Why would?
Well, I'm sure Nadia and Jack are familiar with what I'm talking about. If no one else.
Why would advocating for free speech as a government policy require that moral realism is true?
It wouldn't.
Okay.
I mean, that would be the point that I would be making, right? Is it's consistent with my objectives, right? There is no moral principle or no principle that I'm affirming. It's a purely practical thing. Happy to take free speech away if that conforms to my objectives as well.
Right. But I thought you were offering this as a criticism against freedom of speech being abdicated for as a policy.
No, what I said was that I think the people who are advocating free speech as a principle have an incoherent position.
Okay.
I don't think the reason I directed what I said to Nadia is that, well, I'm not sure, Nadia, are you a moral realist? I mean, I just take communists to be moral anti-realists for the most part.
Yeah.
Nadia is flaking slightly.
What's that?
You're wavering. I think you were a moral realist when we first started speaking, but I think...
Yeah, I still lean toward it.
Yeah. And then we can deal with anarcho-communism.
What's the distinction between moral realism or idealism?
One's
Well, idealism is a metaphysical position.
yeah.
Moral realism is a meta-ethical position.
Are you asking what the difference is between moral realism and moral anti-realism? Is that what you meant to ask?
Yes.
Well, with one of the views, morality exists, and with the other one, it does not.
Okay, I see.
And by morality, I think he means categorical imperatives rather than hypothetical.
There's that fucking term again. God damn it.
Yeah. Yeah, moral properties that exist in the world that are normative, that entail categorical imperatives. It's a real crazy view.
Could you? Yeah, I'm gonna try, even though it's kind of late. So, could you give me an example of a categorical imperative?
Murder is wrong.
Murder is wrong. Well, that's a statement, right? It says that you ought to not murder.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
So it's somebody.
Well, I take what morally wrong to mean is merely that one ought not to do it.
And this is purely enforced by somebody's what? What entailment does it have? Is it logical? Is it because
Well,
of
for the moral realist, I mean, you've got to ask a moral realist that question. I mean, I just think it's a ridiculous position.
I've had.
I mean,
Go ahead.
they just think it's normative. I don't even. Who fucking knows, really?
Ayn Rand was a moral realist. Wow. Wowza.
It's an easier
believe,
position to take.
I believe I've had this discussion with you before, Art. I think it was the first time I ever talked to you. Do you understand? Okay, so a categorical imperative is basically a fact of the matter that you ought to do something regardless of values. So, like, while some people would say, well, I value human human flourishing or well-being, so I ought not murder that person. A category that would be more of a hypothetical imperative. The categorical would be you ought not murder that person, and it's just a fact of the matter.
Okay, so it's the difference between somebody saying that, look, it's my opinion that you ought not to murder, right? That would be hypothetical imperative.
Right.
Categorical would be that there's an actual fact of this reality, which
Yes.
states and necessitates that you should not murder.
Exactly.
I see. I think
Well, there's kind of a distinction between, like, what they call it, robust realism, which I think is the categorical bit, and I don't know, whatever kind of.
Yeah, well, I'm a realist in the sense that I affirm that there are value properties in the world, or at least I lean towards that position.
Okay. What did they say? Value realist? Yeah. Well,
Yeah. I just don't think that there's a correct way to perceive the properties, right? They're not categorical in nature.
Yeah. I probably wouldn't be considered a robust realist.
So what's wrong with free speech?
There isn't really a neutral ground to stand on. So, whatever the kind of regulatory decision made, if your, say, regulation policy is just kind of refraining from intervention or whatever it is, you're still basically, in effect, making rulings in favor of some party or another, and you don't escape the regulatory process, right? You just have a very shabbily thought through regulatory process, maybe. That's one of the things that's wrong. It's wrong. Not a lot.
Also, the collisions of interests regarding, various forms of ideas or concepts, etc. Or that collision might be, well, objectively have negative effects on people.
Welcome back. The closure of our favorite hate speech pastor James David Manning's ATLAH Worldwide Missionary Church has unfortunately been delayed, so I'm holding hangouts to call for its more immediate closure and conversion to an LGBT center for the ATLAH for the homeless charity, and also, of course, setting up more places to stay for homeless LGBT youth. Go ahead.
You just love reading right-wing watch, don't you, Nadia?
Oh, it's fantastic. It's gold. Well, yeah, I mean, there's other sources too. I mean, there's like Queer Tea, Pink News. Also, it's Gay Star News, but it has trans things too, and so on.
We are such goddamn pinko commies. Come on.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of more like pro LGBT things than, I guess, commie things anyway. But still.
I'm interested in how many speech regulations there are besides the Holocaust denialism. Because in Canada, I should actually search that up. Wait.
Oh. Really, yeah. Doesn't Romans 125 and affections are so vile, and Leviticus 20 verse 13, and yes, was 18. Of course, usual kill whoever it is, things in the Quran. Those shall be banned too. Yeah. And of course, well, look at that, Mac. Apparently, he's going to let the world know what the quote-unquote sodomite faggots are doing to us. And look at those verses in the, I guess the sign there. It says Jesus would stone homos.
Jesus out to stone them homos.
That was pretty good, actually.
You're damn right, sir. I'm pretty good at doing this impression. Yeah! Yeah!
Well,
Brother needs new meds.
even though he's apparently advocating for, I guess, people to go out and kill those, I guess, like me and like various others too. Wait a minute. Yeah, it could get a little bit tricky.
Yeah, this far I'm only seeing there's a bunch of human rights kind of regulations of speech in Canada. They're just very broad. They're just saying, oh, it's human rights, you know.
Yeah, and they're terrible. I hate human rights.
Human rights are terrible, Aaron? Why? Why are they terrible?
They drive me crazy.
Why are they terrible, Aaron? Provide me a reason
In a
why
lot
are
of
human
cases,
rights
they
terrible.
just facilitate the undermining of society, and they
How,
impede justice.
Aaron? How, Aaron? Explain that. How?
It's the Jews, dude. It's the Jews.
Things like not being able to revoke people's citizenship, I think, undermines national security and national sovereignty.
Why?
Sorry, things to
How?
what with the
How
citizenship? I missed that. Sorry. What with the citizenship?
I'm sorry, Art, I didn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry. If you could repeat what you said about the citizenship. What?
Oh, I said things like banning the revoking of citizenship. I think that undermines national sovereignty and national security.
Oh.
Yeah, how come? How does it do that? In which way?
Well, because it effectively makes it so that you can't determine who's going to be occupying your country.
Proof that there is such a thing as, tribal occupation or anything within the specter of liberal human rights. Liberal views of human.
Are you asking me to prove that people inhabit countries?
Iron is advocating for some anti-libertarian beliefs.
Humans do, but I don't know if
I don't think he's libertarian.
I know.
Like any nation, national.
It's very, very and anti-libertarian.
Hey, he's a nationalist. Like,
I know.
Any nationality I don't think any nationality occupies anything.
Why his nation
how do you think?
God.
Explain how any nationality occupies anything. Besides.
Occupies?
I can't tell if you're trolling or if you're actually retarded.
we have that problem too. We have that problem most of the time too.
But how? Just explain how any other nationality than Canadian occupies Canada.
Get your calculator out again.
How? I don't see.
What do you mean by occupy, brother?
Well, he said that other nationalities occupy Canada besides Canadians, but I just don't see that.
Oh.
No, well, like if you look at the actual international law, it's against the UN Convention of Human Rights to revoke somebody's citizenship. So you don't have to use Canada. Say you're, say you're Swedish and you're a Swedish terrorist, and Sweden decides we don't want you to live here anymore. So we're going to revoke your citizenship. You're no longer a Swedish person. That's illegal by human rights definitions.
Well, I don't think that's a problem because, I mean, if you know that somebody's a terrorist, they have good reasons. Not being able to, revoke his citizenship is not really that important because you have evidence of him committing a crime and he will be in prison.
Sure, but you can look at banishment as a possible solution as well instead of just imprisonment.
That doesn't solve the problem though, because he's going to be free in some other nation, like causing shit or whatever, doing his terrorist thing.
Right, but I think it's also against the UN Convention of Human Rights to execute people. I think death penalty is off the table there.
I'm pretty sure it is. And I have to say, I'm really glad that I didn't know actually that according to UN, human rights, you cannot revoke a citizenship. I found it really good because I just got a citizenship a few months ago for Czech Republic, so it's good to know that no matter what I do, they cannot get rid of me.
Really? You just got that, huh?
Yeah, like in January.
From Russia? You were still a Russian citizen before that, or?
I'm actually still Ukrainian citizen, even though I don't recognize per se because I consider myself Russian.
Right, that's what I wondered. It was Ukraine.
Yeah, technically, even though I was born in the USSR, technically, but they give me Ukrainian passport after, so fucking bastards.
When did you leave the Ukraine?
23 years ago?
23 years ago.
Something like that. Oh no, sorry, 21 years ago. This was about 8. Yeah, 21 years.
Damn, it took this long to get your citizenship.
Well, yeah. Well,
Holy
oh
shit.
yeah, we had a bad luck a little bit because in the midst of us being in Czech Republic, there was some changes to the legislature, and so our sort of years were sort of erased as being there somehow, right? They were not valid for the appeal of the citizenship. But it didn't matter. We had like really good terms of staying here. Anyway, like I
For
had a
us,
work.
it took 8 years, I think, for us to get our citizenship.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Damn, and you're like Muslim and shit. Fuck.
Yeah, but
was
that
like
was before all the 9/11 shit.
Oh, right. I was kidding, but
But no,
so I am a white pasty guy. I like we like fit right in, and it took them 21 years to give us like citizenship.
It was in the 90s when we came here.
Oh, we came about the same time actually.
Mhm.
Like 90 something, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, communism sucks. Feminism is horseshit. God doesn't exist. Mac is in the Matrix. I'm assuming he has bad connection because he would have responded. He'd be like, "How do you know that, Art?"
How do you know that, Art? No, you don't know that. You can't know anything, Art.
Try it.
Communism is where we go. Communism is already go to, and well, of course there are no such things as God.
Well, if you say so, Nadia. If you say so.
Sounded a little condescending to me. Sounded a little bit like you
Dude,
are.
I sound to you like a Holocaust denier, and you
Yeah, exactly.
you
Art, yeah, I know. You did.
Yeah, no,
I can
you
bring up. I
you
can.
say, no, no,
I can
you
bring
say-
up. I can bring up the exact.
Are you
point
seriously still claiming that? Are you still
Yes.
claiming that you
Yes.
evidence?
Yes, Art.
You're
Yes.
a fucking moron.
Yes.
Like,
You are
G
borderline.
is also a Holocaust supporter.
Right.
We
I
have
did
him
hear
on
that.
tape.
Yeah, he did say something that could be interpreted like that, right, in context.
Not really. He actually argued against. Well,
And I didn't.
You
I
actually
never
did what?
said.
Oh, I have to look at the conversation again, but he was on my side, as I remember.
Oh, so all I'd have to do is to
What?
agree with you a little bit. Okay, comment. Hey, Holocaust is absolutely true. All Holocaust deniers are wrong. Are you satisfied now?
Well,
By your criteria.
isn't that the case though? In actuality, do you think that the Holocaust, the official account
Yes.
isn't actually?
Of
What?
course I do.
Of course you do. Really?
Yes, really.
Oh,
What the fuck
really?
would you
think
think
it's
that
absolutely true, but yet you equivocated to the resurrection of Jesus Christ.
I explained this to you how many times now?
I know.
I
I
even
know.
took
But I know.
Last time we took like 10 minutes in detail to explain to you every nuance.
Yeah, no, but again, what not being able to criticize. Well, actually, it did. Well, what's
You do realize that at one time it was illegal to criticize the church and the Bible and say it was right too.
you get a reverse case here though, because when you were not allowed to criticize Christians, you actually got the Dark Ages, and when you are not allowed to be a Holocaust denier, which is to be a Holocaust, deny the Holocaust, which is today in many countries, there's nothing like the Dark Ages are not
We're living
happening
in the
at all.
Dark Ages for nationalism. If you talk to people
Oh,
on the
for
right, this is the Dark Ages for them.
Oh, what does that mean, though, Iron? What does that mean? I wonder. What does that mean? Can you extrapolate on that? Elaborate a little bit more.
Yeah, it means things like you're seeing Europe get ravaged by immigration and all kinds of things, and people can't express it or deal with
What does
it.
that have to do with nationalism? What does that have to do with national? That doesn't have to do anything with my, any.
Defending people's own countries has everything to do with nationalism, obviously.
Oh, but again, it's your claim that of defense is absolute horseshit.
Your mama is.
Back to the matter, there are no such things as gods.
So yeah, Art, you were full of shit as always. So go on.
Prove it.
I already proved it. I extrapolated fully into details on how it was.
Prove it. Where's the evidence?
I already gave evidence.
Where's the evidence? Prove it.
Iron, you're now being ad absurdum. That's ad absurdum. Nice.
There are no such things as gods, and Jesus Christ never existed.
What is going on right now? Because I feel like it's like a monkey circus.
Well,
We are chimps in a bowl.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, Mac, I see you have AIDS as well. So good on you. Good on you, Mac. Keep having AIDS.
Pointing out that there are no such things as gods. Jesus Christ never existed, and the Bible and Christianity is anti-LGBT hate speech. Go ahead.
Well, we all know that you're lying.
It's a very specific syndrome, which has something to do with arcane. It's an arcane syndrome, so Mac does have AIDS. So.
Nadia, if you want to catch their attention, what you should really say
Mac has
is that
AIDS.
Jesus exists, right? If you want to catch their attention, they're like used to making these claims.
Mac, but why are you trying to, why are you being so driven by this arcane syndrome that you have, like AIDS?
What?
Why are you driven by that, though, Mac? Come on. Well, how is it? Why? Why are you doing that?
Brother, you're the worst troll ever.
Yeah, I already know that. Yeah, concerning what you said, Nadia, I already know that you're lying based upon the manhood that, brings out the truth in your voice that, you're not telling the truth that there is a God.
Interesting. Is that your AIDS stalking? Is that your AIDS stalking, or is that you? I don't know. I think it's the AIDS. I think it's the arcane syndrome that you have there. Yeah.
It's the arcane syndrome?
Yeah, arcane. I forgot what
the flat brain syndrome.
Well, it's A, which stands for arcane, I, D, S, and S, another S. So, I will make a video on that anyways later.
Okay. Do you know how to spell video? Because the way you're saying
I know.
I don't think you're capable of intellectual thought.
Oh,
hey, bro.
Broad claims for you, eh?
Bro, can you
somebody with arcane syndrome?
Once you make the video, could you please link me, because I want to mark it as videos not to watch.
Yeah, that's an internal contradiction.
I'm actually laughing that I'm actually on the art side right now.
Yeah, this is historic occasions. Yeah, I have to be on Mac's side here too. Bro, you're like the fucking worst troll ever. Like, sorry, dude, but yeah.
I was trolling to say that it has like a syndrome that Arcane has, and it's Arcane syndrome,
I don't know. You calling it
something common amongst fundies and fundamental. It's a common syndrome.
Speaking of arcane
usually the person that insults an individual that they like, they, as much as you're doing it right now, it seems like you have like either, I don't know, a hard on, or you secretly like Arcane in some weird fashion.
I don't know, man. Come on, but Arcane has this like syndrome. Like, he has a whole thing named after him. Come on.
Yeah, you're able to describe that. Right, you're able to describe that as almost like a heat.
Lols.
See, you would think if Mac is speaking for his God, his God would give him a better internet connection. I'm just saying.
Or maybe, maybe his God would make him, not have AIDS.
He doesn't love Jesus enough.
Exactly. Jesus didn't have AIDS. Jesus didn't have AIDS, by the way.
Still a sinner. Oh, godless girl here. Holy shit.
Oh.
Mac, you believe in God?
For half an hour.
Mac, are you stupid or something? You believe in God, right?
Why are you asking?
I'm kidding. You like Mac, godless?
Yeah.
Okay.
She has AIDS as well.
Except
why do you guys do that as if me and Godless are on the same side? I mean, ironically enough, she's on your side, like, more so than she's on mine. and she's
Mac
actually
hurt,
trying to help you guys,
Mac hurt my feelings because he said he's going to enjoy heaven while he knows that I'm suffering
even though
burning
you
hell
guys
for
do,
eternity.
like, I don't know, act really stupid.
Mac,
And,
how can you
say the
enjoy
dumbest stuff.
Come on.
How can you
No,
enjoy
I'm saying to
paradise
counter her
without suffering?
arguments, you guys say like some of the dumbest stuff.
Wait, Mac, can you
How
hear
is an
Godless
arcane?
speaking now?
Yes, is it the?
Wait. I think there's going to be a bug again. Mac, can you hear Godless speaking?
I cannot hear Godless. I'm sorry. Godless?
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear her now?
Ask Mac. Tell Mac it hurt my feelings when he said he's gonna enjoy heaven while he knows I'm burning in hell.
Wait, I'm not gonna be like the message
Mac,
for
can
here. Let's see
you
just
hear me,
reconnects.
Mac?
What did I? Wait, what?
Mac,
Repeat that
Mac,
again, 'cause I heard
Mac,
that, Godless.
there's a bug. Oh, you heard
Repeat that one more time because I heard that.
Oh, it hurt my feelings when you said you're gonna enjoy heaven while you know I'm burning. My skin is being burned in
I didn't
hell.
say that I was gonna enjoy that. Never.
You said you're gonna enjoy heaven.
I said I was. Wait a second. Nothing of what I said concerning my conversation that I had with you the last time we spoke, concerning what does the Bible say that you deserve, why you deserve hell.
You're still
Nothing
gonna
what I
love
said-
God, right? Are you gonna enjoy heaven, Mac?
Yeah.
Okay, am I gonna be suffering in hell if I don't accept Jesus before I die?
Yes, you are.
Are you gonna know when you're in heaven that I'm burning in hell because I didn't accept Jesus?
Am I going to know?
Yeah.
I mean, I probably wouldn't, considering I don't really know you.
That's a foolish thing to actually ask because he already knows.
Stop
he
it,
already made a knowledge claim.
brother.
He already made a knowledge claim that you will burn in hell. It's just, of course, he would know it.
But again, ignoring the stupidity that's like coming out of his mouth right now. Godless, you.
So wait,
asked me
you're
a
gonna be in
question.
heaven for eternity, and you're gonna
Say
do
what?
everything. You're gonna be in heaven for eternity, and you're gonna do everything that you can do an infinite number of times. But you're never gonna think a godless girl once that you talk to on Hangouts about God.
You need. Wait a second. Repeat that one more time.
You're gonna be in heaven, right? So on day here, I'll type it out.
He's gonna do the math and shit.
So you're angry at me because I want to go where God is, and you don't like the idea that. What exactly?
Oh, she's saying that she finds it really disturbing that you will enjoy heaven while she's being tortured in hell.
I'm asking you to go there as well. The Bible even says God doesn't even want you to go there.
It's the eight stalking.
Like, you don't, I don't. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing that I don't understand why you don't get this, Godless, because the scriptures tell you that it's not in God's will that any should perish, but that all should come to repentance. He does not want anyone to die to go to hell, but that they should turn and live. I mean, again, over and over.
See what I put in the side chat?
I don't have the side chat, Godless. You know that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh,
He's
okay.
on mobile.
Well,
She posted like a huge number, like
Okay,
34,220.
What? Okay, you have eternity in heaven, right?
Is that eternity?
in
No.
the kingdom of God, yeah.
So you're gonna do everything that you can do an infinite number of times, right?
Well, I want to know about that. I don't really know what would happen. What will happen? I mean, I don't really know the full extent of it.
The Bible describes that you heathen. You're a heathen and you have
But
AIDS.
Mac, you're claiming you're gonna be in heaven for eternity, right?
Okay.
So you're gonna be in heaven for eternity, but never think once of this conversation that we're having right now, of godless girl.
You're saying I'm not going to remember?
You're saying it's never going to occur to you once that I'm in hell. The person that you're talking to on Google Hangouts right now.
No, it's going to occur to me.
Okay, so then you'll be like, well, let me look around heaven for godless girl and see maybe she found Jesus, right? But you'll fail to find me. You'll fail to find me because I'm not there, because I didn't accept Jesus.
No.
So that I'm burning in hell, and you're going to get down on your fucking knees and worship the God that put me in hell that's burning me, and then you're going to go about for eternity enjoying fucking heaven while I'm being burned with flames. So fuck you! Fuck you!
Yeah,
Flames!
Yeah. Godless, are you done?
With
Because
motherfucking
See,
in
flares.
case
again, roasted like a
in
pig.
case you didn't understand anything that I said to you before, God is not putting you there. Again, it does not make sense when the scriptures keep telling you over and over that he does not want you to go there. So who's putting you there?
God is
Yourself.
omnipotent. God is omnipotent. He can
God
do
is
anything that's
saying,
logically possible. He could come
Godless.
right now. He could come and reveal himself to me. Jesus could
Godless.
come here and say, "Go, accept me. See, I'm here. Accept me." And then I accept Jesus.
GG.
But he's
Godless.
not going to, because I'm gonna burn in hell.
Yep. Godless.
God is
He's already
saying that
done
this
that.
is going to hurt me more than it's going to hurt you.
Yeah.
That's what God is saying.
Yeah. Shut up, JJ.
This is going
Godless.
to hurt
He's
me.
already Godless. He's already revealed himself to you. The problem is that you're not listening to him because you don't want to. You don't want to repent. You're impenitent.
God is taking off his belt right now.
You don't want to love. You don't want to love God for who He is, even though He
Pulling
has
his
shown
power
Himself
over.
to you.
Right,
And-
and I'll just stop pretending the police exist so I can go rob a fucking bank.
Yeah. So Godless, the problem is that it's not that. Again, it's not that I'm putting you in hell. It's not that God is putting you in hell. You're putting yourself there because everyone who goes there, why do they go there? It's because they do not want God. They don't.
Just like de facto segregation.
Okay, it's not. Forget the worshiping God part. You're gonna enjoy paradise when you know that I'm being burned.
If you need to get to the other side from this existence, you're not putting yourself there. Some other
here's the thing. Here's the thing.
By force.
Here's the thing, Godless. I've given you the opportunity. God has given you the opportunity. I'm telling you that God. I'm telling you that God is giving. God is using me to tell you that you have an opportunity right now to repent, to love Jesus Christ for who He is, to be born again, like the Bible says, to have a new spirit, a new heart, and a new mindset towards Him, so that you can actually love Him for who He is, and so that you can change and not suffer. And not suffer the judgment that you rightly so deserve, just like everyone, including me. The difference is between you and me is that I use my own choice. God did not force me. God did not make me. The devil did not make me. Nothing. My own choice said that I'd rather be with God and do what He commands me to do, and therefore, because of that, I don't have to worry about hell because that's not where I'm going. Not to those who love God for who He is and serve Him in obedience. You don't want to do that, so therefore you're putting yourself in the same judgment as the devil and his angels. Why? Because the devil and his angels are doing exactly what you're doing, and that's the place for them. You're under that judgment because you're doing the same thing, Godless. So even hold on, even if God presented you in front of me,
you're still not God. You're still a fucking wimpy ass
and
kid.
Man,
You're a
please,
wimpy ass kid,
seriously.
motherfucker. I will whip your ass. I will whip your ass, boy.
Even if God presented you in front of me and said, "This is an individual I'm going to judge right in front of me," and we're going to see if her name is in the book of life. And when God says, God asks the angel, "Is her name in the book of life?" and he says no. The Bible says He's going to have an angel bound you hand and foot and cast you to the lake of fire. I'm not going to have. Hold on. I'm not going to have any ill will towards God for doing that. The reason why is because He has presented you with a choice already in your life. And I myself, it's going to be, I'm going to be like, you know what, God, you rightly just the wicked. If an individual does something wrong, your judgment was correct. It was right because she had the choice. She chose to reject you. Therefore, she chose not to believe you. Therefore,
okay, you're just preaching now. You're just preaching now. Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Stop preaching. I don't believe that you really believe I deserve that shit. I'm a good person. I fucked a couple people over, but I'm a good person. And you believe that I deserve to go to hell just because I don't see evidence for God. But you believe that the fucking rapist pedophile who spent his life torturing children, who finally comes to Jesus after a fucking final meal of fried chicken on death row, he gets to go to paradise with you and play Monopoly for 50,000 years while I'm fucking burning? Fuck that shit.
Yeah, here's the thing, Godless. you're right. You said that you're a good person. A good person who? Because you and I both would agree that if we went by God's standard, you're not. And because you don't want to go by God's standard, that's what puts you in the hole in the first place. Because you don't want to see yourself the way God sees you. And that's the same problem I had to deal with myself. I had to see myself the way God sees me. Because we're going to shout that we're a good person in society all day. Society ain't judging us. It's going to be an omnipotent God who has who has his eyes on you and everything that you're doing, whether in public or in
Thank God for that.
So you're just describing a tyrant then?
Yeah, it's an absolute monster.
Well, it's a totalitarian divine dictatorship, celestial.
I am not the one judging you based on my opinion. I'm judging you based upon the God's standard on how he judges you rightly, based upon his law, not mine, not yours, not society's, not your neighbor's, his, God's law. That's what judges you.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
So say I died and then I somehow came alive again, like you believe is going to happen to you. And I found out, wow, there is a God, a jokester God who punishes theists for believing in a God, but then by condemning them to hell, but then rewards atheists for being rational, or just because he's a jokester God. He thinks that shit's funny to do that.
So he's a troll.
So I might be too scared when I'm in heaven to say that, fuck, you shouldn't put Mac in hell, that's fucked up. But I wouldn't love that God, I wouldn't worship that God. Or I might pretend to worship him because I'm scared of him, but I wouldn't love the God.
So you're
I
gonna
would feel bad for you when you were burning in hell, and I wouldn't think you deserved it even if he put you in hell for being an idiot.
Godless. Look at the type of God that you're positing. It doesn't even make logical sense. It's a jokester God who does not have like any right. What moral standard does he have?
He thinks it's funny. He doesn't have to. He's a fucking God.
Okay, so he think. Oh, hold on. So he thinks it's funny. So
That's
okay, so therefore, hold on. So therefore, you're talking about
statement.
You're trying to posit a God, which by definition you yourself are an atheist. You don't. Why are you trying to posit a deity when you don't believe in this? For one, two. Excuse me. Two.
Say it is hypothetically.
Yeah, but there's no reason in your worldview because it doesn't make sense. Why posit a deity that you don't believe in to address a point that it does not affect me? You're not using my worldview. You're not even using your own.
Right, I'm just using a hypothetical situation to show
you. Right, but argue from your worldview. Argue from your worldview and show me that if you're trying to go into mine, which you try to usually do, which you won't in this point. Show me in God's law how you don't deserve hell. Show me that.
Mac, what I'm saying is if I was you in heaven, well, I was in hell, Godless was in hell, I might be too scared to speak up to your God, but I wouldn't love that God.
No, if you was me, you wouldn't say anything.
The best moment.
That makes me morally superior to you. You're just an asshole.
No, it doesn't.
I don't believe that you really think that, Mac. I think you're a nice person.
You're not going by the moral standard. You're not going by my moral standard.
What is your moral standard?
God.
What does that mean?
That means that means he is the judge. He is the ultimate judge because he is the foundation of.
Does that mean whatever God does is good?
He left.
Ah.
Yeah.
I was just about to ask him to disprove that I'm a prophet. Yeah, Mac, can you disprove I'm a prophet?
Can you prove you're not a penguin? Having a dream that you're an ant?
Come on, I'm asking Mac to do that. If Mac can disprove that, it's gonna be cool. I would love seeing him try.
It's fucking stupid.
If you want to call yourself a prophet, brother, I don't have no issue with that.
Oh, really? I'm a divine prophet. I'm a divine prophet. Sent by your God.
Okay.
Telling you that what you're doing right now is wrong. And it will lead to, very bad consequences of your relationship with the godless girl.
Right.
Yeah, your God is subcontracting out for prophets these days.
I think Mac is mean.
Just an
Well,
add-on
I
concept from it.
appreciate your opinion, regardless, but I
Do
don't get
baby
moved by
do
I
babies
don't
go
get
to
moved
hell
by people's
when they
feelings.
die? Do babies go to hell when they die?
No,
Oh,
they're in.
you have no theological leg to stand on for that?
Yeah, it's in Deuteronomy 1, and also one
Deuteronomy 1, what verse?
the whole chapter.
It says babies don't go to hell.
Yeah, they don't suffer the same judgment as
Is there
adults.
even hell in Deuteronomy?
Say what?
Is there even a hell in Deuteronomy? I thought it was
It,
Jesus who brought the hellfire.
yeah, well, yeah, but what you're okay?
According to the New Testament, do babies go that aren't born to Christian parents that die go to hell?
No, they don't.
Okay, you don't have a theological leg to stand on.
Yeah, I do, and I just told you. And
So what do babies do in
it's
heaven?
also in Psalms. It's also in it's one of the books of Psalms specifically where David talks about the son that he lost because of his affair with Bathsheba. He said that he will see his son again, and you
So
see
then, okay, okay.
you see the difference in him mourning over his son and how he said that he will see him again, but you see a totally different mourning that he has towards Absalom,
Then I don't see how
and you
abortions are
understand why.
bad. I don't see how abortions are bad because the fetus is aborted immediately goes to heaven, and they don't ever have to risk living and becoming an atheist and going to hell.
Well, it's no,
Actually, we should be getting women pregnant and force aborting them to create souls that can get a fucking straight ticket to heaven.
huh? Godless, do you honestly think that that's something God just ordains?
Well, I mean,
That that's actually a good thing?
let's weigh the risks, the
No.
cost benefit. Let's weigh the
Why?
cost
Why?
benefit.
Hold on,
So you have a
Godless.
fetus. You have a
Why
fetus. Do
would
you
I?
want that fetus to get a straight ticket to heaven, or do you want it to risk it becoming an atheist and suffering in hell for eternity?
I like my fetus fried.
Godless. I want this. If I had a child, or you know what? Better yet, this. Um, one of my siblings has had a child just recently, and there was a. I'm not going to give all the details, but there was a incident to where um, they was talking about abortion. Even my mother came to her and told her that we don't do that because that's murder. And there's no reason for you to regret the life that you brought into this world by the actions that you've taken, and God allowed you to have that life to be brought into that world.
Why were they talking about abortion?
Your nephew turns out to be.
It is not your decision.
If your nephew
to take
turns out to be
life
an
that God has
atheist, Mac, if your nephew turns out to be an atheist and goes to hell for eternity, wouldn't you have rather him just have been aborted so he goes to heaven?
No, I still would not. No.
So you wish the suffering. Fuck you.
I don't wish the suffering. That child grew up to be a man, made his choice.
What's worse, Mac, suffering in hell for eternity or being killed before you're born?
I would say both are bad.
Which is worse?
Both.
Is your goal to maximize well-being and minimize suffering?
In what way?
Max says they're equal.
Okay, yeah. Repeat that again, Carlos. Because in what way?
In all circumstances, don't you want to maximize well-being and minimize suffering?
Well,
that's my standard.
The only way to do that is if everyone obeyed Jesus Christ. No one does.
What can you do to help that, though?
I do what I do now: preach the gospel, tell people about their sin, why Jesus Christ died on the cross, and what they need to do to change. They have to be born again and be reconciled back to God.
Man,
The scripture says that if we go back to God and we cry out unto Him, He will heal the sick and heal our land.
So is that going to aid maximizing well-being? and eliminating
that
suffering?
definitely does. The only way you can maximize well-being is to go back to the one who created your very being.
So that's what you're doing towards that goal of maximizing well-being.
So,
did I put that right, Gigi? Minimizing suffering?
I didn't hear.
Well, it does minimize suffering in a way that, in a way that people have an understanding of Jesus Christ, and that when they die, they've made that right. Before they die, they made that right choice to be reconciled with God, so to where they have peace that surpasses all understanding. So even in death, they don't have nothing to worry about.
Mark, would you say human well-being is the thing that ought to be cared for the most?
No.
No, it's God's glory, right?
Ultimately, you need to care. Ultimately, you need to care for more for God, and then everything else that stems from that comes after. That's why even in the commandments, how does Jesus Christ put it in order? He says, "Love God first. Love God with all your heart, soul, mind,
wait.
Love your neighbor as yourself." So first, who do you need to love? God. Second, who do you need to love?
Just preaching at me. Stop preaching at us.
You asked me a question. I gave you a biblical understanding.
You answered a question already in the first few seconds. Now I have a follow-up question. You sort of alluded to something else a little bit. So you said, "Oh, look, we can have well-being, right? Well-being is going to be taken care of by us believing in, by us entrusting, our destiny in God, basically, right? Right, believing in
God. By
God.
loving God, yes.
Right. So you do care about human well-being ultimately.
Yeah.
You do care about human well-being ultimately, yes?
Not ultimately, no.
Okay, so let's say if
this life or the next life.
Wait.
I care about human well-being, but in the order of it, it will be second to God. I will care for God more. I will care for the things of God more than human well-being. Human well-being will come after that.
So if you had a choice of a billion babies and puppies suffering, right, over you giving small glory to God, some, small righteous act, which one would you choose? You can choose only one, though.
Wait, wait a second. You said if I could choose to give glory to God or allow a whole bunch of babies.
You have two choices. Yeah, let me rephrase this, right? Let me rephrase that. So there's this, situation, and that could happen. It's logically possible. There's no contradiction.
It cannot.
Let me rephrase it. So, because, like you said, you care ultimately for God's glory, right? Human well-being does not necessarily come with it, right?
Not necessarily, not always, no.
Right, exactly. So you can have a situation where, for whatever sufficient reason for God, you're put in a situation where you have to choose between giving glory to God or saving billion little girls from being tortured. If you choose the first one, those little girls will be tortured.
That doesn't follow.
No. What's the logical contradiction in this example?
Because the logical contradiction is in the book of John. Jesus Christ gives a parable between the sheep and the goats, and he puts people on the left. He has people who are the goats on his left hand and people who are the sheep on his right hand. He says, "These are the sheep." He says, "This is why you entered into the kingdom, because when I was hungry, you fed me. When I needed clothes, you put clothes on my back. When I was in jail, you visited me." If I could finish, JJ.
Sounds cannibalistic.
When I needed a place to stay, you gave me a roof over my head. And
Mac, why do shepherds keep sheep?
Damn, Christianity defeated.
Jesus Christ, when he said that parable, is to show that when people ask, "When did I ever do this?" He says, because you did it for the least of, he said you did it for the least of people, the people who weren't deserving of those things. But because you did that, it was like doing it for me. And the people on his left hand, who were the goats, did not do those things. So therefore, it shows that you have to put it. It coincides with you giving glory to God, even by doing something good for those who least deserve it, or doing good for your enemies, or doing good for people.
You should have been inconsistent, at least from what I understand from your position.
No, that's not being.
Let me explain. Hold on. Let me explain. So, because you say, giving glory to God is the ultimate, right? It's the primary thing. Human well-being is secondary, right? If that's true, then when you're put in a situation that you have to choose between giving glory to God or increasing human well-being, no matter how sort of negative no matter how much you will destroy human well-being or not permit human well-being to flourish, you should always choose giving glory to God. That's what it means.
That doesn't follow.
To ultimately care for God.
Doesn't follow.
Glory.
That's
what it means.
No, it doesn't.
Unless you want to say that always necessarily giving God glory will increase.
How does it make sense? Hold on, Art. How does it make sense in Matthew 5 when it's in Matthew, I believe it's Matthew 5 or 6, and he says, "Do good to those that hate you, love your enemies, do good to those that hate you, bless those that despitefully use you." He's saying, love your enemies.
Yes.
Okay. In your scenario, hold on. In your scenario, God, or me making that decision, you're talking about you're talking about babies, just innocent children, and you're saying, okay, and you're separating it and saying that, you can only give glory to God, but you have to let these other children suffer. That does not follow.
No,
that
what's
does not follow
impossible?
Concerning. Hold on. That does not follow, and that does not follow considering that God wants us to love love one another the way Christ loved us.
I don't think you're addressing the point really. So, let me give you a practical example. The classical. It's the Second World War. You're hiding Jews in your basement, right? And you have to lie to save these Jews' lives.
How dare you bring me into this? How dare you, sir?
Right. So, Mac, would you lie to the Nazi officer who will certainly kill the Jews that he will find if you tell them where he would?
I would not let them in.
But you don't have that option, right?
No,
I got knocked on your door. They're Nazis.
Yeah,
okay.
It's like this is awesome. It's like Gestapo's like
Nazis don't ask, may I come in?
You see why restricting free speech is makes sense. People there are millions of people like Mac who also have access to fucking Holocaust denial
This is the most
original. You see why we fucking censor that shit? You see fucking why?
No.
It's like the most fucking original solution to that. Oh yeah, I'm just not gonna, I'm just gonna politely say, I'm doing some cooking here, Mr. Gestapo.
Can I just say something, brother?
The point is, Mac, that they're not gonna ask, may I come in? The point is, do you lie to them to save lives or not?
I have to say something to brother. As soon as you limit free speech, it's not free speech anymore. First they come for the Holocaust deniers, then they come for the KKK, then they come for the Westboro Baptist Church, then they come for me because I'm anti-Islam, and next they come for you.
Oh, it's slippery slope fallacy.
That's a different topic. That's a different topic. Please, different topic. Different topic.
Alright,
please answer the question.
Yeah, keep going, Mac. Keep going. You're doing great. Don't worry. Doing great.
Mac, go ahead.
By the way,
a fucking Israeli that supports Palestine. You're fucking sick.
Wow. I'm sick. Of course.
You race traitor.
Thanks. Yeah. I also have blonde hair and blue eyes, and I fucking hate Germans. So not
Mac,
Germans.
Mac, I beg you, answer the question before Brian makes it.
I'm the king of France.
Yeah, fuck it. Go on.
Mac, you there? Please answer the question. Come on. Come on. Preach at us, bro. Come on, defend your Bible.
Yeah, man. Come on. Do it.
Defend your religion.
Do it.
Mac.
So, Mac, would you slaughter me? Would you let neo-Nazis slaughter me?
Dude,
Would you let them fucking,
you know...
Why is it irrelevant? I'm Jewish. I'm Jewish.
And I was wondering how long it was going to take for brother to actually keep it.
Mac, I'm Jewish. Would you let them slaughter me? Would you let them imprison me and put me into? Would you?
Yeah, isn't tell you the truth? Isn't being in line with God's nature giving glory to God, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Right.
What
so
would be
it
the
would
right
follow.
act?
So it would follow for you to give glory to God. You would have to tell the truth, but that will lead through no fault of your own directly, or God's even fault. You know, we can say that for the sake of argument, that a bunch of innocent Jews will be murdered.
Like myself.
Right? So that will decrease human well-being. So what are you gonna choose? Is it giving glory to God, or is it increasing human well-being?
You're separating the two.
Come on, Mac, you can do it. I believe in you.
Mac, you can use apologetics in order
Do
to
the right thing.
I get
make a way
Mike,
around.
I give you a actual scenario that happened historically on many occasions. If my example separates the two, and it's a real life example that happened, then I'm just going to be disconnected probably.
Art.
This connection problem.
Seamus, hey guys, could somebody give a spot to Mac back? Who's like not participating or something?
Seamus can.
Art.
Oh, thank goodness. Yeah, go, Gigi.
Rebecca Watson did this workshop at a conference where she had women make angry vaginas out of felt.
I love that shit. I love that shit. I would join them. Come on, wouldn't you join them, godless girl? It's beautiful. It's artistic.
Makes me want to get some felt, actually. Maybe some lotion.
Right on, JJ. Right on.
Some man tears, too. Hey, Mac, you there? Can you speak? Come on.
Well, we have enough from art, so, that would be enough. It would be like a liter of men tears.
I only cry when I come on feminist faces.
But yeah, to address your question, I don't know.
But you have to deal with it, right? Because this is a real life scenario, Mac. I'm not saying you have to right now answer, but this is
not a real life scenario for me. No.
No. But this happened. This actually happened on many occasions.
Right. I understand that, but I don't. I've never experienced that, so I can't give you my synopsis on what.
Doesn't matter. I'm giving you a real life scenario, right?
And I'm giving you a real life scenario that I don't know what that scenario is.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm testing the what is it called? Coherent.
You don't know what happened.
Wait.
Because
I'm testing the consistency. Wait, Mac, hold on.
Here we go.
I'm testing the consistency of your position, right? If I can show you a scenario where your position is being challenged, or it poses a contradiction of what you said, then that's a problem. You cannot just say, well, it never happened to me actually. It doesn't matter. As long as it's a real life scenario.
No.
But that's okay. How doesn't it? I mean, in that example,
because again, Art, you don't listen. You don't listen very well.
Being. So obviously, you're not necessarily connected.
Listen, it does not pose a contradiction. Here's why: because you are separating, and I don't know why you keep doing this. You are separating, giving glory to God, and having and establishing human well-being while you're doing it. Like it's both and. God does not want you to give glory. Hold on, Art. God does not want you to give glory to Him and then neglect your enemies or even your neighbors or what have you by just allowing them to suffer and not having a coat outside or something like that. That's why I'm saying that's
let's walk
dumb.
through this. Let's walk through this. I get what you let's walk through this example a little bit. So. Is doing righteous acts, like telling the truth, especially in the face of danger and physical punishment, isn't that giving glory to God in your theology?
Lying, or are you saying this? What?
No, telling the truth, being in line, comporting with God's nature, being as close to God as you can. Isn't that giving glory to God?
Yeah.
Right. So you telling the truth in that example would be giving glory to God. But in that example, which actually happened historically, we know that giving glory to God in that situation necessitates that there's going to be a decrease in the human well-being by, right, the
Says
Nazi
who?
Gestapo
Says
killing
who?
those humans. Well,
Says
Says
who?
the scenario.
No. Because you're making the scenario linear on purpose,
wait,
essentially.
It's a
Because
thought
there's no
experiment.
guarantee. There's no guarantee.
Mac,
There's no
even
guarantee that
this
when you do
happened,
that,
Mac.
that the
This
Jews are going to
happened.
die.
No,
Mac,
this
in the
happened.
There's no
scenario,
guarantee that
in,
when you do that, the Jews are going to die.
Mac,
No.
in the
But this
scenario, Mac,
happened.
in the
No,
This,
but he's
scenario,
got
Mac.
Right,
there's a
and
lot of
there's no
history doing
guarantee
his
that
own
when you
Yeah,
do
historical
that,
thing.
the Jews are
telling.
going to die.
Okay,
That's historical
Mac.
fact.
I don't know
One
how many
second.
times they're going
One
to say
second.
that.
1 second. You don't have to say anymore. In the scenario, it's guaranteed that they're going to die.
Okay, then you can't do that. No.
That's a
but this
parameter.
happened.
The
Listen, this is a
scenario that you
Of
have
course you
is
can do it. Of course you can do it. It's a thought experiment. Even Shamos chose
guaranteed.
well-being over truth. Even Shamos chose well-being over truth. It's not that hard.
Oshimus is in the live chat.
Okay. I have a personal question for Mac. I have a personal. Are you eligible to make any be involved in the political system yet, Mac? Are you of age to be involved or make any decisions and influence in politics? Or, Mac, could you answer that? Like voting or making any reforms or any actions politically. Mac, are you of age to do that, Mac? Mac, are you there, Mac? Still waiting for the answer.
I don't see how he's not getting this. I mean, Mac, you don't have to answer this right now, right? Just think about it.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to.
He
Well,
gets it.
you know
He
what?
just
Fuck
doesn't
it.
want
I'm
to
not
answer
even
because he knows it's going to prove himself to be a monster.
Say again?
I said he gets it. He just doesn't want to answer the question because he knows it's going to make him look like a tool.
Well,
well,
that might be the case.
thoughts would fucking worry me a little bit,
Yeah, this is a challenging
a lot.
question to the Christians. I've had, Brett Keane and Veckel, and a lot of them chose to either. Okay, there's two positions. One of them chose to contradict, like do an outright sin, i.e., lie, which they said before is an absolute, no, right? It's absolute law. You cannot lie. And the other said, yeah, I'm going to uphold it. Screw the Jews. I'm going to uphold the law. I'm going to not care for it. Well-being of humans, right? So both of these positions are problematic, and some issues fall from that, and I could get into that later on, maybe.
Yeah, why if they're Christians and they make one violation, in the eyes of God, like if it's a merciful sort of, it's a kind of what's this wording when you say you have a tyrant, like not a merciful, not a benevolent, like a benevolent tyrant. Wouldn't he be like understanding that what was at stake, and and forgive the Christian for making one fucking violation? Like, what's at stake? Are they gonna fucking burn in hell for one violation? What the fuck? Why would you be a Christian if you fucking, for any little mishap, you fucking go to hell? Why the fuck would you be a Christian? What the fuck? Jesus fucking Christ. It's incompatible with fucking reality or with society. It's incompatible completely with just everything.
Why would you be a Jew?
Wow, nice one.
Look, JJ supports Holocaust denial. Look at it. Why do you hate Jews, JJ?
Because they're so sneaky.
Huh. Oh, that's the Russians, dude.
Oh, I'm thinking of tricksy hobbits, actually.
Oh.
But they're not their own race.
Jews aren't a race; they're an
They're that
ethnicity.
fucking sticky that they don't even have a going on. Wow.
I might have to start going to Trolls Anonymous. Actually, I might have a problem here.
Did they meet like under a bridge or something?
Probably. Maybe we could have a troll support group.
Hello, my name is Jack, and I'm a troll. By the way, I didn't mean Jack like this, Jack. I was just picking a random name.
Well, Jack is a troll. Jack is a... Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, in a way, right? But there are like different levels of troll, and some trolls are just fucking annoying and not productive to discussion.
Jack is a perversion troll, I think, though. There's maybe some other term.
That's a good category. I like that. Yeah.
I'd like to hear him deny it.
Yeah. Not to be trolling in and of itself. Deny that. But no, they're like, really good trolls, like, who spark interesting conversations. So, like, I know a few guys who pretended to be, Satan himself here, like Lucifer.
Who is this?
I rather not reveal, their name, but yeah. But pretty much, the thieves sort of already realized that he's a troll.
Pouncing Rain?
Do you know who Pouncing Rain is?
Nope.
Pouncing Rain.
Steven from before. I went ahead and changed the profile.
Oh.
He's the good
I joined every the weekend, I think. But I happened to go across the YouTube channel, and was I interrupting conversation? What are y'all talking about?
Trolls. And, types of trolls.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And before that, I was posing a moral dilemma to Mac. The Nazi example, Nazis in the basement. Not Nazis, Jews in the basement.
Like a position. Like being like a what?
Well, you're in Second World War, like in France, let's say, and you're harboring Jews, and the Gestapo knocks on your door and asks you, are there any Jews in the house? Right? What do you say? Do you lie? Do you tell the truth? Right? Hey, Steve, if you're talking, you're kind of breaking up. Are you on a mobile device?
Yes, yeah. That's because I'm using. I'm iffy on a public Wi-Fi right now. I'm not back in the house yet.
I think it's the mic.
Well, no, it's the typical thing with mobile devices is that we all have to mute, right? So if we just all mute for a moment, we can hear him clearly. Go ahead, Rain.
Sounds like Steve McRae.
But I'll probably just connect back when I get back at the house.
Okay, cool. Oh, Justin's here. Oh, fuck, I don't think we have a spot now for Mac.
Suck it, Mac. Suck it, Mac.
Well,
Did you hear the conversation?
We do now.
Justin, were you watching the live stream?
Yeah, I would totally let the Jews die because God can't defy God. God hates the Jews anyway.
Well,
God needs them.
Yeah, right. There's a sort of double kind of problem there, actually, for the Christians, right? Because according to their theology, Jews are the God's chosen people, still, in a way, right? They they still have a covenant, I think.
I think some of them say, some Christians say, that the God that the Jews worship now is not the same God, and that they are out of favor with God then.
Right, but I think Vecco say that Jews are still in a covenant with God. Different one.
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Not special pleading, right? That one is kind of favoritism, which is not exactly equality. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they're God's favorite anymore.
Well,
According
not
to
in a
them.
sense of salvation, right? They
I don't
you
know.
know, Christians sort of parse it out in this many ways. Like, there's the spiritual, chosenness, and there's the physical, fleshly chosenness, and there's the
You know,
salvation. Yeah.
You're losing me.
Jack is a Jew, actually.
Well, we kind of got it.
Jack is a dirty, dirty Jew.
Sneaky.
That's how we got it.
Sneaky Jew.
Sneaky Jew.
That's redundant.
That's terrible.
Trying to decide if I want to go out and do things or just live in my fucking hole that is Google Plus and too many Pepsis littering my room.
Well, you should stop with the Pepsis, probably.
God, I know. It's my worst habit. I drink a shit ton of soda.
It's kind of disgusting.
I drink at least 8 sodas a day.
There was a time.
You know the weird part though is I went to the doctor, and I've been doing this for years. I can kick back a 12-pack of Mountain Dew in like 2 hours. So I went to the doctor, and I told him that, and he knows I drink a ton of soda, and he's told me to stop before. But the miraculous part about it is that my teeth are fine, my blood sugar is normal, and so far I don't show any signs of like type 1 or type 2 diabetes.
Well, and that's unlikely at your age. It's possible, but unlikely.
You're not going to get
when I was
eating.
No, type 2, but when I was 23 or so, I was drinking way too much Mountain Dew, and I was chewing tobacco also, and it led to some stomach problems. And I stopped drinking Mountain Dew pretty much, and a lot of the problems with that is the dyes that are in there. It's not just the sugar, the excessive amounts of sugar. It's the dyes. As far as your teeth go, I think it's the combination of the sugar and the carbonation that's not good for your teeth.
Did you go through withdrawals when you quit drinking?
Sodas?
Well, the Mountain Dew. I had a buddy that used to drink 2
No.
liters of Mountain Dew a day. When he quit, he was going through withdrawals. He was shaking and everything.
Yeah, you can get headache, but usually aspirin will get you over the soda withdrawal. There's also, if you really want to get past soda and you're heavily addicted to it, you can take L-glutamine, the chemical compound, that will actually get rid of the cravings for soda.
Well, what are you craving then? Are you talking about caffeine? Because, I was still getting caffeine. I still drink coffee.
I think some people I think some people are addicted to the sugar and the carbonation, to be honest.
And I don't, yeah. And I stopped taking in so much sugar is what I did.
It's not the sugar and the carbonation, it's the flavor.
Yeah, for the taste. But I watched a documentary on how bad sugar actually is for you. It's pretty fucking awful.
So what I did do though for a long time is buy carbonated water and then just add sugar or whatever, or not sugar, but juice or whatever flavoring to it. I had a soda stream. I had a soda stream because I like carbonated water, and sometimes I'll just get the lemon or lime carbonated water.
Yeah.
But there's so much sugar in that shit, or corn syrup or whatever. It's terrible for you. And the sugar substitutes are probably not much better.
We're all gonna die.
Worse. I'm gonna try to prolong that as long as I can. But first, I'm gonna have a cigarette.
JJ, how old are you?
45.
Suck it. You've got like 2 days left.
I'm pretty healthy for my age, though.
How's your heart, JJ?
It's very big, very enlarged. It's pretty good. I'm looking forward to spring to get a little more exercise, but and maybe quit smoking, hopefully.
Yeah, you should definitely do that.
Yeah. They tell me now's not a good time for me to try and quit smoking. In the past couple of years, I've smoked more than I was before.
Yeah, I think that's the besides sugar, smoking is the second worst thing you can do.
It's, cigarettes are like incredibly addicting. Like, just I heard it's worse than crack and like heavy drugs, like physical addiction.
Oh, it's certainly worse than crack. It's some people say it's worse than heroin, though.
And nicotine has very, very addictive properties inside the brain. So yeah, I've heard the same comparison to heroin and nicotine before.
And I've heard this before. I read something about it. I'd like to look more into it. That has something to do with the similarity in composition to vitamin B.
Huh.
Nicotine, niacin particularly. There's some kind of replacement that goes on.
That's interesting.
Causing the addiction. And I don't know how true that is. But niacin is nicotinamidic acid.
Yeah, I'm trying to send this girl a dick pic. 1 second.
I'm trying to. There's got to be a joke there, right?
No.
I mean, it should go through pretty fast because you don't need to use very many pixels, right?
Well, the thing is that I have to use a wide-angle lens to capture it all, so I end up having to take like a panoramic photo. This is just too big for a single shot.
You should use a fisheye lens that has a big curve to it.
Don't.
No, you see, it's so big he needs to make a time lapse.
Yeah.
Time lapse.
My dick is 4-dimensional. I have to use that somewhere.
I like that. I like mine though. That shouldn't take too many pixels. Come on.
I like to send the super HD pictures so they can see every vein and valley.
Every pit and
every herpes bump and piece of AIDS.
Every pathogen.
Right.
Have you ever actually seen a picture of a cock in HD before?
Oh yeah.
You know they're doing penis transplants now, right? They're starting with wounded soldiers.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
You know you can do penis extensions too, right? It's a real thing.
Or reductions, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know who the fuck would do that, but yeah.
Well, Nadia.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, Nadia, what are you going to do with all that cock when you're done with it? A jar, maybe? Donate it to...
You should do what that German guy did. You should
organ donor?
Let them cut it off.
Actually, it's not like you just chop it off. I mean, they.
Oh, that's right. They need all that stuff. They
They
recycle.
take out the erectile tissue, but.
Right.
You should donate your dick to the army.
What? No, it's not really going to be available to use. I mean, the erectile tissue is pretty much the part that goes on the various bits of skin and the nerves and other kinds of tubing or whatever.
Tubing.
They all actually go somewhere.
I can feel.
Yeah, they need all that.
Talk about it.
I watched a couple vaginoplasty surgeries the other day when we were talking about that.
Nice. Did you masturbate?
Yeah, I get links to them.
No. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
It was not. It
You
was
can
not.
watch the SRS procedure on 4chan if you go to one of the threads there.
There was
You
not.
can actually watch them turn the penis inside out and like create the vagina and stuff.
I saw a guy stick his own penis in his own butt one time.
Nice.
Why?
I don't know why he did it. And the weird part is he used to do it like on request. Like you could just ask him to do it. It was on that website.
Parlor tricks.
Yeah, kind of. He could also suck his own dick, which was kind of amazing.
That's not very hard, actually. Well, I mean, you have to be flexible, for one thing.
I mean, I've tried many times. I can't do it.
What's that old joke? Like, if you could, you'd never leave the house?
Oh, definitely. I would be wrapped up in a ball all the time.
You'd be an
I would look
armadillo.
like Sonic. I would look like Sonic the Hedgehog, 24/7.
Oh man, that's awesome.
Well,
Yeah, watching that surgery though, that's kind of an anti-boner right there.
Not for me.
Well, it's the removal of the erectile tissue, so.
I like to watch Yale University has a live like neurosurgery broadcast where they open people's heads up and they show you exactly what they're doing, and it's actually very cool because they'll tell you like, oh, we're testing his memory and his recall while we're in this portion of the brain, and that's pretty much my Pornhub now. I just like to jerk it to that, open heads and skulls and stuff.
Well, you are a sick fuck.
Sure. It's the best.
How was your conversation this morning when I had to leave?
Which one?
Well, this morning when you came in, I had to leave.
Oh, I was just talking shit.
I know. Was it fun though?
Yeah, we talked about Marxism a bit. Me and Art went back and forth. I heard CK in here earlier, by the way. I didn't really.
Yeah, I could have used a little more CK.
I love CK.
He didn't seem like he was into it though.
Yeah, he's probably had this conversation many times, but I like to hear CK's calm. You know, it's a weird form of anger that English people have. It's the politest form of fuck you that you can possibly, put across to someone, and I love to hear CK deliver that.
Yeah, it is soothing, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So, fingers crossed. I'll be in line for vaginoplasty soon.
Do what?
I said, fingers crossed. I will be in line for vaginoplasty soon.
Nice.
Yeah, I thought I heard you say something about, or I saw you type it, I think. So there's progress on that, huh?
Not exactly yet.
I'm not sure. I guess I don't remember what I saw you type or post or whatever it was. It seemed like it was news, though. But I don't need to watch that again. Is your dick pic done rendering, Justin?
Yeah, it finished. I had to use a couple of 100 servers to render it in Maya. And I sent it their way. I capped out my Verizon data plan by sending it, but it's fine.
You just drop off a laundry basket full of floppy disks. Enjoy.
Hal asked Target in the side chat what the transcendental unity of appreciation is, and Hal's answer was, but Target's answer was, "Thank you."
So I did watch MK's crazed hangout from yesterday or whatever it was.
Well, what happened?
Oh, he was just crazy. That's all.
Yeah, he must have had about 6 Red Bulls or something. He was just all hyped up and wild.
Yeah, he's an idiot.
Well, yeah, I guess I don't want to speculate. I wonder if he might be on some other drugs. He kind of looked.
Kidding me for sure he is. Well, who else would wear fucking sunglasses in the daylight like that unless they were coked up?
Well,
just to save your eyeballs from the screen when you're sitting that close. I can understand that.
I guess I've known some crackheads. Local neighborhood characters, and there seemed to be some similarities in appearance.
Well, I wouldn't say MK is. I would say G-Man is. You ever watch G-Man? He's always scratching his chin and his neck. You know.
Yeah, I've seen that, and I haven't seen a whole lot of MK, but he was off the wall yesterday.
I'm pretty sure.
And watching he and Darwin's deity argue was wild.
I'm pretty sure that MK drives around in his Honda Civic with a couple of crack rocks each day. I'm almost positive.
Yeah, I couldn't argue against that.
So wait, him and Darwin's deity got into an argument? That's rare.
It was, yeah, the whole hangout was pretty crazy.
Well, I'm gonna have to watch this now. This sounds entertaining.
Are there like actual like issues involved or something like, you know, whether moral realism or whatever is?
No, MK is going pretty much to global skeptic, almost complete global skeptic.
In regards to what though? Like, what is he being a skeptic about?
Everything. I mean, mostly about God. He's, you know, now he's on this thing where God, he believes in a God.
The Christian God.
Yeah, the Christian God, but you cannot. And he wants you to prove it's not real, because he believes God can put false thoughts in your head and make you not believe in them.
And obscure all evidence of himself.
And hide all this evidence. Yeah.
The one question I ask people that are global skeptics is how they affirm that proposition, right? So if they want to say that everything can't be known, how do they know that statement?
He says it can't, and he doesn't know, and that's fine with him. Yeah. But the whole going back to prove you're not a penguin dreaming you're a man thing was absurd.
It's kind of a funny example.
It is.
Yeah, Jack was in there talking to him a lot about it, and who was it, Dista?
Yeah, Disa.
Oh, yeah.
It's Miguel, yeah.
Yeah, he was talking with him for a long time about it too. Hal tried a little bit.
Oh, I see. So pretty much the whole Skype group jumped his ass.
And I think Philip was trying to get in there, and I don't know if he ever did.
And not too long ago, right before the Hangout shut down, before I come over here, Realistic was talking with him, and Realistic he just lost it. He was just laughing. He was laughing like a little girl, man. Realistic.
Yesterday?
Just today, like a half hour ago, before MK ended the Hangout. At the end of the Hangout, Realistic was talking with him about it, and Realistic just cracked up laughing.
I heard the clip about the laser beams. Like, do you think you could shoot lasers out of your eyes? And then MK said, if the God that I believe in permitted that, then I absolutely could. And then I heard Josh saying, well, I'm never talking to you again. You're an idiot.
Can I get the link for that, by the way, Bob? Can you post in the side chat, please?
Oh, for the one from today? Yeah, let me look for it.
Yes, thank you.
I have it here. It's 2 parts actually. So here's just MK's page, and then it's part 1 and part 2.
Thank you. After what I've seen from Realistic yesterday, he combusts. The combustion of his anger. I like it. The way he fucking screams. He should be a screamo artist, I swear. Yeah.
And so, 239 was yesterday, I guess.
Oh, this is amazing.
Anyways, I'm gonna free up some space because I guess I'm wasting it by not engaging in any conversations here.
Well, you never engage. He's throwing these little slides, remarks, and
no Jews allowed.
Now you're alright.
Yeah.
You had a little bit. You had more than I do.
Well, shit. I have a video to finish up. It's a YouTube poop video. So.
Oh, nice.
I like making poop videos.
You take a shit.
Poop is awesome.
You take a shit and then upload it?
No, it's a kind of a dank sort of thing. You wouldn't understand. It's a new thing.
I see.
Yeah. It's out of your age group, Justin. You're not cool anymore. You're not hip.
I know. I've accepted that.
You're too old, Justin.
Well, 27 is an interesting age, though, because you are kind of too old for a lot of shit, and then too young for other shit.
Shit. If you think of it, yeah, it's kind of like the middle of your life. Seriously.
Yeah, but I like to fuck enough 18-year-olds to provide me with immortal, like, eternal life. So that's what I do.
Yeah.
No.
It's the immortality potion. I guess it's the pussy juice.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, you have to drink their tears also.
Fingers crossed, I'll be secreting that as soon as possible.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm pretty much. I don't get a full normal human lifespan, so.
I wonder how many straight guys would like confuse you for. Yeah, but still.
It's kind of winding down to the end.
Nadi, did you have any cases like where a straight guy was hitting on you, thinking you're like were like a woman, and then you just had to tell them like that you're. I'm sorry. I assume that you have had that in before, in like a past experience. I'm just asking, and if you don't want to answer.
Okay, see you later, brother.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
Alright, I think Godless is trying to join.
Yeah, I mean, there are two different problems. One is that the underlying premise there is another one, and number two, of course, it's pretty freaking obvious I don't pass. So
you fooled me.
I don't know, Nadia. You're not completely unpassable. It would just depend.
Yeah, it kind of depends on the context.
Yeah, for
how
sure.
drunk it was, right?
Welcome, Godless Girl.
Oh. GG, tell me like how it is. Tell me how it is. Where's your new videos?
Yeah, have you thrown anything at any Muslims lately?
Godless girl. Can't hear you.
Oh, I found a new way to annoy Darwin's deity.
How so?
Get a GIF. I joined MK's Hangout earlier, and he's like, "Can we do something about GIFs?" He goes, I'm not directing this at anybody, but you know, some GIFs are just annoying or something like that, you know. I'm like, well, too bad. You're gonna have to deal with it. I said, at least it's not as bad. One of the ones I had was flashing, and you know, could have sent people into convulsions.
Ooh, that sounds really trolly.
Oh yeah.
Somebody should get a GIF of somebody like walking a dog.
Yeah,
maybe I can make this monkey guy blink.
So he only stayed in the hangout for like another 10 minutes and left.
I hate the spider gifs. Those are the worst.
Jacqueline Glenn seems to have an announcement that she's voting for Hillary Clinton's vagina.
Nice. I don't think Hillary Clinton has a vagina, but that's nice.
Right.
I'm pretty sure she looks like a Ken doll. There's just a smooth surface where there should be a pussy.
Didn't she give birth to
No.
Chelsea?
Adopted.
Okay, whatever you say.
Oh, I love this this theory that she's really Webster Hubbell's child, but I love that. She looks a lot more like Webster Hubble.
Godless Girl's having some kind of problem connecting.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Even though I show her in the room.
Aren't all liberals going to have to vote for Hillary by default anyway, since she's going to win no matter what?
I'm not going to.
I guess Bernie Sanders is out now? What's the deal with that?
Well, she has like all those super delegates and stuff, so I don't think he can actually catch up to her.
But the super delegates are nothing. She had the same super delegates over Barack Obama in the last time in 2004.
Yeah, but Obama was more of a mainstream Democrat versus like a socialist.
Right. The situation is different, but it's the same situation as 2008 as far as her super delegates.
Yeah, so you're right. I guess it is possible. I just don't see it as being likely.
It's less likely. I would give you that.
Maybe we'll get lucky though. We'll die in a car crash.
I'm opposed to liberalism. It's counter-revolutionary and far too far to the right. Go ahead.
You can vote commie, and I would not fault you for it.
If only we could vote commie.
Yeah, there is a Communist Party. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but they don't have an elected official that's running. Can you imagine if that ever happened? It'd be wonderful.
I don't know.
Not all the time. They just don't get any votes.
No. But usually it's not actual. Like it's never a Marxist that runs. It's just a socialist, which is
I think in like your local elections, there's probably a few Marxists that run.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, yeah. The more local, the more candidates usually have. At least here, metro areas. Yeah, I just won't vote for Hillary Clinton. And I don't know who I'll vote for. I could vote for anybody else.
Vote for Trump. He's the guy.
Well, I won't vote Republican, if that's what you mean.
He's barely a Republican, though.
If he or somebody else runs as an independent, maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
I'm voting Trump.
That will be funny. That would be so funny.
I just hope he actually wins.
Well, it wouldn't be funny if he didn't.
It would scare the shit out of every other country, though, if we elected him. They would be terrified of us. I feel like it's the only way to gain back our standing.
Our standing?
He's an insane person. I don't think anybody would ever fuck with him. Like, people fear the little fat fuck from North Korea, Kim Jong-un or whatever. And then, can you imagine if we had Donald Trump? I mean, they would never talk shit to us again. They threatened us with nuclear weapons, we would just launch one.
I don't know about that.
I hope so.
I can't even see him getting the nomination. But he did win, North Carolina? Pretty handily?
I don't know, man. I think business has an incentive. Big business owners and super PACs have kind of a good incentive to elect him. I don't think people have a good incentive to elect him. Like Latinos and African Americans have no reason to elect him. But I think if I were a businessman looking to increase my profits, I think Donald Trump might be the way to go.
Yeah, they're a minority, though, of course.
A powerful minority.
Sure.
Insufficiency of aggregate demand is not going to be addressed by, I guess, the abolition or whatever it is of transfer payments, right? So.
But as far as the Nevada, well, I guess that was just Nevada. That's right. They didn't have. Republicans haven't had Nevada yet. I was just looking at number of votes, specifically in each state. And Nevada is not really a swing state either, is it?
I don't think so.
No.
The presidency is maybe a bit of an overemphasis here because the congressional elections are vastly more significant by far.
Yeah, but the presidential election at least influences the congressional elections.
Yeah, which is how Obama's been sitting on a hostile Congress for the majority of both his terms. Yeah, I think the kinds of policies that matter to a lot of people involved here are actually more of matters of congressional powers as opposed to presidential ones. So.
I still want to know who these 19 superdelegates that Bernie Sanders has are.
One of them is me, obviously.
Yeah.
Or at least where they're from. So it's funny though. It appears that barring superdelegates, they have the same number of delegates.
What the fuck? How am I in the Hangout on another account that I'm logged out of?
Shut the fuck up, Gutless.
How are you? What?
Wait, do you guys see two of me in the Hangout?
Did you log in on?
Oh yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Did you log in on a phone?
How am I in the other one?
Is that a cell phone?
Did you not get out any other?
You log in on a cell phone with the first one?
No, this is my laptop, but somebody told me I was in the Hangout on the other account, but I didn't see myself in the Hangout, so I.
Okay, now you're in on that account.
Well, I'm here now, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. And there's
Al. Al, what games have you been playing? Oh, he's not broadcast. There he is.
No,
what
he
games
is.
have you been playing lately?
I haven't been playing a lot of games lately.
Oh, I see.
Hi, Hal. Hal, did you see Justin versus MK?
No.
Josh versus MK.
The video?
No, I didn't watch it.
Turn that fucking Bruno Mars bullshit off.
I'm at Starbucks.
Well, that's annoying.
Yeah, you can't have that playing anyways to get Nutty's channel flagged.
Oh, well, I'll mute when I'm not talking. But you guys think I want to listen to that shit?
Yell at them right now. Yell at them.
Why are you at a fucking Starbucks of all places?
I thought Bruno Mars was a. Is that Bruno Mars? That's not Bruno Mars. It's Sam Smith. Anyway.
You're gay for knowing that.
I bet he's a Muslim. A gay Muslim. But what I was saying was that Clinton and Sanders both have the same number of delegates if you took away superdelegates. Tied at 51.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be close.
Bernie Sanders would die the day after being elected, though. He's so fucking old.
Bernie Sanders blamed the Paris attacks and the existence of ISIS on global warming.
Well, prove him wrong.
It's not global warming anymore, it's climate change.
Prove him wrong. Godless, are you having a coffee?
Yeah, peppermint mocha.
Yeah, that's not coffee.
She's getting her pumpkin spice latte.
Yeah, that's not coffee.
The pumpkin spice is seasonal.
You're fucking seasonal.
Which season?
Your mom is seasonal.
Is Frappuccino coffee?
No.
JJ's a coffee snob.
Is espresso coffee?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, my thing has espresso in it.
It's got a dash of espresso in your flavored milk.
I got an extra shot of espresso.
That's
I
disgusting.
I have an extra shot of espresso.
Get a cortado. Try one of those.
Now, I do like a real cortado, a nice cortado.
Oh yeah, no, they're the best. To get a double cortado, double espresso, steamed milk, it's perfect.
Whoa. Steamed milk.
Yeah, I put steamed milk in mine. I get them to steam it.
Well, you put frothed milk in.
No, I want it steamed.
Well, that's not really a cortado then.
You know how many calories one of these fucking things has in it? Like half that you're supposed to consume in an entire day.
It's a Justin Tata.
No, a cortado should be like a really dry cappuccino.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, I get regular cortados too. That's usually what I go with. Sometimes a little bit of steamed milk is nice.
I mean, it's hard to avoid, but if you can get just all froth on top of my espresso, that's cool. All foam. Otherwise, it's too much.
I had to stop drinking so much coffee, though. I was going crazy on that shit.
I've got a tolerance.
I got a tolerance and I drink too much.
That's how I was, pretty much. Caffeine was no longer affecting me at all.
I'll drink coffee up until I go to sleep.
Yeah, that's how I was getting. That's why I had to stop. It was just doing nothing for me anymore.
It tastes so delicious, though. Yeah. I don't drink it for the caffeine.
Well, I used to drink it, and it would, pick me up. Like, it would carry me through the day, and then that just stopped happening.
My drink at Starbucks costs $6.
Starbucks is the shittiest coffee on earth, though.
Yeah. I wouldn't get shit from Starbucks.
That's like grandmother's diarrhea. It's
You
awful.
guys just can't afford it.
Real coffee's more better.
I get all my water from coffee. That's all I drink.
Yeah, and that's not good.
You're pissing brown sludge at a certain point.
I mean, I
The level of inanity is, I don't know.
I can't hear.
I said the level of inanity is getting a bit weird. Well,
coffee is important, though.
Uncomfortable for me, at least.
Coffee is very important.
Is the hangout silent right now, or is somebody talking that I can't hear?
Nadia was saying something. Can you hear right now?
I can't hear Nadia saying anything.
She said that the inanity was making her uncomfortable.
Oh. Nadia, say something else and see if I can hear you.
Naam sibilam kunin kumis ego ips okles meis widina pula pendra kumali pare dikrunt. Sibula titeres. Spara bachala khapatnentelo.
Well, I didn't understand that, but I heard you. I get made new Muslim videos.
Yeah, I didn't see any new videos on your page. Where the fuck
Well,
are
that's
they?
because I can't post them to my YouTube because people will flag them, and this time my account will get shut down for good.
Oh.
I gotta make a sock account.
That's too bad.
Is this more videos of you throwing things at Muslims?
Yeah, one time it's a pink ball, another time it's
Don't ruin it. Don't ruin it.
a bottle of perfume, and another time it's a
ruining
pair
it.
of slipper socks. 3 videos I got.
Slipper socks.
Do they ever throw anything back at you?
That's so stupid.
What did you say?
I asked, do they ever throw anything back at you?
No. I run away right after I do.
Well, that's no good.
She
Are
doesn't
they
give
all
him a
women,
chance.
Godless, or who did you do that to? Were they all women?
Tell you the only.
You asked if they were all women? Is that what you said, Mina?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm excited to see them.
Gigi, you're so catty.
Mina's become my favorite female chatter.
I am no one's favorite female chatter.
Oh.
Mina and Nadia are the only women I'm not enemies with on Hangouts.
I used to like Godless Girl more, but now I like Mina more.
Well, Helena is floating around. Who else? Well, there's Jennifer.
I don't know. Jack is my second favorite female chatter, though.
Well, from the
good call.
I guess the behavior of the male hangout citizens seem to regard Jack as more female than I. So.
Well, no, Jack is a giant pussy. That's what I've decided. You hear me, Jack? You motherfucker, I know you're listening.
I thought that was Frank Arnold.
Wait, Nadia, what you put in the side chat, phentermine, isn't that one of those appetite suppressants?
Yeah.
Like a prescription appetite suppressant?
Yeah, it's basically. Well, vastly cheaper and whatever it is, thing that's will help keep you awake.
You should start drinking coffee more.
Which doesn't work.
Coffee's nutritious.
How do you make it?
Huh?
How do you make it?
How do you make coffee?
Not the procedure, but how do you make the arrangements to be able to carry out the procedure?
You just pour it in your mouth and you're steaming hot water in your mouth right after it.
To make coffee?
Yeah.
I don't understand the question.
Smoking that weed.
The practicalities of preparation, basically, but still, it doesn't matter.
Making coffee is too hard? Is that what you just said?
It's not that it's difficult, it's that it requires equipment.
Not really. It requires coffee and a pot of water.
And okay, you start eating a pot. Okay.
That's really all you need.
I don't have my own.
Nadia's in a bad mood today, I can tell.
Excuse me, I don't have my own set of dishes or any pots or whatever. I also don't have whatever kind of stove, kettle, and all that too.
You don't have a stove?
Well, okay. There's a stove, but basically the cookware and so on are not mine. So
the what?
You can make ghetto coffee in a 2-liter.
And also, I'm not going to be here very long. So.
Well, you can be there long enough to make some coffee.
You freaking idiot! Just stop.
Okay. Coffee is important, though.
Nina, if any of these other stupid bitches on here fuck with you, tell me and I'll get them for you, okay?
Aw, that's awesome. Same with you, Godless.
Wait, does that include Min as well, Godless, or just Mina?
Just women.
Okay, just bitches.
That's sexist.
Well, that makes me feel great, and I also have your back, Godless. Anytime, you just say the word.
Thanks. The radical feminists have forced me to be a sexist against my own sex.
What about us? Men have rights.
Yeah, that are awesome.
How would a radical feminist do that?
How do radical feminists make me sexist against women? I was half joking, but because if you don't keep women mildly oppressed, then you get the Rebecca Watsons and the Anita Sarkeesians popping up.
That's right. We have to mildly oppress them.
Yeah.
So they don't get too uppity.
Or Anita Sarkeesian have to.
They see misogyny in everything, including video games.
Well, I mean, if misogyny is in everything, so to speak, then, well, that'd be
But then there's like Kurdish sex slaves held by ISIS, in these compounds, and like they'll get a hold of a phone and be like, please bomb the compound so I can die because they've been raping me all day and they haven't fed me in 3 days, and the feminists are silent.
I'm not sure how many are, but okay.
You're not sure what?
I'm not sure that feminists in fact are. Yeah.
Well, I'm a feminist by definition.
In what respect?
I can't hear you, Nadia.
What's your, I guess, analysis of the origin of the oppression of women? Go ahead.
What's the origin of oppression of women?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Oh, you think it's something, innate in? What do you think it's
Yeah, I've actually been wondering about that. I'm not sure because I've heard arguments for both sides, and I don't know. I don't really have an opinion either way.
Oh. You're not sure if it's like innate or if it's.
It's probably a little bit of both. But I've heard like CK and Jack argue that it's just our society.
Like the economy and all that, right? So.
My intuition would be that it's innate, but I don't know how to refute their argument.
Well, the innate position that it's innate would be, basically radical feminism. You would be a radical feminist by that standard.
Well, not if I'm not proposing anything that's radically feminist.
Well,
actually, the radical feminists do this like war on Wikipedia, where they're trying to claim that men and women are equal, like even physically. So men aren't stronger than women, for example. They'll try to post bullshit links and link it to Wikipedia, even though men are inherently physically stronger in general.
Yeah.
Nadia, you should check out Rebecca Watson sometime and tell me if you agree with her.
Well, there are kind of answers to these positions. I mean, if you think it's something innate about the sexes, it makes the oppression of women arise. Then okay, that's the radical position, right? The whatever it is about women and what women are and so on is at the root of women's oppression, right? And there's also kind of a kind of knock-on thing where say that the gender oppression is kind of the fundamental form of oppression. And all others are like derived from it or modeled upon it or something, right? That a lot of times people will vary from that. And what is it? The Marxist feminism, like that's coming around from like the economy, class division, society, and all that.
Right. So you're a Marxist and a radical feminist.
Well, that'd be syncretic. Syncretic is when you blend multiple positions. I don't know if you can see it. I'll spell it.
What?
You can see it.
Yeah, I don't know that word.
Well, it just basically means you're blending more than one thing. More than one belief.
Syncretic? You don't know syncretic?
No, what does it mean? I'm having trouble hearing Nadia.
Well, she says it's describing it as blending two or more beliefs. So you synchronize them. It's like synchronizing.
Okay.
Matching them up, matching them together.
I would say basically everyone does that.
Yeah, I do too. And so she described what she was synchronizing, which I didn't hear, honestly.
Well, I mean, with the various things like, radical, Marxists, anarchists, etc. Also liberal, I suppose, is out there too. You can be syncretic regarding, blending those kinds of various positions on the origin of gender oppression. Right?
Yeah. Godless Ocean describes his Norse paganism with his Celtic paganism as being syncretic.
Ocean combines what two beliefs?
His Norse paganism and his Celtic paganism. So he calls himself a syncretic pagan.
I'm having connection problems. You guys are cutting out for me.
Well, that sucks.
Hey, Nadia, you can order that feta meat online for less than $1 a day. Well, a little bit over $1 a day. How many 2 liters you go through a day?
The 2 liters would cost more than the pills. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. I mean, radical root word there is like radix. Basically means root. So it's basically the gender oppression is at the root, or gender is at the root of oppression or something like that. So. I don't think it's that exciting. I don't think it really means extreme either.
What doesn't mean extreme?
Radical, and especially in the context of radical feminism.
Ah, radical.
Yeah, another one people throw around is supposed to.
I've always thought of it as meaning.
What?
I've always thought of radical as meaning wild, or unfettered or loose.
No.
I think of it as extreme.
Yeah, it means root. Yeah, a root like the root of a plant or a root of a tree. Yeah. That's all it is. The, I guess, idea of sort of radical kinds of ideas with, say, politics and such, or to address the root of the problem. Right?
Of course.
What?
I said, of course.
Oh.
I'm reading it now.
Yeah. Yeah, so in the same sense as radical is applied to that context, it's how it gets used in terms of the feminist analysis or positions regarding the origins of gender oppression.
I wouldn't say that's necessarily specific to radicals. I think the part that makes them radical is that they look at it cynically.
Okay, what does radical have to do with cynicism?
Well, you can go ask basically any person if they think the patriarchy is the result of natural differences between men and women, and they'll typically say that it is, and that's not a radical position. The only thing that makes rad feminists radical is their proposed solutions to it and their pessimistic view about it.
Well,
Iron, do you believe in free will?
What?
Not libertarian free will, no.
Yeah, I don't think. I don't think that's what distinguishes someone who would, I guess, attribute the causes that way to, well, or sorry, I don't think so. Between someone who's doing that kind of causal attribution and a radical feminist is, in terms of, what is it, cynicism, pessimism, whatever. And you think there aren't optimists or radical feminists? Yeah. I think what we actually have is that these sort of, well, might be a little bit in terms of solutions. I think there's like that fundamental restructuring, reordering, whatever it is of society. That's generally advocated. I think a lot of people don't really deem it to be a problem to be solved or something.
Right, so I would say the difference between a radical feminist and a classical feminist would be the proposed solutions, because your classical feminist just believes in like equality between the sexes, whereas radical feminists seem to believe that there should be either a matriarchy or society should be like flipped upside down.
Matriarchy is kind of an interesting idea. I guess I usually hear gender abolitionism as one of the sort of ideas he gets floated. Perhaps it flips society upside down, but isn't quite a matriarchy at all. Reproducing the system of gender oppression is not that I've ever seen any radical feminist propose, at least who has any standing. I can find some kind of wackos on Tumblr who might say such a thing, but no one who's actually credentialed, right? So.
Well, that's the problem, is the wackos on Tumblr are becoming the mainstream feminists now, and that's why you have so many women dropping out of feminism or declaring themselves to be anti-feminists.
Okay. What are you calling the mainstream of feminism? Because as far as I can tell, I don't see a pipeline graduating wackos from Tumblr into, faculty or journals or whatever.
Well, you can point to a variety of different universities and see where radical feminists are promoting their agendas.
The radical feminists on college campuses are the speech police.
Okay. Well, name a few with tenure.
What did you say?
Well, name a few with tenure anywhere.
Yeah, Anita Sarkeesian has made almost $1 million raising, like, she gets these funds for analyzing video games to detect misogyny in video games. And you should see what she comes up with. It's absurd.
Yeah. As far as I know, last time I checked on scholar.google.com, she had, I guess, no authorship credits for any kind of academic publications, and
Well, I guess it depends on what you mean by tenure, though.
Any university. Go ahead.
She speaks at universities, though.
Okay.
Like, I'm not saying she gets published in journals and shit, but people are listening to that bullshit.
Well, people listen to, what is it? I guess whatever the pop stars are nowadays.
Like, Nadia, you should really look into the people I'm talking about, because they're causing, like, a mini civil war within the atheist community.
A civil war within the atheist community.
Yeah, like, they got Richard Dawkins disinvited from a Center for Inquiry conference. Because he posted, like, this satirical video about Islamism versus feminism on Twitter. He retweeted it, and he fucking took it down after, and he's disinvited?
This is the Site 10 Atheist video, right?
Yes, what did you think about that video? It's, you know, that video is still being politically correct because it's using the term Islamist instead of just fucking Muslim.
I've never actually seen the video. I've heard Dawkins' comment mentioned before, and I guess the author of the video named.
Side 10 Atheist.
Well, yeah, curious that yeah, they get mentioned. Well, I don't think there's a great deal to be concerned about. I mean, yeah, you can find whack jobs. Really, who knows what else to? Yeah. What about one's page?
So the stuff that you were describing before seems to be encapsulated in women's studies, which is offered at almost every university that I've ever heard of. I think it might also be mandatory in many places.
Iron, do you believe in free will?
I don't believe in libertarian free will.
This town needs more theists.
Yeah, you know, I think there's a distinction between, I guess, probably compatibilists. How would you distinguish between your notion of free will and if at all?
Yeah, compatibilists don't believe in libertarian free will.
And welcome, Jim Jones.
Hello.
Is Jim Jones a theist?
Not anymore.
Jim Jones, are you a theist?
Nope. Are you?
Does my name look like I'm a fucking theist?
No. You never know.
Jim Jones, what's your basis for concluding that there are no such things as gods?
Creationism is impossible.
Okay. So, deistic evolution or whatever?
What's that? Evolution?
No, I said, what about your deistic evolutionist sort of deism?
Theistic evolutionists. Well, they got it partially. I mean, the theory of evolution is a rational theory. They just screw up when it comes to it being guided by God.
Okay. How about this? What would you say your reason for thinking that Vishnu does not exist is?
Well, I haven't really examined that. I don't really know what Vishnu did, but you can. Was Vishnu a historical? Do they hold that that's a historical person? I can't remember.
Well, Vishnu reportedly had 24 avatar incarnations.
TV's loud. Let me put my headphones on.
I was sorry. I was trying to say that Hindus hold that Vishnu had 24 avatars or incarnations.
Well, you'd have to. You posit that Vishnu is something somewhere, and then you go on to try. You try to rationally. You give a rational explanation for what they did, or what you posit that they did. And if you can't do it without invoking miracles or the supernatural or mystery, you don't have a rational theory. It should be something that you can visualize, like as in a movie, literally a movie, frame by frame. And if you can do that, then you have a rational theory. Once the explanation's done, science is done. And then you go on to basically your opinion after that. Is it possible or not?
All right, so I know. Well, what's your basis for yes, this conclusion that supernatural is not the case?
It can't be rationally explained. It's like magic. It's, stuff that you cannot, like I said, you can't visualize it and illustrate it frame by frame as in a movie. It can't be. If it can't be visualized, it's not rational.
What is the being explained have to do with anything?
Well, that's just part of you illustrating it. You have an explanation. That's what science does. It explains phenomena rationally. So you explain step by step how a certain phenomena works, what mediates it. First you have to have objects that mediate it, because all phenomena are mediated by objects, contact to contact. So you do that in your explanation.
I can't necessarily explain what you do, but I don't think that makes.
What I do? What do you mean? What I do?
Oh, sorry.
What did you say? And you can't explain what I do?
Well, why you do what you do, but It doesn't necessarily make what you do or your thought process necessarily irrational or moral. Go ahead.
I'm going to move locations. Hold on 1 second.
Say that again.
I'm moving locations in my house right now. Hold on.
You can't be real then.
I've had a rough day. Hold on, let me get a chair.
Might have a shake. Don't have a location there.
Of course, science doesn't only rule out the supernatural, it just
I
puts it
changed
into a different
locations.
category.
That was a good one, Nadi. Oh, gosh, I'm exhausted. Oh.
What was your name when you first came on?
I don't know, everyone calls me Opie.
Well, you were that for a while. You were something else before.
I mean, that's just like Epicurus was a Greek, and then Max Aemilian, and then Max Hangout, and I think he's had about 4 or 5. I've had about 3 or 4. But I can't even remember which one. I know we met a long time ago, Nadia. Was it was it even 2012? It may have been before that. Is that when did Google Plus? Because I remember I got on to Google Plus. Actually, I got on there when it was invite only. It started off as invite only before they made it like a public app. And then,
I got on in January of 2012 in order to basically work on my voice. Right.
That was a pretty good long time ago. You think about it, but
yeah,
you haven't changed a lot. I mean, you really don't look like you've aged a lot. Maybe gained a little weight, like we all do.
No, my thyroid failed enough to zero, and I'm almost double in size.
Wow, everyone's being so quiet.
Yeah, I mean, I should start a second one, and
I really don't have nothing to talk about. I just want to see what you guys were talking about. Where's Shamos at? Hey, he'll get a convo going. That guy can talk. And as soon as you start talking, he tells you to shut the fuck up. He's like, shut the fuck up. Hold on. Then starts throwing the straw mans around. Or building the straw mans and blowing them down. But he's alright. He's not much different than a whole lot of other folks on Google Hangouts.
Who's not?
Where's JJ at? You there, JJ?
I think everyone went out.
Did you start another room?
In the midst of trying to start one.
Adi, have you ever been to North Carolina?
No. Actually, I might have had a layover at an airport.
Oh yeah, like in Raleigh, Charlotte, maybe.
I think it was in Charlotte.
I just found out Shamos is living in North Carolina, but he's on down the road from me quite a bit. He's in the Outer Banks.
Pretty terrifying place. I would probably be,
terrifying
shocked
place?
that
Oh, it is in my town. We have one of the highest murder rates per capita. 250,000 people, and we have people killed just left and right. One just this weekend, matter of fact. I hear someone echoing.
Probably me.
Yeah, someone got killed over the weekend. But I mean, we have people. It's ridiculous. It's mostly black on black crime. Not always, but many times. And I live in a predominantly black neighborhood, and Hispanic, but I'm the minority here as a white person. I mean, my kids all grew up with all their best friends are black and Hispanic. My son's girlfriend's Puerto Rican. It's just what he grew up with. But this town, a lot of towns are a lot different, definitely, because this is a military town where I'm at. And but you can go down the road an hour, and it's completely different. Much nicer, safer. A lot of stuff to do for families and stuff like that. Matter of fact, Cary, North Carolina was ranked one of the best places to live in the United States. And just an hour down the road to where I'm at is ranked in one of the worst. I mean, it's just a shithole. It really is. And I'm from here, and I say it's a shithole. The only reason I came back here was because my mom lives here, and I had little kids, and I wanted her to be able to see her grandkids, grow up. So I came back here from Colorado. I loved Colorado. Freaking awesome place.
I have, not much in the way of remaining connections to generation before me, and clearly I won't be having any generations after me either.
I remember you telling me that, because I think we'd had a discussion one time. You're kind of on the down and outs about finding somewhere to go and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, well, what about family? And you're like, no, that's out of the question. That's sad. But a lot of my family I don't talk to. A lot of my so-called old friends, I don't have any of them because they all ended up using me and then turn around and stab me in the back. So I kind of did away with the whole friends concept. I have acquaintances and that kind of thing, but
I think we've emptied out the hangout.
I'll get something to drink. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's you may not the most couth thing to do. I suppose if I were maybe a little bit more selective about the participants, I might somehow be able to avoid people running away like this. So. Hmm. Where the fuck did everyone just go?
I'm here. I'm just cracking up my shit posting fucking addiction.
Yeah. Well, in the 5 minutes I was taking to start up a second hangout, the first one basically just emptied.
Yeah, what happened there? All of a sudden, everyone kind of left. Well, not everyone, but a few people left.
More than two. Basically, I think it was like 4.
Maybe there's something else going on because it's almost, well, it's 9 for us, but yeah. So
Yeah, well,
something
it's
else.
dinner time here.
I know it's not Drunken Peasants tonight, Nadia, so they're not cleaning anything out tonight because they're not on tonight.
Well, people can't really join them anyways.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it was just something else that they were up to. I guess yeah, dinner time and all that.
Yeah. Joe just asked, is today snore day? So. Well, I don't know. We don't necessarily need a whole lot of room at this point. That's what you live for? It's a
Yep.
description of that.
I have a problem. I have an addiction.
To what?
Shit posting on 4chan.
Okay. Well, bear with me, I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back, not that anyone's actually left. And of course, Jim clears the room, please. That's always an encouraging sign. Hey. Nobody feels up to trying to counterclaim against there being no such things as gods.
I think there could be gods in the old Greek sense.
In the old Greek sense, polytheistic?
Yeah, where a god is just a really powerful being, not necessarily something that's like the monotheistic god.
Okay, well. But this powerful is in the sense of supernatural powers, right?
Yeah, but I would put it under the preternatural.
With the what natural?
Preternatural, so it's like supernatural, but it's just unexplained by science. Or as of yet, unexplained.
So, only like in a similar sense to how, I don't know, alien technology would be appealing to natural principles not yet explained.
Yeah, pretty much that.
Okay. Okay, well. Aliens with more advanced technology than we might have is not that far out. Triggers, of course, then whether we'd actually be in contact with them. And I rather doubt we would be. I think most people doubt that too.
I find those explanations for gods and things like the Bible more interesting than the make-believe monotheistic God idea.
Or magic, or supernatural, or whatever they want to call it.
Right, right. I think it's more interesting to think, like, what if aliens came to Earth and seeded the planet with genetic material or whatever to create the various creatures here? I think that's more interesting than just some magical, arbitrary saying there's life now kind of situation.
Same time, I think we can assess kind of what the physical limits of things are. And I'll consider that far beyond unlikely, right?
With certain things, yeah, but creation of life or terraforming and things like that aren't necessarily beyond reason.
Well, travel itself would be, though. We're literally talking like light years to nearest stars, never mind ones with something actually there to actually play around with and such, right? Faster than light space travel? I don't think so.
I guess that depends what your opinion on like quantum physics is, because they are getting into the point where they say things like teleportation are possible or whatever. So, I mean, I'm not a scientist that knows very much about that kind of thing.
Well, I wasn't necessarily like, some kind of brilliant math person or whatever, but I mean, I don't know that it takes that much of like math to keep up with the kinds of models they're proposing, and there really isn't room for some of the kinds of ideas that get proposed.
So you don't think that FTL travel can fit into those kinds of experiments?
No, I don't think you can. And it shows something that's maybe strange in a way, but I don't think it's something that's useful as a method of travel.
Have you ever seen that Vsauce video, Faster Than Dark?
I don't really like watch much in the way of videos on YouTube.
You're missing out. It's actually pretty funny.
Yeah, sitting and watching things is kind of not my idea of entertainment. What was the idea again that we could somehow utilize, like, what is it, the sort of uncertainty principle or whatever it is, as some kind of way of transporting things?
Well, there has to be some method, considering that material has gotten here from, I guess, whatever the center of the universe was. So, I mean, if you were immortal, like in some kind of stasis, or if you were like an AI or something like that, then I guess it would be possible, in theory.
Well, the way that mass energy was transported from, I guess, the quote-unquote center of the universe, whatever you want to call it, wasn't that it actually moved, but rather that new space grew between.
Isn't that the same thing as moving?
No. For one, well, the apparent thing that new space appearing can do is to, well, if you would call it motion, make the motion faster than light in some respects, right? That can't be the case, because when there is actual motion, it shows energetic, I guess, properties and such that have hard boundaries at the speed of light. So it's definitely distinct kind of phenomenon motion. It's anticipated this will mean that what is it? The galaxies will no longer be able to see each other at some point in the eventual future. Expansion between galaxies and all that, or new space that's growing between galaxies. Quote unquote, make them apparently move faster than light away from each other. And they just can't see each other anymore.
Right.
It's kind of a I'll go on from there, like, individual galaxies basically get eaten up by their black holes, their cores or whatever. It's way past when the Earth will be here.
No, the Earth will be here forever. The Earth is the center of the universe.
Oh, yeah. Geocentrists, right?
We're God's chosen planet. He's not going to let anything happen to us.
Hey, where's Nephilim free? I'm sure it'll go on about the Table of Nations. Really, let's go into that. It's kind of sad in a way.
So Nadia, is communism, is that universal?
Is it universal? Well, in what respect?
Well, it has to be done on a global level, right? So if we have Earth and Mars, and one is going to be communist and one is going to be capitalist, does that mean communism then has to go take over both planets? It has to apply everywhere?
I think the kinds of and the barriers to communication and exchange and all that are so great between planets and things on that order that kind of global partitioning scheme considerations are different. I'm also not convinced that this sort of idea of, I don't know, like Mars colonization or whatever can really happen.
You don't think so?
Well, I mean, in principle, if there were sort of infinite resources to throw at making Mars livable or something, yeah, you kind of do that then, but the thing is, that's not what we have on Earth. What exists on Earth is very finite.
I think somebody will figure it out.
Figure what out?
How to terraform the Earth in a economically sustainable way. Or not the Earth, Mars, I mean.
Well, what does distributing resources matter? It's not a matter of distribution. It's a matter of, is there enough period? Right? For instance, what do you think? Oh, welcome back, Mac, by the way. Yeah.
We should ask Mac about this. Do citizens of Mars still fall under the same requirements of citizens of Earth for the Bible and God and all that stuff?
Yeah, do tell Mac.
I didn't get a word of that. What?
If you live on Mars, do you have to follow all of God's rules like you do on Earth?
If I live on Mars?
Yes.
How does that change anything exactly?
Well, the scriptures refer to the Earth explicitly, don't they?
They refer to what God has created.
Yeah, but you can find the word Earth used in scriptures, can't you?
Yeah.
So I'm just asking, so does that apply to Mars as well, or is that just the Earth?
Well, you assume that there's existence on Mars.
Well, there's something on Mars. We've sent drones there and stuff, so we already know what's there.
You assume that.
What do you mean?
Well, because you're talking about this we. You didn't do anything. You have people that told you that they did something. You assume that they did what they said they told you.
Right, but isn't that the case for basically everything?
No, it's not.
So are you saying that you assume people don't tell the truth, or you assume they do tell the truth?
Well, depending on who you're talking to, I don't see any reason to trust them.
Are you one of those flat Earth people?
No, I don't believe in that the Earth is flat. No.
Okay. You don't think the Earth is flat, but you don't believe that they've sent things to Mars.
I don't see how that correlates with anything that what you just asked me.
Well, I'm just asking you if that's what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying there's no reason for me to believe that they did what they said that they did.
Okay, so you're saying you don't know if anything's being to Mars or not.
No, I would probably be dogmatic in the sense that going by the scriptures, God did not create. Excuse me, He did not create life anywhere else except on the planet Earth.
Oh no, we're talking about people going to Mars and starting colonies and stuff.
Well, if people could, then it wouldn't change a thing.
But again, wouldn't scriptures that reference the Earth specifically not apply to those people because they're on Mars?
You still came from Earth. You changing from a planet does not change from the fact that God created you in His image. So therefore, it transcends just you being on a planet. That's kind of dumb.
Oh, okay, so it does apply to everywhere then.
As long as you're a man, as long as you're part of the human race of mankind, then yeah, it would. Animals don't have this issue.
What about animal-human hybrids?
No such thing.
Well, we've already shown through genetics that we could create them conceivably, so I'm just curious.
Can't. No, you couldn't.
Well, that definitely wouldn't support evolution, to tell you that.
I know, right? That's true.
Oh, and welcome back home.
Hello, hello.
Animal-human hybrids.
Are we talking about that? Are we talking about that dog thing? Like that thing that someone looked like? I don't know. It was like this weird-looking dog thing that had no fur. Are you talking about that? As far as human hybrids?
No, I mean like they've done it with sheep. They mixed spider DNA with sheep or something crazy like that. So I mean they can do it.
A spider sheep.
But you know that's not natural, right?
Right,
Heck
but
yeah,
I
that's
was
not
just
natural.
asking if God's law applies to those as well.
What law? Like what law are you talking about?
Well, Mac was saying that if you're, as long as you're still human, you're subject to certain rules that animals aren't. So I was just wondering, a human-animal hybrid, if it is subject to those rules or not.
What rules?
I don't know, whichever ones Mac was suggesting that animals aren't subject to, I guess.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, Vecco, he doesn't understand that I was talking about the moral law. I don't see how he didn't get an understanding from that. But yeah, you're subject to the moral law of God as mankind. You're subject to that, and even pretty much all of creation is. The problem is that animals are not held accountable for the things that they do because they weren't created in that fashion. Mankind was just like as well as the Nephilim, because even the Bible says that all of creation was corrupted and that man's heart was on evil continually. These things were still men though, which is kind of weird.
So you're saying that yes, animal-human hybrids are subject to moral laws?
No, I'm not talking about those things. Nothing that occurred during the time of Noah, nothing like that was ever shown to exist. It was things like it was basically things that were demons mixing their DNA, whatever that was, with mankind itself, and became the Nephilim. The children from them became the Nephilim. Those things were still subject to the moral law of God.
Well, I mean, would a human-animal hybrid be subject to, I guess, the prohibitions against sodomy or whatever, right?
You said a human-animal hybrid?
Would a human-animal hybrid be subject to the Christian prohibitions against sodomy?
First, I would not even grant that they would ever exist.
What about Australopithecus?
What the heck is that thing?
It's pretty human.
Well, we could
So
also
human that we could produce viable offspring with it.
You're talking about a monkey that people think was human, or a human that people
Well,
think
Vecco, monkey, we're not descended from monkeys. Monkeys are our cousins.
Oh my gosh, I wish people would just stop saying that.
Like
and what's sad,
Australopithecus buried their dead and decorated the graves. Does that make them human?
I almost feel that even prostitutes have better value for themselves than even what you guys are saying right now when you say that monkeys are our cousins. This is just ridiculous.
Yeah. That's pretty deep. I like that. That's pretty deep. I like that. I like that, Mac. I like that. That's deep.
Australopithecus buried their dead and decorated the graves. Are they human?
Who said? Okay. from my understanding, when you said that, who says that they did that?
Archaeology.
Okay, archaeology. Now, how can they know in the present, right now, in the present, how can they know in the past that these things did this? And they've never observed this.
Archaeology.
Right. So how could they know that they buried anything? They can't prove that. That's speculation.
They can tell by the soil that it was dug up, the things were dug up and buried, and they find a fucking decorated tombstone.
Oh, so humans could have done the same thing and just...
Yeah, but what if it's not a human in the grave, it's an Australopithecus, not a Homo sapien?
No. Hold on. If humans can do that, what's to say that that was not the case? That's just the old grandma who, you know, she was walking on two legs, and apparently they didn't give her a chance to get a cane, so she started walking back on four.
They did walk on two legs.
And so could a person.
They're not Homo sapien. They're not Homo sapien.
They're not Homo sapien.
Correct.
What is a Homo sapien?
A human.
And what? Okay, so.
Like there's Homo erectus, Homo habilis.
Okay, so anything.
Is Homo erectus a human?
I don't know what these terms are. That's why I'm asking you.
Well, Mac, it's embarrassing for somebody that it's your position that you don't know that.
And no, because I don't adhere to that. I don't adhere to that that worldview that's what we're called. I consider that there are animals, there are creatures, and there's mankind. Mankind. That's what the Bible says that we are. We're not some monkey kind.
Apes.
Yeah, we're not that.
Humans are apes, Mac.
Oh my gosh. Yo.
Okay, we're humans are animals, Mac.
I don't understand.
Let me talk. Let me ask fucking Mac a question. Mac, are you a living organism? Are you a living organism that feeds on organic matter? Mac?
Yep.
Are you a living organism that feeds on organic matter?
Yeah.
Do you have specialized sense organs and a nervous system that's able to respond rapidly to stimuli?
Yeah.
Then you're a fucking animal by definition.
Whose definition?
The dictionary.
Okay, I don't go by their definition of what makes me a man.
Who is echoing, and can they stop? Thank you.
What's the magical barrier between human and animal?
We're created in the image of God. Animals were not.
Okay, well, fucking Homo habilis looks an awful lot like a human, so were they created in God's image?
Yeah, they look like an awful lot of human. You know, with CGI and the makeup artists, I can definitely make them look as human as I want them to be. That doesn't mean that they are.
They're upright chimps. They're the earliest in the Homo genera.
Yeah.
It's not until you get to...
Joel, what's the order for Homo habilis, Homo erectus, and Australopithecus?
What's the order? I think what is it? It's like hominin. See, there's a lot of hominids that I always get confused. So I'm not going to tell you. I know that we're all in the tribe hominin, though. And the whole thing is that...
Which is most closely related to human, Homo sapien?
Between Homo habilis and what?
Homo erectus and...
Homo erectus is more.
Australopithecus.
Australopithecus is before. Australopithecus
is Lucy, right?
Genus. Yeah.
That's okay.
That's Afarensis. Australopithecus afarensis.
So we were fucking decorating our graves before we were even Homo habilis.
No, they weren't decorating their graves, or at least I don't.
Australopithecus did.
What is the? Because I'm pretty sure that I mean, we barely can argue that they were using tools. I mean, you know what habilis means, right?
The tool maker?
Yeah, it means handyman, yeah. So to have decorating graves, you might be thinking of the Shinadar flowers, and that's associated with Neanderthal.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, these names are obnoxious, so it's not a big deal. and
me-
it still doesn't deflate your point. That I mean, what does it mean that there are other species within our genera, like Homo neanderthalensis, that exhibited clear, yeah, I think I would call it that, yeah, instances of like performing ritual. I mean, I'm sorry if I stepped all over your point, Godless. What was your main point, so I can?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's kind of what's the magical barrier between Homo sapiens and animals, according to Matt.
I mean, I don't. I mean, it's all for categorization. It's useful to categorize categorize stuff, but I mean, especially when we're talking about our ancestors in the past. I mean, we're using a different species concept, right? We can't use the biological species concept on things that we can't tell whether or not they boned. I mean, recently, go ahead.
Well, to be a different species, your offspring had to be sterile, right?
That's a biological species concept, but then there's something called the morphological species concept. Yeah?
I don't know about that, but couldn't we produce viable offspring with
with Neanderthal?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's shown there's evidence. Yeah, but it's very, 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 like, it's really, really small. 3 to 5%. Nadia, do you have? Because this is like kind of brand newish stuff. Were you about to say something, Nadia? You're giggling. So.
I was going to. I think it's only Y chromosome haplotypes that seem to have Neanderthal origin.
Is it only them? I just know that 3 to 5% of the genome is composed of Neanderthal. That's all I know, but you know the specifics.
The haplotype affairs suggest that only Neanderthal male, human female couplings were successful. Right,
really?
so it's human male, Neanderthal female, any kind of genetic left of it.
That goes against my sexy hypothesis that Homo sapiens were the tallest, and we also have the biggest schlongs of all the hominins, and because of that, that's why I mean we're the only species in our genus.
What's Cro-Magnon?
Cro-Magnon is it's just Homo sapien, but it's designated Homo sapien in Western Europe.
Weren't they short?
They probably were stockier, and I'm not sure. I can't just. I was just about to just pull something out of my ass. I'm sorry. I would only assume that they were stockier because of just. I mean, we were a lot shorter in the 1700s.
Right.
Go and look at like the ships. If you look at the Titanic, if they did the Titanic to the scale it was today, it would be like a Titanic for Munchkins. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they were on the range, still within the range of variation with humans today, but probably smaller. But Cro-Magnon, it's just a term for Western Homo sapiens in Western Europe.
Well, anyway, that link suggests that scientists in China managed to fuse bunnies with humans, at least on the embryonic level. So that's why I was asking, do God's laws apply to animal-human hybrids?
My ex-mother-in-law's boyfriend told me that
was a bunny?
He had cabots, so he had a cat that fucked a bunny and that gave birth to cabots. And like everybody's sitting in the room there, and I'm like looking around, like, why aren't people laughing at this guy? And everybody believed him. It was so fucked up.
Cabots.
But Mac hasn't been able to answer whether or not God's laws apply to animal-human hybrids or not.
I just told you. You don't get it.
I know, but I'm telling you that with genetic engineering, we can make them so that they are animal-human hybrids by even your definition.
No, they're not.
How aren't they if they have animal DNA and human DNA?
Because I told you the only hybrids that I ever talked about in the Bible concerning something producing offspring from man that was not coming from man itself was demons that were able to do that. Other than that, no. You don't have anything like that concerning in the scriptures the way that happened.
Right, but I'm telling you, with modern science, we can make those types of creatures.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, though, Mac doesn't accept like any sort of empirical,
Please don't say anything into my mouth, please.
But you told me that, though, Mac.
Concerning what?
You said that just you can't use empirical or statistical methods in order to you're right. My bad. That was just specific to finding out who is a Christian. My bad.
Thank you.
My bad.
Yeah.
My bad, Mac. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, I just fucked up, everyone. Ask your question again, Ken.
Well, I'm just trying to sort out whether or not the rules apply to these new creatures. That's all.
You didn't even understand what the rule was about. You're asking this question and you don't even know what the rule was when I initially told it to you.
Well, what's the rule that you were referring to?
What? You're asking me the question. It's like you don't know what you're talking about when you refer to rule. What are you referring to concerning biblical standards? What are you referring to?
You know, things like the Ten Commandments, the general rules of the Bible.
Okay, now, going by the scriptures, were even the Nephilim, or you know what, better yet, let's go even before that, were the angels themselves, who are not human, were they subject to God's law?
I don't know, you tell me, you're the expert.
Why ask the question if you're not going to investigate what you're trying to go against? Or what you're trying to inquire.
You typically ask a question when you want to get access to information you don't have, and you think the person you're asking the question of has
No, because you have access to it, and it's like you're purposely not trying to look it up yourself.
So should we not ask you about the Bible in the future?
No, it's not a problem. It's just that I wish y'all would just take the time to do that before you would just before you just make these statements that you do.
But Mac, you're saying he's confused. You're saying he's confused. He's asking questions in order to clarify, and you're belittling him for.
No, I'm not. Because he has the same access to the information that I do, and he's trying to when he asked the question. One, he did not know what he was talking about concerning the law. He didn't know what he was talking about. Two, when he was trying to inquire something, the answers was already shown in Genesis on what he's actually asking. Why didn't he just go back to that?
I don't know. When I know something and I can talk about it and it's something I'm interested in, usually I'm excited to explain things to people. I don't understand why that's not. I mean, I'm not crazy for being.
Why is
What's up, Seth?
Why is Godless in here? Oh, Nadia's still in here. Okay, sorry. For a second I didn't see Nadia. I was worried.
Godless, do we need both of you?
What?
Which one of you? Do we need both of you?
Why am I here twice?
Yeah. I'm gonna kick the one that hasn't been responding to me.
Okay.
Which I don't think I can. I don't know if she give me. Ooh, which one? Talk again.
I don't see me twice here. Wait, it must both be the same person.
I see her twice as well.
Wait, is one in a niqab and one is just no picture?
They're both no picture to me.
Well, then there's only one account here that's no picture, so don't boot it, because it'll boot both of me.
The only way?
Nothing of value would be lost.
Wow, which one should I boot? I can't tell when you're in Toolbox which one to boot. Wait, okay, yes you can.
I think it's gonna, no matter which one you boot, it's gonna boot me.
I'm gonna boot this one.
They're both the same account.
Oh, don't boot her, don't boot her, don't boot her.
Well, can you... Okay.
Do it.
Wait, what if I try to come back on my other account?
Do that.
Yeah, try that.
Okay. Nobody take my fucking spot. If somebody takes my spot, if somebody comes here, tell them to fucking leave.
Come on out. Don't worry.
But only one of her left. I'm gonna kick the other one. Gods above. You're gone.
I can't wait till she comes back with her usual account with her beautiful picture on it.
I don't know if her makeup game's on point.
I think it's fine. It's quite
I
nice.
know the Muslim look kind of triggers me a little bit.
No, she got that going. That's all right. But makeup game. She has a cattail, right?
Something like
Why don't
that.
you why don't you leave that account in there as like a placeholder until she gets back?
Yeah, good thinking.
Mac dropped. And so did Veckel.
I think Mac was in here. Wasn't Mac earlier that wasn't wanting to fess up to selling out the Jews or whatever?
He sold out the Jews? He promised me he wouldn't.
No, we were talking to one of the theists earlier, and JJ said, like, what's more important, like glory to God or human survival and betterment and stuff. And he put forward the idea of lying to the Nazis about hiding Jews in the basement, and the guy was unable to answer the question.
That reminds me of a terrible, terrible joke that I made to a stranger once. I was at a place and somebody asked what the day was. And it happened to be 9/11. So I said, "It's 9/11. You promised you wouldn't forget."
There's
I still
11
find myself
tiles
here
in here.
twice.
And were they like a firefighter on the day?
No.
Yeah.
A horrible human being?
Yeah,
What's
fuck you, Seth, for defending Islam.
Hey, there's
What are you talking about?
there's 11
Triggered.
There is 11 tiles in here.
I'm legitimately curious about what Godless is talking about.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Don't
hear what I
pretend
said?
you don't defend Islam.
1, 2,
I don't
3,
know what you're talking about, Godless.
Yeah, there is. It's
Example.
weird.
9, 10. Whoa. No, well, it's because there's double godless.
Yeah.
So I'm not.
And that's okay.
She's in
She's
the
not
count,
taking up a
too.
spot, so it's fine.
Okay, all right.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
true that.
All right. Well, Mac, getting back to your point. Oh.
Yeah, he dropped.
Well, Godless apparently wants to challenge me for defending Islam, but I'm not exactly sure what she's talking about.
You're defending the Muslims. I don't know. She heard 9/11 close enough.
I'm sure that Seth doesn't think that Islam is responsible for 9/11.
You're sure?
Why do you think 9/11 happened?
I think there are a lot of factors, Islam being one of them, yeah.
Elaborate.
Goddess Girl, have you read The Looming Tower?
No, what's that?
It's a really good book. Gives the it pretty much sets up explains how radical Islam or
There's no such thing as radical Islam.
whatever term I could say without
Islam.
voice yelling at me. How like the founding fathers of what would become, Al Qaeda and then later ISIS. It sets up, it all started in like the late 50s and probably well before that, but that's where the book starts. It's really good, well written. And yeah. Don't fucking torture people, because they'll get pissed off while they're sitting in jail and then want to come and fight back.
Yeah, I don't think that's the reason.
Well, it's one of the factors. Like a lot of people were, Why does no one want a formal debate?
What do you mean?
What do you want to debate?
Because it's hard.
What do you want to debate?
Just, does God exist? But like
I'll
every
defend.
time
I'll defend the existence of God. Me and you right now, 1-on-1.
20
Opening
okay.
statements.
Go ahead, 20-minute opening statement. Go.
No, I don't want a 20-minute opening statement. I want a 3-minute opening statement.
3-minute opening statement.
This just went from formal debate to impromptu debate. I mean, it's not exactly formal if you're just, you know.
It's exactly the opposite of what I wanted. Yeah.
Joe wants like a couple of days to read up, write an opening statement, research your possible responses to his arguments, and try to develop his arguments against yours. That's a formal debate.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I thought that like especially the people who kind of want to come off as like apologists and stuff. I thought it would be a lot easier, but the only person close to that who was down to formally debate was Max Hangouts, but the rest were just people who didn't know the process you just described, like G-Man and Outer Owl. I feel bad because Outer Owl has been nice to me, and he gets a lot of crowd, so I shouldn't be meeting him. But I don't think he knew what he was getting into.
Joe, do you believe in free will?
No, I don't think I have a choice. No, I don't. Did you hear my answer?
Yeah.
Did you want me to say yes?
Yeah.
No, I don't. And I'm very persuaded that compatibilism is really just determinism. But I mean,
compatibilism is determinism. Well, yeah, by definition.
It's pretty much just like they try to make it a little bit like, look, we can be friends, but it's like fuck you. It's just determinism.
They're just redefining free will.
I mean, I don't like. The problem is, I think that the immediate intuitive objections to free will that come into my head, I think probably I'm a bit embarrassed to think about it, because it's like if one person doesn't have free will, doesn't it mean everyone doesn't? Doesn't that mean there just isn't free will? Like, what does it? How do they get around like babies? Fucking babies. It's no fucking. It's like, is it free will only a concern when you are like like you have all the cognitive faculties, and then it's like, well, fuck you. That's not. I mean, obviously, that's not free will. That's constrained. That's determined by something. It actually pisses me off. That's why I don't talk about it.
That's the same like if babies go to hell or not. There's just this undetermined cutoff point.
Does Seth believe that he has free will?
I don't know.
I'll ask him. Seth, do you believe you have free will?
I don't know.
Godless girl. He says, I don't know.
Well, that's just stupid, because obviously you don't.
Okay.
Hey, Seth, godless? No, go ahead. Sorry.
That's nice, godless. I think it might be a little bit more complicated than that.
Seth won't bite, godless. Pillbox has tried to. I see Pillbox try to bait him.
I hear about Pillbox all the time, but I haven't encountered him.
You two should have crazy babies.
Udic once called me a female version of Pillbox.
You're too much like Rose.
No, not. You're
yeah,
not.
I've heard a lot about her too, but I haven't encountered her.
I am not Godless's biggest fan, as any of you can guess, but she is nowhere near as bad as Rose or Pillbox.
But the thing is, Pillbox is a showman. Like, and Godless has that. There's sincerity in Rose's delivery, whereas Godless, you could tell she's putting on a performance to some extent. I'm not saying you're not genuine. I'm just saying there's some sort of performative aspect to her shtick, and the same with Pillbox. And so that's why
I'm sincere, but I say things just to be inflammatory too.
Yeah. They're the sons of Allah. I'm not a bigot. Don't even know. Okay, so all the Christians left. Godless, you wanted to throw down.
Well, give me an atheist then.
Hold on.
Okay, Seth. I'll define the existence of the Christian God to Seth.
Oh, I was gonna do it actually, but okay. Go ahead. 3 minutes. You want me to mod, or do you want to go up against me and have someone mod?
Seth, agree?
Sure, why not?
All right. I'm gonna mod.
Weeks, but okay.
Okay, I will destroy him.
Okay, well, you're going first, Godless Girl, but let me get the timer a crack-a-lackin'.
Well, hold on. What's the subject exactly?
Too late. You're just gonna go. Sorry. Go ahead.
The existence of the Christian God.
What about it?
Ready?
So, premise 1.
Hold on. You don't just start like you're some sort of. Okay. All right. Ready, set, go.
Premise 1, if knowledge exists, then God exists. Premise 2, knowledge exists, conclusion, therefore God exists. So, in defense of the first premise, any worldview that doesn't presuppose the Christian God can't know anything, knowledge being justified true belief, because you would be relying on your cognitive faculties to determine that your cognitive faculties are reliable, which is circular. It's begging the question. It's a logical fallacy. So Seth's worldview has no scaffolding. It just collapses and it's reduced to absurdity. Because how does Seth know anything? You can't know anything unless you've had divine revelation from an omnipotent, omniscient God who cannot tell a lie, and the Christian God is the only one that can do that, fits that description. And the Christian God has revealed to me, let me ask you, Seth, if an omnipotent God who could not tell a lie existed, couldn't he reveal something to us so that we could know it for certain? Because he could do anything that's logically possible, right? So I've had a divine revelation that's incommunicable from the Christian God, and he's told me that he exists and that my cognitive faculties are reliable when I read Scripture. And everybody, including you, Seth, knows in your heart that God exists, because everybody's had this divine revelation, and it's only that you, in rebellion of the existence of the Christian God, deny this. And you can't even question my worldview without stepping into my worldview, because every time you ask a question, you don't know. Maybe that's a malformed question because you don't know anything. You don't even know that you're fucking talking to me right now, you idiot. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, you cede your minute 20.
Oh, I'm only at a minute 20?
Well, yeah, but, well, and could the audience please be respectful?
Let me see
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on, I fucking,
right.
there's no, hey, you please.
Okay, let me
ahead.
just say one more thing.
No, you fucked up.
Notice how Seth doesn't tell us how he knows anything during his opening statement. So, in other words, it's all just gibberish.
Okay, Seth, I'm going to give you another minute for how obnoxious that was. Are you down with that?
I don't know if I'll need it or not.
Okay, you ready to go? Well, I'm sorry that she
Yes, I am. I don't have anything
Ready,
prepared.
Set, go.
Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you this. If Christianity is true, then why doesn't God exist? Checkmate. But seriously, this idea that knowledge is problematic for a secular worldview or an atheistic worldview is bollocks. We all make basic assumptions, properly basic beliefs, that our reasoning faculties are generally reliable, and our sense perceptions are also generally reliable. We can make inferences about the universe from that and come to knowledge. That's something that we all do. So there's knowledge for you. There's a bigger problem in the fact that well, God really doesn't exist. We can know that because there are certain things that we would expect to see in the world if God did exist. Like, there probably wouldn't be people that want to know that God exists, would like a relationship with God, and who are denied that relationship with God. People like, I don't know, Joe, perhaps. Our moderator, Joe, I think, we've had conversations before, I think that if it was true that God existed, he would like to know it. And for God, the primary reason for existence is to bring people to know and enjoy him. And yet, Joe and other people like him are denied this. Are denied
Okay, let me just say one more thing.
No, he's still talking. It's a formal debate. Proceed.
They're denied this, and that's not something you would expect to see if Christianity or theism at base were true. There are other problems, such as the problem of, well, not the problem, but the argument from fine-tuning against theism. If the world were created by a god, you would expect to see complex. You'd expect to see moral beings that interact with each other. That's something you might expect to see under theism. What you wouldn't necessarily see is complex biological organisms living in a world where that is finely tuned for them. You would just the base minimum for God to judge his creation is for moral interactions. You don't need a complex biological body for that, or a universe that they can exist in. But if naturalism were true, if naturalism at base were true, and we see complex biological organisms, you would expect that the universe that they exist in would be finely tuned for their existence. So the fact that that's what we see is evidence towards atheism, or at least naturalism.
30 seconds or 25 seconds, and you still have that minute if you want it.
No, that's fine. Not two little arguments. So that's fine.
Okay.
Time.
Do you guys want to have them just be the same amount of times, or just slowly? How about 2 minutes, 45 or 2 minutes 30 seconds, not 2
For
hours.
rebuttals.
What do we cross the examination or rebuttal?
Rebuttal first, then cross-examination.
Let's do let's do 2-minute rebuttals, and then we'll go into cross-exam. Go ahead.
Oh, I'll destroy
starting
cross-examination.
right now.
Okay, so notice that he didn't respond to my argument. So he didn't give refutations to either one of my premises. And also, he made an awful lot of fucking knowledge claims, but just like I predicted, he didn't give us epistemic justification for any of his claims. And he's trying to use an evidential argument against presuppositionalism. What the fuck? Every time he speaks, he's presupposing meaning is possible. How the fuck does he know meaning is possible? Is he relying on his cognitive faculties and then using his cognitive faculties to determine that his cognitive faculties are reliable? That's begging the question, Seth. That's a logical fallacy. And every time he talks, also, he's presupposing meaning is possible. And the laws of logic are true. How does he know the laws of logic are true? Is he relying on his reasoning to determine that his reasoning is reliable, which is begging the question? Also, he mentioned naturalism. So in his Seth the naturalist worldview, the laws of logic are unchanging, or they're universal and immaterial, yet unchanging. How the fuck does, or no, I'm sorry, the laws of logic are immaterial, no wait, they're universal and unchanging, yet they're immaterial. So how the fuck does Seth make sense of that without begging the question? Seth doesn't even know that he's talking to me right now. Okay, so on naturalism, here's my refutation to Seth the naturalist's naturalism. In order to know something, you have to know that the impossible is contrary. Premise 2, Seth doesn't know that it's impossible that he's in the Matrix. Conclusion, Seth doesn't know that he's not in the fucking Matrix. So he doesn't even know that the external material world exists. Also, is Seth the naturalist, is he relying on his senses? How the fuck does he know his senses are reliable? Is he relying on his senses to determine his senses are reliable? And he didn't give a refutation to either one of my premises, which is if knowledge exists, then God exists.
All right. Go ahead. Okay, so Seth, you have your 2-minute rebuttal.
Notice Seth doesn't tell us how he knows.
Hey, Seth, you get 2 minutes and 15 seconds more.
Yeah, so don't be swayed by Godless telling you what you've heard. I clearly responded to her question about knowledge and how we can know things. We make base assumptions, properly basic beliefs, and from them we can come to true knowledge. It's not a problem there. As a matter of fact, if she has a problem with the way that I come to knowledge, then she can tell me why we shouldn't assume or rely on, say, the laws of logic or our basic sense perception, or the basic reliability of our sense perception. These are things that she believes are true, and I believe they're true, so we can both come to knowledge. So if that's true, unless she wants to deny the laws of logic or the fact that our sense perception is generally reliable, then you can take my arguments and actually apply them. And I think my arguments come to, well, one of them is a weak argument for naturalism, and one of them is a stronger argument for atheism. And those you could rely on unless she can give you a reason why they're not reliable. She actually didn't respond to my arguments, not the other way around. How much time do I have?
You have 50 seconds. Well, you have a minute and 5 seconds. Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah. I thought I was going to say something else. I can't think of anything right now. I guess I'll cede my time.
All right, so
Let's have a long cross-examination.
Okay, how about well, is everyone fine with this, by the way?
Yeah, we're fine with it.
That's fucking fine with it. Okay. How about 10-minute cross-examination? What's her chick goes first, and then we switch roles. This I will be a dick about browbeating or grandstanding,
What's that
or
mean?
if you're asking questions when it's not your turn to ask questions. Grandstanding means well, I won't be a dick if it's grandstanding. That's your own fault. But if you're being a dick, I'll be a dick back. And if the person who's supposed to be answering questions, if they start asking questions, should I step? No, fuck it. Just browbeating. Ready, set, a go.
How long do I have?
10 minutes. Jeez.
10 minutes?
Jesus.
Okay. Well, that's too fucking long for you weirdos? Okay, fine.
5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay, I was going to say 8 minutes. I guess I'm old-fashioned. I like the longer durations. 5 minutes, you ready to go, Shorty?
I know what I'm going to ask her, so.
Well, I do go first. Just everybody noticed how Seth won't be able to answer any of my questions.
Okay,
So,
I'm starting it. Go.
Seth, how do you know anything without relying on your cognitive faculties?
I do rely on my cognitive faculties.
Oh, so do you use your cognitive faculties to determine your cognitive faculties are reliable?
No,
Oh, how do you know your cognitive faculties are reliable without relying on your cognitive faculties?
I don't.
Oh, so you don't know that your cognitive faculties are reliable, yet you're relying on them?
Yes.
Oh, okay, then you're destroyed. How do you know that the laws of logic are true without presupposing the existence of the Christian God?
I presuppose the laws of logic.
Right, so how do you know that they're true?
I don't.
Oh, exactly. So, could you be wrong about everything that you think you know?
No.
What do you know for certain, and how do you know it?
That I can't be certain. I can't be wrong about everything I claim to know.
How do you know that?
The absurdity of the alternative.
I don't understand that. You'll have to explain it.
If I could be wrong about everything I claim to know, then I could be wrong about that, which means can't be wrong about everything I claim to know. It's
Right.
absurd.
Well, your position is reduced. Your position is self-refuting, because you could be wrong about everything you think you know.
Well, no, I said I couldn't because I couldn't be wrong about that.
Okay. So what do you know, and how do you know it?
I know that I couldn't be wrong about everything I claim to know
How do you know?
because of the absurdity of the alternative.
Okay. Are you relying on presupposing that the laws of logic are true and that your cognitive faculties are reliable when we're determining that? Because we've already established that you don't know your cognitive faculties are reliable. So if you don't know that your cognitive faculties are reliable, then how do you know that something you're using your cognitive faculties, relying on your cognitive faculties for, is true?
I already answered that.
Well, no, you didn't.
Okay, I presuppose them.
Oh, so you don't know it. You're just assuming.
Right.
Right. So how do you know that the external material world exists? So you don't know anything. Wait, so you don't know anything.
What are you talking about? Which question you want me to answer?
If you're relying on your cognitive faculties when you don't know your cognitive faculties are reliable to determine something, then you don't know that that thing is true, because knowledge is justified true belief, correct?
I don't know. You'd have to slow down.
Knowledge is justified true belief, correct?
Correct.
Correct. So if you're relying on your cognitive faculties to determine something, but you don't know that your cognitive faculties are reliable, then you don't know that that proposition is true, correct?
No, because there could be properly basic belief, or
How do you know your
justified true belief? It would be justified in order to presuppose the laws of logic.
What's your justification for it if you're relying on your cognitive faculties and when you don't know your cognitive faculties are reliable?
What's the word I'm looking for here?
Just be honest.
Your turn to ask questions.
Just say just be honest and say you don't know.
You have less than 2 minutes, by the way.
Seth doesn't know. So, Seth.
Okay.
You don't know the external material world exists because you, in order to know something, you have to know that the contrary is impossible, and you don't know that. What?
It's a justified true belief.
you know that the external material world exists, even though you don't know it's not impossible that you're in the Matrix?
Oh, no,
Is
no.
it
The
possible?
external world. No, the external world is something that I assume is generally probably true or exists.
But you don't know it.
No, I assume it.
Right, so you don't know. So you don't even know that you're talking to me right now.
No, based on the fact that I assume the external world exists.
Thank you very much.
And
Thank you very much.
then I actually can.
Yeah, exactly.
know
So you don't know.
that I'm talking to you.
So Seth,
Are you well?
you have a?
Okay.
Can you escape hard solipsism?
No.
Oh, so you're a solipsist?
No.
Well, do you have an escape for it, or are you a fucking solipsist? There's only two fucking options. Come on, my time's up. Hurry up.
You have 35 seconds.
If you don't have an escape for hard solipsism, then don't you realize it's stupid to say you're not a solipsist?
No.
Well, then you're just an idiot.
Okay.
Is that a question?
Could you be wrong about everything you think you know?
No.
We already established that. Right. So if an omnipotent God who could not tell a lie existed, would it be impossible for him to reveal something to me so that I could know it for certain?
Say that again.
If an omnipotent God who could not tell a lie existed, would it be impossible for him to reveal something for me to me so I could know it for certain?
All right, you can answer this question if you want, but it's going to be your turn.
No, that's why the problem of divine hiddenness is a good reason why atheism is true.
Okay, so you ready to go, or do you need?
I think I answered that in the negative. I meant to answer it in the affirmative. But yeah, I guess I'm ready. I don't have no idea what I'm going to ask her.
Okay, well, you just gave it away. Okay, ready, set, go.
Does God want to enter in a relationship with His creation?
Yes.
Okay. Are there people that want a relationship with God that do not have a relationship with God?
I don't know.
If there were such people, would that be problematic for Christianity?
I don't know.
Don't know how you don't know that. So
well, yes,
if
I know that my cognitive faculties are reliable when I'm reading scripture.
Oh, how do you know that your cognitive abilities are reliable?
Because God has revealed it to me in a way that I could know for certain, and it's incommunicable.
Well, that would be problematic if, for example, your cognitive abilities weren't reliable.
But God has given me divine revelation that they are when I'm reading scripture.
Sure, and you could be fooled into believing that by a demon or your own cognitive abilities, right?
No, because God is omnipotent and he cannot tell a lie.
Sure, but can the devil reveal himself to you?
Yes, but if an omnipotent God who cannot tell a lie exists, it would be logically possible for him to reveal something to me so that I can know it for certain, and that's what's happened.
But how do you determine that the devil didn't give you an immediate experience of something that you would think is God?
I appeal to the divine revelation from the omnipotent God who cannot tell a lie.
Can Satan tell you that he cannot tell a lie?
Yes, but I know that my divine revelation didn't come from Satan because it's not from an omnipotent God that cannot tell a lie.
Yet you agree that Satan could tell you that he can't tell a lie and give you a similar experience.
Right, but a similar experience, but it wouldn't be the same experience. I can distinguish between the two because if an omnipotent God exists who cannot tell a lie, it would be logically possible for him to reveal it to me so that I could know for certain, so that I would be able to distinguish that revelation from one from a demon.
But it would also be possible for a demon to be able to reveal him. So it would give you a similar revelation.
Not as strong a revelation.
Oh, so have you had both and able to compare the two?
I'm able to distinguish between the two, yes. It's incommunicable.
How?
It's incommunicable.
How are you able to?
It's incommunicable.
Oh, okay, sure. I believe that. I guess I'm done with questions.
You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
That's fine.
Can I use his time to ask him questions?
No.
No.
All right. So what should they have for closings?
I'll just say that Seth doesn't know anything.
You have 2 minutes for your closing. Just say that during your closing. Ready, set, go.
Right. So we've determined that Seth cannot know anything. He's made an awful lot of knowledge claims, but he hasn't given us epistemic justification for any of them. And every time he questions my worldview, he's actually stepping into my worldview and presupposing it's impossible that the Christian God doesn't exist. That's all I have to say.
That's your ending? Okay, Seth, do you want... Should have just said
I just have one thing. Everything Seth is about to say presupposes the existence of God. Every time Seth speaks or thinks one word, which is presupposing the laws of logic are true and meaning is possible, he's presupposing it's impossible that my God doesn't exist. And Seth knows in his heart that the Christian God exists, and it's only in rebellion of the Christian God that he denies it.
Did you just, did your water just break or something? Never mind, I just heard, water pour.
That was the Kurd guy.
Is it... That was, okay, that was the adorable baby.
The ex-Muslim.
Ready to go?
The ex-Muslim that defends Islam. Go ahead, Seth.
Ready to go, Seth?
Sure. So I think it's clear who has better arguments here. I never once said that she didn't answer questions that she obviously answered, but Godless over and over again told you that I didn't respond to things I clearly responded to. I responded in my first statement when in a formal debate that wouldn't exactly be allowed about her first statement about my ability to come to knowledge, and I even defined knowledge for you, which she didn't. So just believe your own ears and make your own choice. That's all I have to say.
Why did he lie and say I'm the one that defined knowledge? Why did he just lie?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, well, I'm asking you, Joe. Why did he just lie?
Godless, I gotta say, you didn't do so well.
Yes, I did. Don't lie. Don't be biased because you're an atheist. Don't lie.
It was pretty.
I beat his ass. I destroyed him. I annihilated. I obliterated him.
It was. I mean, I couldn't make. You were talking really fast, and.
Joe, did he tell me one thing? How he knows it?
What is it?
I gave 2 syllogisms. Did he give a refutation to either one of my fucking syllogisms?
Damn it, Tanya will gaslight you with me, so I'm not gonna bother.
I also have to say that Godless really surprised me, and she was arguing for a side that she doesn't believe in. So
she loves this precept shit.
I honestly feel like I could probably argue better for the Christian side than the atheist side right now.
Especially just like the. How do you know that you don't know if you don't know that you know?
Joe, be honest. It might be a
argument.
No,
you did very well. No, I'm not going to gaslight you anymore if no one's going to help me. No, you did very well. What is it? You spoke really fast, though. That's an issue. You might not want to curse. And...
Ad hom.
You need to... What else? No, I'm giving you fucking constructive criticism.
Just admit that I won. Just say you won.
No, I thought Okay, yeah, you won. But
Thank
that's
you.
still awesome. You didn't address... you did... In the cross-exam, you did... you didn't do as well as I thought you would.
But I still won.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but
Seth didn't give me epistemic justification for one fucking thing he said. And he didn't respond. He didn't give a refutation to either one of my syllogisms. He didn't even attempt to. He just completely ignored my 2 syllogisms.
Why are you so fucking upset?
You're actually
I just like hang-ups. I get excited. Seth. Okay, now let's switch sides. Now, Seth, you defend the existence of God.
No, I don't like debating.
He's scared of me. Seth is scared of me.
You're obnoxious.
Scared.
Seth, this means she likes you a lot. Isn't that the weird thing?
I hope you're wrong.
I don't like Seth. He likes Muslims too much.
No, I mean, it wasn't her water. I think she was squirting at that point.
Seth, try to defend the existence of the Christian God, bitch.
No?
The God bitch?
God, bitch.
I mean, like she would have. I wouldn't respond. I wouldn't know how to respond because I hate presuppositional bullshit. So she would have kicked my ass.
Wait. I want to debate Seth on something. I won't even use presuppositional.
Look,
He's scared of me. Watch, he'll deny. He won't do it because he's scared.
Nothing
Scared.
against.
Run away, bitch.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. You're obnoxious.
Yeah, obnoxious. Therefore, you won't debate me.
Well,
'cause
hold
you're
on,
scared.
Seth. If you're dead serious, I'll tell her to shut up. Actually, if she is being obnoxious, but I'm not sure if it's like, oh, we're just like playing grab ass, just slapping each other's nutsacks. No big deal.
No,
Right.
don't make her shut up. That's fine. I'm asking why I don't want to debate her. The same reason I didn't want to debate her the first time. She's obnoxious.
You're scared of me.
Tanya, I don't understand. You didn't like me, and now you like me again. I don't get.
Yeah. So.
Fair enough.
Seth, I know what we can debate. I don't think you even can know you exist.
But it's the same goddamn debate, though.
No, it's not. It's not. I won't use presuppositionalism.
Well, what would you use? Explain to me what you would use.
So I'll even grant that the laws of logic are true. Okay. So how does Seth know that it isn't the case that all exists is an empty universe? Shut up, Joe. An empty universe with nothing in it but sensory data, and his conscious experience is the sensory data, and he doesn't exist. How does Seth know that?
So what if I'm a Boltzmann brain?
Not like a brain in a vat, no, because that would
That's
make.
not a Boltzmann brain.
What's that?
It's a theoretical. It's a theoretical object that's a mind that it could exist in a universe where entropy exists. I'd have to look up the exact paper was referenced.
Well, I don't know about that, but can you answer my question, please?
Boltzmann brains, yeah, in multiverse bullshit. I can look up what Craig says about it if you want. Oh wait, you like Craig too, though, Seth.
I like Craig.
I do. Well, I don't.
You know what I
so
mean
that's,
by like,
that's
yeah.
complicated.
Yeah.
No. It's. I'll explain because it won't take long. So, I don't like Craig because I think he's a snide son of a bitch.
He's a smarmy
but I
motherfucker.
think
Yeah.
his arguments are good. He's smart. He's smart. He's well argued. I like that. I can't stand his smug look or his voice. I'm a bigger fan of Alan Plantinga. All the smarts of William Lane Craig and a nice, gentle, sweet old man.
He's
I
also
adore
supposed to be
Alan
a good
Plantinga.
writer. He's supposed to be a good writer.
I've met him.
You have?
Yeah, I've met him. Yeah.
The only thing that can defeat him, though, is air conditioner in Arizona.
Wait, Seth, you met Plantinga?
Yes.
Oh, are you a naturalist?
I'm not. I might be a naturalist. I mean, if Neoplaton, if you think that a Neoplatonist can't be a naturalist, then I'm not a naturalist.
Well, how do you respond to Plantinga's evolutionary argument against naturalism?
It's a bad argument.
What's your refutation to it?
He doesn't understand evolution. He messed up on understanding evolution. Let me find the premises so I can tell you specifically, though.
There's a lot of different websites with different premises for that argument on them.
Well, let me find, what is it? Yeah, Seth was busting out. Seth, if you want criticism from me, I know it is all just pulled out of the ass and stuff.
Oh no,
I
wasn't expected to perform well. I mean, I was like, I haven't had a conversation about the Great Debate since for a month probably, and I haven't been reading. I've just taken over somebody else's position at my job, and I've been swamped, and I've been working nonstop. It's the first day I've actually gotten out of work on time. So no, I'm not. I'd love to hear your criticism, but I did not expect to do well.
Yeah, and I wasn't, and it's not like therefore you're terrible or anything. What is it? Just naturalism. You were going back and forth between naturalism and atheism.
Yeah.
That might have been a bit confusing for some, and you kind of tried to clear it up before, but then I wasn't sure if you were just saying your two different arguments. I also wasn't sure if your second argument about I thought it sounded like you were going to do the argument from scale, so I got all excited about that, but you started talking.
Yeah, the second argument I didn't prepare very well at all. I used to be a lot better at it. And the last time I was hanging out with a theist friend of mine, and I tried to present it. Also did a very bad job, and I think that colored the way I remember the argument. And what's problematic about this argument is it's a Schieber argument, so it's not written down anywhere. And the only reason I pulled it out is because it's a neat little argument, and I think it's well supported, but I think it's very, very weak. But it's fun because it takes fine tuning and turns it on its head.
That's right. He does have his argument against fine tuning.
No, not against fine tuning. From fine tuning.
Yeah, from fine tuning. I remember I remember you mentioned it before. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. That one I did particularly bad on.
I also think you kind of it sounded like you were going. I mean, the only defense or the only like attack on what Godless Girl was. There's two things I could have done, and I would have messed up one of them for sure. Was Michael Martin's Euthyphro dilemma attack on the laws of logic, but I wouldn't know how to like fit it in properly.
Wait, how can there be a Euthyphro attack on the laws of logic?
You guys, this was said on Reasonable Doubts. If you're saying that the laws of logic come from God, it's subject to a Euthyphro-like attack.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, no, the pre-supper would say it's in God's nature to be logical.
Yeah, and the thing is, you can use the infinite regress argument against that.
Yeah, Euthyphro works against splitting the horn of Euthyphro.
Yeah. I would have done that, but for some fucking reason, Euthyphro, I have to have it in front of me in order to say it properly. I'll always mess up.
Especially when it comes to splitting the horn. It is really tough to apply Euthyphro to the split horn in a way that makes sense unless you're reading it or memorize it. It's complicated.
I have it written down. I'll find it if you... But there's that, and also just there's kind of the more... It sounds to appeal to authority or consensus. It's just that, look, no one in the philosophy of like knowledge or epistemic studies. I mean, some of the things that Godless Girl brought up are issues, but no one thinks that going, well, it must be grounded in God's nature is the answer to those issues. It's just not taken seriously. But I mean, that kind of argument can only go so far, right?
I'm also, I don't know, maybe I'm just thinking out loud now, but I'm thinking it might also be subject to the baseless, the fact that God exists for no reason and his nature is what it is for no reason might, usually I use that against morality arguments, but that might be, it might work against God, the truth being rooted in God's nature as well.
There's also kind of like more of a rhetorical thing. It's like you really just haven't told us anything interesting about your side. You haven't told us anything about the resurrection. You haven't told us anything about how morality works. You kind of there's a lot of doctrines that I think, especially presuppers, get away without laying out. Even though they claim that they're defending the Christian God, I think even presuppers still have to be prepared to defend the resurrection. They can't just say the Bible is, because, I mean, sure, they could say that, but audiences, I don't think, will be like persuaded. Or if they're going up against someone who could just be ready to bust out different arguments, like talk about scholarly consensus, they're gonna look weak on something specific like that. But yeah, I don't even know if I can find my freaking argument against transcendental. So, I mean, Godless Girl, you know what I'm talking about when I say the infinite regress argument against the Euthyphro dilemma, right?
Wait. No, what would it be?
Okay, well, the Euthyphro dilemma, I mean, are things, it is something good because God commands
I know
it.
what the Euthyphro dilemma is.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I'm so bad at it, I have to say it in order to get it out. Is something good because God wills it or commands it? So there's the arbitrary horn. Or does God command it because it's good, which is the goodness is a standard beyond God. Now, the way that theists try to get around that is to say, no, it flows necessarily from God's nature.
Right.
They make that, and you go, well, what about God's nature makes his commands good? And they'll, like, for example, what about God's nature makes the command not to punch babies good? And you say, well, God's nature is, it likes adorable things. It's merciful. It's judges shit and everything. And you go, now, is God's nature have those qualities because God, wills it? Or does God's nature have those qualities because, they're, merciful and justice and everything? You see how the Euthyphro dilemma was just kind of reworked?
Yeah, but
Well,
I don't
instead
see how
of
that's an infinite regress.
Well, when I say that, the response is going to be, no, it's not either or. There's a third thing. God's nature is, or these things are in God's nature are the standard, uh, stemming from God, and you just keep on kicking the can down the road. And the only thing is, instead of goodness or morality or some shit like that, it's the laws of logic. Are the laws of logic? I mean, are they the way they are because God is logical, or are they the way they are because God says that's how it works?
It's in God's nature to be logical.
Yeah, well, why is A equal not A a part of God's nature? Is it in God's nature because A cannot be equal to not A? You see where I'm going with this?
No, but I'm sorry. My mind's kind of. I don't want to try to understand right now.
I'm just blowing your. Okay, it's understandable. I'm actually, since again I have to have it in front of me, so I'm probably not saying it.
What it comes down to, what I think is interesting, is what it comes down to is the only way to really, I think, conclude that and stop the regress is to just conclude that it's God's nature for the laws of logic to be the way they are for no reason.
Then how do you know that?
You just have to go with the one that we would call arbitrary. That's the thing that some people do. That's the thing that see, I feel kind of bad bringing this up because Seamus gave a response to this, but because I was in moderator mode, I didn't even pay attention. I was just making sure people weren't interrupting him. I should go back and listen to it. But one of the things he said was, it is like a perfectly cromulent position just to go with the arbitrary horn. And immediately that seems weird to me, because why not go with the other horn? Why not just, Richard Swinburne does it, and he thinks that he thinks that you can use Bayes' theorem to show that there's a 95%, 97% probability, 97% chance that the resurrection actually occurred. He doesn't let the fact that morality is independent of God's nature step in the way of him still affirming Christianity. It's like, just this morality. It's a thing. It's not. You can't ground it in this being and then say this is a personal being that we can't fucking understand when you get cornered on other arguments. You know what I'm saying, everyone who's being really quiet?
Fuck you.
Well,
I'm
at
not
least
paying
that's
attention.
yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you, JJ. Where's JJ? Was it last time when I'm like, Seamus kept on saying I was not making sense, and so I was not giving a persuasive argument, and I went, well, everyone here, am I not making sense to them? And just chirps. Just chirps.
It's
And
honestly,
Jade,
it's not you. It's I don't like these like I'm rubber, you're glue, or like I'm wearing infinity armor, kind of like adult versions of those same arguments that people get into with precept stuff.
I hate precept stuff too, but I'm talking about morality now. Euthyphro dilemma is in precept.
I thought you were saying it was
Fascist.
relating to the precept argument.
Well, no, well, you can use it against the precept argument, but Euthyphro, I started bitching about morality and divine command theory, and that's not presupposition. Where do you think morality comes from, Ken?
I just think morality comes from whatever the dominant force wants to enforce.
What?
He's a fascist, actually, so that's consistent with what he believes. But do you want to elaborate on that, or are you good?
No, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I mean, people have preferences, and our preferences could be driven by biology, but overall, it's might makes right, really.
But go ahead, Seth.
I don't even know what that means. Might makes right. It is okay to do what you can do.
Right.
just
okay, like,
just
here,
a long pause and then right.
You can throw it into any kind of situation, right? So you could be like, oh, it's immoral to kick in somebody's door and like kill them and rape their family, but that is meaningless. They're like, oh, it's immoral. Okay, well, what does that do? That doesn't do anything.
Oh, you're all over the place. I mean, in one sense, you're saying it is right to do that, and then in one sense, you're saying it might be immoral, but they can still do it. Which one is it?
It's right in that it's just a saying. Might makes right. Doesn't necessarily ascribe a moral component to it. Like, do you understand what I'm saying?
If the position you're espousing is moral nihilism, and that you can't say might makes right if you're a moral nihilist because there is no right. That's inconsistent. It seems to be inconsistent, at least. Can you fix it for me?
Yeah, I'm just like I said, it's just a phrase. It's not it doesn't mean what you think it means.
Look, morality is a heavy topic. It's understandable, but you know that you can't just rely. I mean, might makes right. I mean, that's one of the last morality balls you would pick out of the barrel.
Well,
it's like the gross one at the bottom.
Well, I don't know what he means by it. It doesn't mean what I think it means. What does he think I think it means?
When I say might makes right, you're saying that I have to indicate how something being the status quo of power is morally correct. And when I'm saying might makes right, that's not what I mean. What I mean is whatever is enforced is what's going to happen. So it's just a common phrase
Then why did you
describes like moral nihilism.
That doesn't describe moral nihilism. Moral nihilists would say there is no right. Because when we say right, we're talking about the way things ought to be, and there is no ought to be under moral nihilism. Unless you mean something else under right, which I don't know what you mean.
Well, that's what I'm telling you is that in the might makes right framework, moral nihilism is by itself, it's just self-evident what's right and what's wrong, because what is and what isn't.
No, there is no obviously right or wrong under moral nihilism. There is no right or wrong.
That's not moral
well,
nihilism.
There is, because it's enforced by whatever the power structure happens to be.
Well, no, that would just be things that people enforce. They're neither right nor wrong.
Right, that's what I'm saying, though.
But that's a step. That's not moral nihilism, though.
Well, hey, can I just jump in?
Yes,
the people who have all this might that he's referring to, may not necessarily be moral nihilists. So,
That's not what might makes right means.
It
So I'm
doesn't
not talking
mean
about
that
the
the majority or the people with the power
Oh
determine
yeah,
what's
I
right.
thought you were saying something else.
Okay.
I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about him. His position on morality seems to be muddled, very, very muddled.
Might makes right would be
No,
moral
it's not
subjectivism.
muddled. It's because what we're doing is we're discussing academic and practical at the same time. That's why things get confusing.
No, I don't think that's what's happening here.
I mean, I'm not being academic at all.
Okay, Seth, what is it you think that Iron said?
He said that both might makes right, which implies there is a right, and that there is no right, because he's a moral nihilist. Those are conflated and very muddled.
So you're saying he can't use that phrase?
He can do whatever he wants, but it's muddled, if not directly contradictory.
Interestingly, that sounds consistent with nihilism.
I guess it would be.
Yeah, if you're gonna go with might makes right, that does that make sense? Kind of, it made sense, like to me. Does it make sense to other people?
Yeah, I get it. I don't seem to have the issues Seth is having with it. For
No,
some
no.
reason.
I also get it. I'm just
I was
saying
agreeing
that,
with Seth. I meant Ken.
Fuck Seth.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm just saying that just because you use a colloquial phrase doesn't mean that it has to be as stringent as he's saying.
So
Yeah,
if
but-
most people, if most people think that burning puppies with blowtorches is right, it makes it right.
Godless, you said something before that. You said you referred to what Ken is saying as moral subjectivism. I think maybe that being elaborated upon might make things a bit more clear.
Oh, okay, I will in a second. I just have to wait.
You
until
gotta
I
yell
go
at the
outside.
sons of Allah.
No, I'm smoking on my porch. My neighbor doesn't like that I'm an anti-Islam atheist.
Oh, because are they the sons? Just you yelling at a drunk DPR, so
No,
funny.
he's probably a pro-Islam Christian.
The sons of Allah. They're Muslim. You were saying Muslim that night for some reason. Can you take down all your videos so I can like you, Godless Girl?
Oh, I have new ones.
No, take them all
Yeah,
down
you
and
wanna
stop
see them
doing
too?
that. No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, talk about moral subjectivism. Sorry.
So the moral standard would be subjective?
No one knows how to catch the ball in this world. No one. Fucking just surrounded. It's like you get tossed the ball. You start saying something.
I can't
All
talk.
right?
I can't talk well.
Freaking, you can talk about freaking brand new, the Pandora's box objection to skeptical theism, but you would rather post videos of harassing Muslims on. I don't see.
Oh, did you think I did a good job with MK?
I wasn't. You were starting it. I was more frustrated in that I wasn't sure that you were going down that route. I'm like, why are all of a sudden are you talking about the evidential problem of evil? MK wants to know whether or not you're a penguin or an elephant, and if you're dreaming he exists, and if you can prove that. There's like just a huge there's a long ways before you can just get to evidential problem of evil. But did you watch the video or did you read the article? Because I can give you guys the article.
Pandora's box?
Yeah.
I watched the Stephen Law lecture.
Stephen Law. It's weird thinking that Stephen Law is one of the few people I think beat William Lane Craig in a debate.
Has he debated William Lane Craig?
Yeah, and
Oh,
it was just out of nowhere too. It was like William Lane Craig was supposed to debate someone else, but they backed out, kind of at the last minute. And Stephen Law's like, yeah, I'll take him on, and he just goes up, runs one argument, his evil God argument, And he, like, at first I didn't like the debate at all. I thought he did terrible. But
Then Craig didn't respond or something?
Craig messed up a couple times in the debate. That's the other reason. And Law, I think it was actually kind of a good idea. He staggered his response to the different arguments from Craig. Instead of trying to address them all all at once, he addressed two of them, or he mostly responded to criticisms of his argument in his first rebuttal, and a couple of things that Craig said, and then he addressed Craig's moral argument and the resurrection argument in his second rebuttal. And what that did was it made Craig have to, I mean, Craig couldn't, like spread out his defense of the resurrection in his concluding remarks. Whereas if you try to fit it all in to your very first rebuttal, Craig's been doing this for like 30 years. He knows how to give like rapid fire responses to everything. But if he's concluding, he's in another mode. And also
I agree with that.
Law's his argument against the resurrection was actually kind of interesting. It was like
What
I've
the
never
fuck
heard
is?
it before.
Sorry,
Yeah?
so just a second. What the fuck is up with Tanya and Seth?
I don't know.
I'm not sure. That's what I asked her.
See, like Tanya didn't like me for a while, and then she started liking me again. I'm not.
Well, I'm not going to guess. Never mind. It's only going to escalate things.
That's funny because Seth and Tanya both dislike me.
I don't dislike you. If I disliked you, I would not come into the room when I saw you. I just think you're
Seth is lying.
obnoxious. Doesn't mean that I it means I dislike you in a sense.
He's
I
also
think
afraid.
sidebar when I
He's
was
also
talking about
afraid.
before.
Seth is
I
also.
don't think you're an insufferable asshole like Tanya is.
Oh wow.
I could have a
Okay.
conversation.
Okay. Well, if no one started making out after that mini formal debate, I don't think it's going to happen after this little spat. So maybe we should move
Well, I
on.
started making out with my hand. I don't know if that really counts, but
We did have a little sword fight.
I was really aroused, I'll be honest.
I got it, like, Godless Girl, like, so much potential for other things. But why the Muslim? Why that bit?
Joe, let me try to reason with you about it.
It's just, let me try to reason with you about it. No. You haven't even heard, like, I've tried to come up with an argument against Muslim apologetics, but I agree with Richard Carrier. They're kind of still in their infancy. You could use
Most of them are very bad.
yeah, like they still use probably the best they have going for them is Hamza Tortoise.
Oh, apologetics in that way. Yeah. Well, Hamza Tortoise, I like him. He's so fucked up, though, because all he does is he takes William Lane Craig's 5 arguments and just turns the resurrection into the literary miracle of the Quran.
He does like this weird, he even ran like numerology once. And you know what sucks? He did a debate against one of my favorite debaters, Arif Ahmed, and they're like, oh, the audio recording was bad. And it's Arif Ahmed would have just
Joe, have you ever seen Lawrence Krauss versus Hamza Tortoise?
I know the controversy before, but I hate Lawrence Krauss. I think he's a terrible debater. What's up?
Yeah, did you see fucking Lawrence Krauss? Lawrence Krauss debated William Lane Craig 3 times. One of the times, his full 20 minutes of his opening statement were all ad homs. It was so fucked up.
And also, while Craig was talking, wasn't he like hitting a buzzer or something?
I don't remember that.
If you guys want to know about...
Hey, Joe, I have a question for you.
Well, hold on. Seth, what's up?
No, you guys are talking about numerology. I found out some pretty fucking crazy numerology recently.
Yeah.
Okay, so real quick. Shakespeare died when he's 46. The 46th Psalm is, I forget what it is, but you can look it up. And the 46th, I think, line down, the first word is shake. and the 46th line up is spear, something like that. And there's some crazy in Psalm 46. There's some allusion to Shakespeare, and it's really interesting.
What's up, Ken?
So you were saying that you think Islam is in its infancy, right?
No, I think that their apologetics are in their infancy. In that the best they have is a guy who just copies William Lane Craig and then starts talking about numerology.
You guys, you have to watch this video that I put in the side chat with Hans the Tortoise and Lawrence Krauss. It's just a clip of it. It's so funny.
Isn't it before what happened?
No, it's not before. It's during the debate. It's just a 1-minute clip. Please watch it. Please, guys, everybody click on it and watch it real quick.
The only time freaking Mina chimes in is to laugh at God the Scroll's craziness.
No, I'm not laughing at it. I'm gonna watch it.
Joe, please watch it right now.
Okay, everyone, I'll be right back.
Everybody should be watching the video right now.
Okay, so for the viewers at home, this is going to be probably the best part of the hangout. Oh, I got excited. Is Gus here? I just saw his icon flash, and I'm like, whoa, I must be missing him or something. All right, I'll be right back.
Did you guys watch that?
Yeah, I saw that. That was pretty funny, actually.
Joe, did you watch it?
Yeah, I did. It was pretty funny. Why was he stealing his water?
And then they were like, I think it went really well, or something like that at the end.
That was fucked up.
You just get that stealing his...
What's that site that famous guys got caught on trying to find mistresses and shit?
It was Ashley...
Yeah, Ashley Madison.
Ashley Madison.
You know,
Yeah,
Hams the Tortoise was on there. Hams the
Yeah.
Tortoise was on there.
On my blog, I just kept on saying... That's when I started looking him up, and I saw the Erfamed. If you guys want best... I wish Erfamed... The last 3 people he's debated, like formally, were Muslim apologists, and the only one I would have wanted to see is against Hamza Tortoise, but because he probably got his ass kicked, they're like, oh, the recording wasn't. And also, before that debate, Hamza Tortoise gave him a coconut cream pie or cake or something. and it's supposed to be a, how like you would call like a whitewashed Asian person a Twinkie, or a whitewashed black person an Oreo. Well, coconut cream pie is the same for, I guess a whitewashed. I'm not sure where Ariphamet is from.
Weird.
But it's clear the whole, and it's like, what a despicable thing. The other thing about Hansa Tortoise, he's a good dresser. He really is going with William Lane Craig's shtick. Shame. Shame Muslim apologetics suck. That's why I'm not really interested in.
Joe, do you know the academic position, the generally accepted position on the whole Islamic or scientific miracles in the Quran? I mean, it seems pretty obvious that everything that it gets wrong, everything gets right is from basically Greek philosophy, like Archimedes and Aristotle, and all the things it gets wrong, it also gets wrong in the same way Aristotle got wrong. And they had access to it at the time. It seems pretty clear that they stole these ideas from the Greeks.
Not even, I mean, it's also, what is it, confirmation bias? They're not going through all the things it does get wrong, you're right. And all the things it does get right were either stolen from the Greeks or were predicted like hundreds of years before. The other thing, which again is interesting, the concepts of what is it? The concepts of prophecy, which they also rely on, or the concepts of those kinds of things. Technically, they don't immediately lend any divine support. I mean, you can make the argument, a more plausible argument is that time travel occurred, and a time traveler wrote this shit. That's weird, but it's actually more plausible, right? Or precognition, right? That's also weird, but it's more plausible. So, I mean, that's why just prophecy and numerology, or like the scientific accuracy, these kinds of things, they're not, I mean, look at Leonardo, I'm stealing all this from Ariphamet. Look at Leonardo da Vinci's drawings of like helicopters and shit. Like, he drew this shit down. Whereas you can make like vague claims about, in the future there's going to be great strife. Oh, well, he's a fucking prophet. Or there's a prime number every other page.
He was an engineering genius, though, so he could design all kinds of things.
Leonardo da Vinci?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that fucker's not considered divine at all. I mean, people aren't using that to like demonstrate, well, Leonardo da Vinci, his shit is divinely inspired. He was just a smart fucking guy who can draw well.
I thought he was regarded as a saint or something like that.
I'm sure someone does somewhere. So, yeah, I mean, to go back to the debate earlier, Seth, she would have kicked my ass, definitely. Although I would have I wouldn't have tried to give in more fleshed out arguments in the time I had. I would have I have like this freaking speech ready to go. That's why I'm pissed off that no one wants to fucking formally debate me. But I think I can bust out three super simple arguments. Two for sure, one of them if I go second.
Guys, I just uploaded the video. Guys, here's my Muslim slipper socks video.
I will flag it. No.
Go ahead, flag it. It's on a different account. It's not on my main account. Well, you watch it and then flag it. Everybody watch it before Joe flags it.
What was up with at the very end of the Lawrence Krauss clip that you showed? The moderator was also, he seemed kind of tipsy.
You can't apologize to the Muslim after you throw something at him.
That
That's not
wasn't
good.
water. That was vodka.
Why? That like is bad. Like,
Everybody watch my fucking video. It's 16 seconds long. Come on, watch it.
16 seconds long. Freaking how long your mom lasted.
That poor girl. Oh my God, Carlos.
There's nothing going on. Just, is that a teddy bear? What is it that you're throwing?
It's a sock, right? What
There's
is that?
nothing going on. I've done worse to people.
You threw a fucking sock at her, you stupid bitch.
Obviously, what's funny about it is that it's so gimpy.
It is. And then you being like, sorry.
I was expecting you to throw some water, whatever, on her, or some, like, it's like I'm disappointed. What is this?
Well, but you gotta remember her fucking video with the little Muslim girl. She just was a little girl. She looked so adorable. She was confused about shit. You ruined her Starbucks.
Was that the one at the cafe?
Yeah, that's the one that just...
Yeah, that was fucking disgusting.
It makes me upset. I feel like a dick now. I'm gonna... I'm so used to turning off the cam when I'm shamed that I accidentally turned it back on.
Joe, did you watch it? Don't lie. Are you guys talking and I can't hear you or something?
No, everyone on
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Alright, my browser's
Meyer,
bad.
did you watch my video?
Yeah, you apologize. That's crazy.
Then I ran away.
You gotta escalate, Carlos. Step it up. Move to boots.
Seth, are you still defending the lives of Muslim extremists?
No, I'm damning dangerous rhetoric like that.
Dangerous in what sense?
For a lot of different reasons. I mean, the very fact, I mean, once you start killing off certain groups of Muslims, it's going to radicalize other people. That's for one. For two, it's probably a bad idea to harm people who haven't harmed other people. That sets a dangerous precedent. I generally want to live in a world where...
Are you trying to indicate that Muslim extremists haven't harmed other people?
Depends on what you mean by Muslim extremist. When I say Muslim extremist, I mean people who might believe certain things that the Western world would consider extreme, like women need permission to drive a car from their husbands. That would be a Muslim extremist in my position.
Oh, okay. So you would say there's like a distinction between Saudi nationals and, say, like ISIS, for example?
Yes.
All right. So what would you call ISIS instead of extremists?
They're extremists. They're also extremists.
Right, but you're saying there's a difference between people who just want women not to drive and people who
I don't know why nested hierarchies are so hard for some people, and it's not an insult to you. It's just something I've noticed. So ISIS and Saudi nationals belong to the same subset, and ISIS belongs to a subset within that subset. So they're all extremists. ISIS is a different subset of extremists. They're extremists who who are more extreme. How's that? They actually want to go out and kill people.
Right. Okay. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out where the benchmark's going to be for who deserves to die and who doesn't.
People who are willing to and are out seeking to harm other people. Let me just real quick. I want to live in a world where you could generally not be afraid to say what you want and be afraid of being killed. I would like to be able to walk the street and not worry about somebody killing me or somebody that I care about. So the idea of saying, hey, these people are extreme, maybe we should round them up and kill them, scares the shit out of me. Really, really scares the shit out of me.
Well, would you concede that your expectations are unrealistic?
I don't care.
So you're just delusional then?
No, it's not about being delusional. You can be unrealistic all you want. I mean, we don't live in a world, and in my lifetime, we won't live in a world where we don't have to worry about being killed. But I can work against. I could work towards a world where that's more and more likely that you could walk down the street without worrying about being killed. And so I'm working towards that.
Do you think that's physically possible?
Yes. Is it physically possible to make the world safer? Yeah, very much so.
Do you have anything to indicate that, like any evidence that that's possible?
History.
So can you point to a time in history where people haven't killed each other?
No, but there's a time now, which is now, and less every year in the past, where it's safer than it was previously. If you're a woman in I don't know, if you're a woman in it's a good example here. Victoria, or when did the witch trials happen? The 1600s, right? No, 1700s.
Late 1600s.
Thank you. Late 1600s. You didn't have a very good. If you were an outsider, I mean, you'd be very likely, not very likely, but more likely than say it would be for Tanya to be accused of being a witch and actually burned at the stake. She has a lot better chance of living to old age than she would have back then.
Sure, but would you agree that's dependent on what you have to say?
Yes. I'm talking about people being accused of being a witch. Words led to trials, which led to women who weren't witches or didn't do anything wrong, burned at the stake.
Right, but you said you want to live in a world where anybody can say anything they want without fear of death, and now we're moving things to being able to say something reasonable without fear of death.
What?
So I imagine you're not advocating for a world where you can say, I want to like murder and have sex with children, and then you don't face any physical risks.
Well, no, that's not true. We live in that world, and I'm fine with that as long as it's done for entertainment purposes, I guess. Not the actual stuff, but like joking about it, make art based on like really extreme positions. I don't want to kill somebody who does something weird in an art gallery. I just want to kill people. I don't want to kill people. Sorry. Maybe we should take people out of society who harm other people.
Right, and you wouldn't consider vocalizing certain kinds of intentions like that to be harmful?
Not as a joke.
Well, what if it wasn't a joke? What if it was, I sincerely want to do X, Y, Z?
I don't know. We'd have to have a debate about that, but that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, so I'm just making sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, I really think I'm really, really scared of people rounding out the pitchforks and saying, okay, this Islamic extremists is such a problem. We're going to start rounding up certain groups of Muslims based on possibly where they live or what kind of version of Islam they are, to kill them or put them in camps or anything like that. That kind of shit, it really, really does scare me, and I think it would only make the problem worse. Even if you were to say, like, Godless's position is just to deport all Muslims, apparently. I think that is what she said in the side chat. And if it's not, then she can correct me. But that kind of rhetoric, it exacerbates the problem because it makes other Muslims who might not be extremists, who might think that who might take their religion a little less seriously and want to live in a civilized world, think, oh well, the Western world, civilized world, wants to round all my people up, and murder them or put them in camps or treat them badly. Maybe there's something to this. Maybe they might become radicalized.
And you don't think we could kill those people as well?
Oh wait, guys, you have to see this one. That's me throwing a bottle of perfume, chucking it at a Muslim's feet.
I think there's a peaceful solution which is more inclusive.
Yeah, and that gets better results. I mean, that's why you should read The Looming Tower, brah.
Everybody watch that video, please.
Christianity wasn't. Sorry, extreme Christianity wasn't defeated because secularists got together, rounded Christians up, and killed them. It got better because it was dragged through an enlightenment, and Christians got meeker. And well, maybe not even meeker, but they learned to live in a civilized society and get along with other people and allow other people to believe what they want. And that's the kind of world I want to live in, not a world where your ideas might be dangerous, so we're going to kill you.
Right, but I think you'd have to concede that the Enlightenment was only successful because it has a monopoly on power at this point.
I wouldn't
and it did
concede
at the
that.
time.
I wouldn't concede that.
So you think that the Enlightenment has some kind of self-affirming value or ability that lies outside of a monopoly on power?
I don't know. That's why I wouldn't concede that. Where did I contradict myself, Tanya?
Well, you said that you would like to live in a world where people can be free, right? To think what they want, say what they want, which I agree with. However, then you're saying that Godless Girl is, worsening the problem because she has an opinion, because she's saying certain things, and that's making the Muslims madder, and so then they might kill us. I mean, I don't know. It seems like you kind of want it both ways.
Nope, I didn't say that. I said that her solution, I think, would exacerbate the problem, not that what she's saying is causing a problem.
Right, but still, it seems like you're contradicting yourself.
Well, I just showed you why it's not contradictory. I'm not saying, well, first of all, I'm not sure where that would be contradictory to begin with, but even worse off yet, I didn't say what you said I said. I think that if her position were to be practiced, we deported all Muslims, I think it would exacerbate the problem.
What about the solution that Iron is suggesting, killing all the bad ones, the ones that are doing the suicide bombing, the ISIS people?
I think it sets a dangerous precedent. Killing suicide bombers? What is that? I don't know what you're talking about.
Killing ISIS members, the people who do suicide bombings, organize it, make it happen, make it become a reality. I mean, don't you think getting them out would make the world safer?
Yeah, I think we could do that in a maximum facility prison, and after giving them a fair trial.
I have a question. Do you believe in slavery?
No.
But you do want to preserve the lives of murderers, right?
What?
You do want to preserve the life of murderers, though, right?
Yes.
So you want people to have to labor and pay taxes towards people who, if they don't do so, will kill them, correct?
Really?
Are you saying putting people in prison is slavery?
Well, yeah, it's subsidizing a killer's life at the expense of somebody who, if they don't do so, are going to be killed.
Right, he's saying the people who are paying the taxes.
I'm sorry, I have to ask you a quick question.
Hold on. Well, no, I wasn't.
Question, please. I'm not asking anything about that.
Ask the question afterwards. I really want to respond.
Let him respond because it was kind of an extreme point, Godless. Go ahead, Seth.
Right. So, right. The idea. I think the idea is putting forward is the people who are paying taxes are the slaves, paying for the life of this murderer. But that's not the case. I don't have to pay taxes. You don't have to pay taxes. We can leave.
Well, if you don't pay taxes, you go to jail, right?
Okay,
no,
can I ask a question, please, really quick? I don't want to lose my spot, so how do I mute you guys for a second? Will I go just do something? How do I mute the Hangout?
Okay, go to the Hangout toolbox, and you'll see there's the volume looking symbol, right? You click that, and then you go to away mode, and then you go and fuck yourself. No, you then click the button for off, and it will go off.
Thanks. Thanks.
No problem, Shorty.
All right, here's another thing. You contend that you can avoid going to jail by not paying taxes or whatever. Would you agree that your quality of life is going to be severely lowered if you leave society in order not to pay taxes?
That doesn't matter or not whether or not you're a slave.
I'm just asking you a question. It's just yes or no.
It depends. Not in every case, but probably most cases.
All right, so in most cases, so we've already determined that essentially you're either living at the risk of death or now you're living at the risk of a severely reduced standard of living if you don't pay for these people's continued life. And you don't think that basically equates to slavery?
Well, no, because your lessened life has nothing to do with anything proposed onto you by the state. The state is you're participating in the state, and you don't have to participate in the state. But if you participate in the state, we expect you to pay your share, which is taxes.
Right, but under slavery, I mean, you could try and leave and die, or you could try and leave and have a severely reduced standard of life by like being on the run from the law. And
no, under slavery,
dogs and stuff.
Under slavery, you're kept by force. The United States is not keeping you here by force. You could leave anytime you want.
Where would you leave to?
Doesn't matter. It's not the United States. Now you want the United States to provide you with a place to escape to?
Well, no, I'm just saying that if other countries don't let you in, then you're penned into the United States, right?
No, you can enter another country illegally.
But again, that doesn't dodge the fact that that's going to be a severely reduced standard of living because now you're living as a criminal.
It's not the responsibility of your former state to provide for you after you leave. You might not like your lot in life, but I mean that's the way it is, and it's not the United States' fault if you don't want to. This is why I participate in the state, because I think my life would be worse if I were to try to move to Canada or move to Mexico or some other country. I think my life is better here, so I decide to participate in the state, and I'm free to leave if I want.
Right.
So
I think that you. Well, I think most people would recognize the point I'm making is accurate. I think you're just doing everything you can to avoid saying so.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm not paying attention because I'm all up on OkCupid right now.
Are you talking to Lucy Green
I
again?
personally think it's really fucked up to pay taxes to keep a serial killer alive, and I have no choice in the matter but to pay the taxes or fucking leave my country. I mean, that's kind of bullshit when they can just euthanize the fuck and we don't have to worry about that serial killer anymore. I mean, what the fuck?
Well, it would actually, I mean, the whole thing is when we do put people, you know the arguments against that, right? The whole thing is that when we do have people on death penalty, I mean, the appeal process is a lot more expensive than your tax dollars.
That's
Going to
work.
That's what's up.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm assuming all of this after they get a fair trial to the fullest extent that they want, and they're found guilty. Like, if these fuckers are guilty, there's no question about it. Then I think, why not kill them? Take them out of society.
That's the other thing, though. I mean, we still have we have things like the Innocence Project, right? I mean, the idea that we're putting people to death, and if we find out they were innocent, we paid for an innocent person to die by paying our taxes.
Which is horrible.
Right?
Which is horrible. But also, I still think that the risk, and even looking at numbers, just pure numbers of people and lives lost, I think the number would be higher, otherwise. So,
what are you talking about?
I'm not sure. What do you mean? What numbers exactly are you? Yeah. Are you talking about the numbers of people
I don't think that
executed?
Happens. No, I don't think that innocent people get executed very often. I think that it's, not very often.
the issue that like I mean, the whole concept of innocent until proven guilty, our whole justice system is based on, you know, like reasonable doubt, giving it, I mean, making it so we don't make such severe mistakes as killing someone who turns out to be innocent. I mean,
Right,
that's
but that also carries to be true for all forms of punishment, including imprisonment.
that carries true for all forms of punishment, including.
Yeah, but imprisonment can be atoned for. There could be recompense made, right, by the state. The people who are wrongly imprisoned can sue the state and be made whole again from that situation.
Well, no, they don't get the time back, and they don't get their lives back.
Right, but the state can make a good faith gesture to make it whole when they get sued, or yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
but the state also does that when wrongfully executes people.
Hey, really quick, if there's anyone who's just who's idle and if they want to bone out, because some people want to come in.
I see 2 godless girls in here. Does other people see that, or is that just me?
I do too, but it actually means there's 11, so I don't think she's actually taking up 2 spaces.
Oh, okay.
It's weird. Jack Bra, do you mind if because I know you're all up in other hangouts.
Yeah,
I
if
can
he's in another hangout, I
a
see.
little bit later. Sorry, Tanya.
Sorry, I'm lagging a little.
No, I like you, Mina. You can stay. Jack.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean,
He's fine. I don't think Jack will ever. It would actually be interesting if he did come in the sock and go, "What the fuck, Joe?" Like, can you guys see him doing that? It would be interesting. I'll tell you all about it if it happens. It's so weird when you look at the lobby chat on Google, and you see all the little circles of our icons like show up, and it's like it's little creatures. It's like you want to feed them pellets or something.
Has anyone else had fun with the little Easter eggs in the external chats?
What little Easter eggs?
I think it's. Let me see if I can remember it. I think if you go to the external chat and hit /pony, a little pony will actually run across the chat window.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. That's pretty fun, especially when a lot of people do it at the same time.
Speaking of what, hold on 1 second.
Let's all do it. Let's all go and type ponies real quick.
I thought Joe was going to say, speaking of ponies, and he was going to come out as a brony or something.
No, I'm actually a pony.
Oh, there it goes, pony.
Hooves and everything. Oh, it's that kind of pony though. That bums me out.
Why does it bum you out?
If it was just a cute pony, it would be better.
There's other stuff. I can't remember all of them, though. I just remember pony.
It's like, if it's brony, it weirds. No.
So you guys are arguing about how we shouldn't execute people because
fascism sucks.
Are
Can
found
we get
innocent,
that?
right?
No.
So
No.
isn't that just just arguing about limited technology? Like if we had the technology to unerringly determine who is guilty or innocent, would that argument fall flat?
No, you have no excuse with all the technology we have to still think that fascism is something that is like a thing. Stop it.
I think it's inevitable now. The more technology develops, the more armed
Join
tyrants.
us.
Do you know what would be a better idea instead of executing them people?
Join us.
Is actually turn into prisons into factories, and have them work to support
Sausage
themselves in the
factories.
factory, and
No,
then have
That's
them
a
give
good
the
idea.
extra,
no,
and
it's
then have
not.
them, yeah, and then have them give the money, the extra money they have, to the families that they have harmed.
Terrible idea.
I love the idea.
No, that's the problem that we have right now, and why prisons are so
No,
overpopulated.
isn't that privatizing though? Isn't there something? I think
No,
I don't know if.
that's exactly my point. Prisons are privatized right now. People are making money off of prisoners being in prisons, even if they don't do work that is valuable.
You don't privatize.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's what I think he was going with it, though.
No, even if they're not privatized, the rule still is the same. People who are running that either department of the government or privatized corporation will have a free, cheap labor force, and this will lead to people making stricter laws and putting more people in prison to get money or product or
because
you
structure it. No, you structure it so there's no profit. So there's no profit gain. They earn their money to pay for their own food, to pay for their own electric and everything. And if they don't work, then they suffer, And then the rest of the money goes to the families that were harmed.
He's saying he's saying the nonprofit wages for like the people running the prisons are going to go up as the populations of the prisons go up.
Well, no, you put caps on them. You put caps on them, just like everyone else in the world that has wage caps, like minimum wage.
Right. Again, the problem is there would still be an impetus for people when presented with an option to vote for harsher punishments for crimes to vote for that, because now if I'm a victim of a crime, I'll get more money if I vote for this politician. Great, vote him in, and then he makes those laws, and suddenly punishments are worse and more things are against the law. It creates a bad precedent. I keep saying bad precedent. That's like my word of the day. What the fuck?
Yeah, because a nonprofit still pays more to its administration depending on how large the nonprofit is.
Right. Actually, that wasn't the point I was bringing up, but yeah, that's also true.
Yeah, but those nonprofits aren't government run.
It doesn't matter. Look, still, there's still. I mean, this is this is what happens with the way that the problems of the prisons are right now. A politician comes up. I'll draw the distinction right here. Right now, one of the reasons I think, at least, the prisons are so overpopulated and we have such a prison problem in this country, is that as somebody who feels like they're a good person, if a politician comes up and says, hey, these people are breaking into houses and killing people, we need to be tougher on crime, and you say, yeah, so you vote for that politician, he makes more things illegal, and he makes punishments harsher, right? So more people end up in prison, even people who might not have even done anything that bad, okay? You have the same problem if you want to make people work to pay their debt, not to society, but to the person that they've wronged. Suddenly, if somebody breaks into my house, if a politician says, hey, I think you should get more money if your TV was stolen, and I vote in that politician, then suddenly punishments become harsher, and more people get imprisoned.
Yeah, I just don't see that happen.
Why not? It already has happened in the other sense, in the sense that we're really, really tough on crime to the point that we have a huge prison problem in this country.
Yeah, but the huge prison population now is because they're privatized, private run. So what these people who are running the prisons are paying the judges to convict more people.
Right. That doesn't come out of nowhere, right? It's not like people could just that the punishments become harsher just because people want to make more money at the top. It's because we're voting these people into government because we're afraid of the other, and we want people to be tough on crime, right? Because we want to be kept safe. Well, we also would like money if we're victimized. So if a politician were to do the same thing in your system as they do in this system, promise more to the people who are victimized or potentially victimized.
Well, they already have. They already have the reimbursement. They don't call it reimbursement. They call it It's resale.
Reparations.
Yeah. They already have that for prisoners and for convict. When they get convicted, when they get out, they have to pay those back. So even when they get out, they have to pay it back.
No, you're telling me that if I get caught stealing a car, that I have to pay the people back who I stole the car from?
Yeah, a lot of times, yeah. It's not every case. It all depends on how the case is put out and what the judge is. But you have to it's restitution. That's it. Yeah, you have to pay your restitution, which covers your court costs, covers that, and it also reimburses the victims. It's called restitution.
I don't know. Well, it might be true. I'm not even sure.
No, it is. It's called restitution.
Regardless, I don't know how that changes.
Well, that's because you're talking about that. So people get paid restitution. Just like I said, the criminals go to jail, they work it off, and they pay the victims. Well, they pay the victims now, and you're not hearing people complain. Well, we need, more to put these people in jail more. You're not hearing them scream and holler now.
So we don't have a prison population problem in this country? Because I thought we did. I thought we agreed on that.
That's because they're privatized.
Okay. What? Okay. Or fine.
And my view on it is that they're paying the cops and the judges to convict the people, and the lawyers they're giving them the cut and paying them off the top to railroad these guys through the courts.
I'm not even going to touch that.
Well, I mean, it's been shown. There's been stories, I can't remember which ones they are because I've never really got into the subject, but there have been stories where they've had judges that they've disbarred because of and arrested.
I'm not arguing that hasn't happened. I'm sure that has happened. I'm just not sure that it's typical.
Yeah. But like I said, if you want to lay the tax burden off the people, that's one way of doing it. And if you run into problems, then you can make regulations for it and make it state-run, not private-owned. So.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, I've already talked to why I don't think that making it not privatized would necessarily keep that from happening. It seems to me that politicians who would like to get elected can make all kinds of promises to their electorate, which would be bad for the prison populations and make the prison populations worse.
Well, what's working now isn't working, is it? So.
That's right.
If you think it's going to make it worse, but it's already worse now, and that's not implemented now.
It's not worse now.
Well, you said they're already overpopulated now.
Yeah, it's bad now, but
you think it's going to get worse?
No, you said worse now, but we're comparing it to now. It can't now be worse than it is now. It can only
I know
be
it was a bad choice of words, but you understood what I meant, right?
Yeah. I'm just being a pedantic prick.
That's fine. It's late. I've almost been up 24 hours, so.
Why? Why don't you go to sleep?
Oh, I will soon. I don't have to be up until 11, which is 12 hours from now, so.
It's really bad for you.
Well, I drive a truck, and I have not had a regular sleep pattern in 15 years.
Can I tell you a crazy fucking story I had about I guess kind of my second job. I started driving for Uber, and it is so much fun. I would not even do it. I would not be doing it at all if it wasn't fun, because if I stayed at work and worked more hours, I'd probably make a little bit more money. but man, it makes a decent amount of money, and it's fun as fuck. Really weird. So I'm a dispatcher, right? We've talked about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I picked this guy up in Long Beach, and he has a 20-minute conversation on the phone, and in 10 minutes of the conversation, he's talking about a guy named Tom, and whether or not Tom is going to buy 250 trucks in 2 years. And he gets off the phone, and I turn around and I said, "Look, I don't want to be nosy, but I did happen to overhear your conversation. You sell like trucks, right?" And he said, "Yeah, like I'm a Freightliner sales rep." I said, "Okay, great. When you were talking about a guy named Tom buying 250 trucks in the next 2 years, were you talking about Tom Lanting?" And he looked at me puzzled. He said, "Yeah. Well, why? Like I work for Gardner."
Nice.
Yeah, it was strange. Small world.
Yeah. That Uber stuff's going to take a hit, though. They're just over the weekend in Kalamazoo, Michigan, which is 2.5 hours from me. I think he was 42. I think that's how old he was. He was driving for Uber. He killed 6 people. And what he did is he started up in like the northeast corner, killed somebody up there. I'm not exactly sure on the whole story. And then he drove a couple people, then killed a couple more people, and then drove a couple more people, and then killed a couple more people.
Yeah, I just got the end of the news story when I walked in.
But he was an Uber driver doing it, so.
Yeah, I don't. Obviously you worry, and then Uber's a new thing, so you think, okay, so Uber's dangerous. But then when you think about it for more than a second, you realize that no, he was just somebody who became unhinged. Anybody can do that. A truck driver can do that and has. Taxi drivers can do that and have. Secretaries can do that and have.
Yep.
I don't think it has anything to do with Uber. Maybe I'm being optimistic, but I am trying to be objective about it, and I just can't draw any conclusions.
Yeah. The only thing I see wrong with the Uber drivers is, like in taxi cabs, you can get safety glass put behind the seats.
Yeah.
With the little window. When you're driving your own car for Uber, I mean, you got nothing there to protect you.
That's why I put a camera in my car, and I wouldn't carry a gun, but I'm not sure that's it's very useful, considering the fact that I'm always going to be in close proximity to everybody. If somebody wanted to hurt me from the back seat, I wouldn't have time to reach for the gun anyways.
No, and as you were turning, you'd be able to do whatever by the time you got around a turn.
Yeah, so I figured that the stuff that I figured it's a little bit safer, a little less controversial, and probably just as effective if I got in a fight in the car to have pepper spray and taser. So that's what I have.
Yeah. And then as long as you have a note saying that your video cam, as you can hook it up live stream, so it's not downloaded, and it's not a videotape. And if it's a live stream, people are more likely to not do something because they figure they just can't grab the camera and the SD card run,
Yeah.
But yeah, one of these days I'll have to run out to California one of these years.
Yeah, you know what? It's like I said, it's driving for Uber has been a blast. It is so much fun. It's almost criminal that I get paid for it. Generally I try to go out to Beverly Hills and pick people up because because everyone Ubers out there, so it's even better than downtown LA to Uber. And it's just been a blast so far. I love the fact that it just takes you to all the little nooks and crannies of LA.
Did you buy a new GPS for it? Did you already have one?
Sorry, I didn't mean
to
cough.
Just Google Maps.
So,
Jack, did you see? Is Jack here?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he's here. Jack's Agassiz?
Yeah.
When do you take your 34?
Well, I don't work weekends, so I take it every weekend.
Okay.
That's why I don't get out to California. I could drive probably 1,700 miles before I have to turn around and come back to Detroit. So I can usually do almost 700 miles a day.
It's pretty good.
Depending on what state I'm in, because when the speed limit's 70 and 75, like through Texas is 75. It makes up for a lot, And
Are
then,
you an owner-operator?
Huh?
Are you an owner-operator?
No, I work for a company.
Would you mind saying which company?
Well, I piss off a lot of people.
I don't. Oh, you're Swift.
No. Me personally, I piss off a lot of people, so I wouldn't want nobody calling my company.
Okay.
No, but I drive. It's mostly flatbeds.
Oh, cool. That's well, our company does a lot of that too.
Yeah, but we're it's out of Detroit. I mean, we get out that we would haul out of GM and Chrysler and Ford, new machinery and robots and that. We don't haul. We'll pick up coils once in a while, but not often.
How do you secure the load? Is it I mean, it's not just a plastic seal. Is it a pin lock, or is it like a bolt, or what?
No, the flatbeds.
Oh,
flatbeds.
Sorry.
Yeah, flatbeds. You got to chain and strap everything down. They do have a couple vans. I think they have 5 van trailers. And but we got the flatbeds, double drops, and step decks.
All right, I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom.
All right.
So, Bob, what's going on? Are you at home?
Yeah, for now. We're heading down to Nashville, Tennessee tomorrow.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I got a late pickup tomorrow. I'd have to get up until 11, so I got time before I have to go to bed.
I love like how you in your job you get to drive everywhere. It's so awesome.
Yeah, you get to see a lot. I mean, if I were to take more time to stop and see more things, but I'm pretty much in a hurry. I don't like to hang out too long anywhere. I like to for work, I want to get it done.
Yeah, then it's work and it's not really travel. I get it. But it's still awesome. Your scenery changes all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I got to get my phone mount fixed so I can get the camera back up on the road. And it's nice too, because I'm out there by myself. I don't have to deal with any other employees or bosses or anything. I talk to my boss when I get loaded, and not the boss, but the dispatchers. I talk to when I get loaded, and I talk to when I get empty, and the rest of the time I'm on the road.
That's awesome. Sorry, I've developed a cough.
Yeah. And if I want to talk to people, I talk to them when I hang out, and I used to have a CB radio, but the mic broke, and I haven't fixed it. I haven't bothered.
Do you talk with other truckers normally if you had it?
No, I used to get in. When I did have it, I almost got in 3 fights. I actually pulled over 3 different times with other truckers, but nothing ever happened.
Right. No, that's awesome.
Yeah, so I figured I'm not going to get the mic fixes. Next thing I know, one of these days I will get in a fight.
Is that like overtaking when you're on the road? Is that about that, or what? What is it? Or is it that you're too slow, or?
Well, mostly it's other drivers pulling in front of me because they don't have to slow down. If I'm in the middle lane, if it's a 3-lane road, I'm in the middle lane and I'm cruising along, and they're going a little bit faster than the guy in front of them. Instead of slowing down and letting me pass them, they don't want to slow down, so they'll pull in front of me and make me slow down. So now I got to slow down and wait past two guys instead of just the one, you know. I mean, I got to drive behind two slow guys, and then finally I get it, you know. So I'm like, you know, I'll get on there and like, hey, you couldn't have waited 1 minute, you know, while you know, and they'll start bitching and I'll start bitching. I never threaten anybody, but if somebody says, you know, I'll kick your ass, and I'm like, oh yeah, you know, let's pull over, you know, but nobody ever does anything. But I've never threatened anyone or threatened to fight anybody.
Oh no, I found never to do that. Like,
Yeah, that's like on here. I've never threatened to fight anybody or anything, but
no.
if they said something, like I've had Arcane say it, and I've had Rand say it, and I've had Mr. Grimvey say it, and I'm like, hey, you know, threaten to hit me or something. I'm like, okay, you know, I drive a truck. I can come where you live, you know. Just like Brett Keen's him and Van Helton said, oh, you guys are atheists. You guys, if you were on the streets, you wouldn't say that to my face. And I'm like, you know, and I was actually in Missouri one time, south of St. Louis. I was only like 20 minutes south of around where I don't know where Brett lives. I just know he lives up around St. Louis somewhere. And I was like 20 minutes south of there, and I'm like, I kept texting, you know, message him in his Hangouts and stuff, and I'm like, Brett, you know, let me know where you're at, and I'll come visit you. You know, we'll have a steak dinner. And you know, and you know, Arcane did the same thing, and I'm like, you know, Arcane, I get through Illinois all the time. Just let me know you're at.
Yeah, I did the same thing with Ludic because he's only like 45 minutes away from where I am right now.
Oh yeah, I did remember
like,
that.
If I saw you, I'd punch you in the face. It's like, let's do
it. Oh my god. Yeah, it's generally best not to say it if you're gonna do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I won't say it, you know, but if somebody says it to me, I'm not going to back down.
Right.
It reminds me of when you're a kid. Because there's always that one kid who's like, I'm going to beat you up after school, and then they're like, they don't show up or they make an excuse. Like, I have to go home, I have things to do.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. It's best not to get in trouble when you're on the road because, you know, you don't know what the fuck they're like carrying. You know, they may be carrying. So,
yeah.
I don't know. Best to just avoid trouble in that way.
It's all juvenile anyway, getting into like little scraps and shit.
I don't know if you call it juvenile. I mean, people say that, but, you know, people pay to watch boxers and MMA fighters all the time, right? So there's nothing juvenile about that. I mean, it's better to talk things out, but I'm not going to back down from it.
Yeah, I guess I should say, like, it depends on what your intention is.
Yeah, it's too bad. It's, you know, you guys were talking some other things earlier with Seth. You know, that's why I wanted to get in. Besides just the prison thing. I forget what else you're talking about.
Which part are you talking about?
Well, besides the prison thing, like I said, I mean, I don't think anyone should have to leave the country, but and I don't think we should be killing murderers. I think they should spend time in jail and work to reimburse the families they've harmed. If they've taken a father away from a family or somebody's been supporting a family, that murderer should do work in prison. All that money should go to the family to help put those kids through college and stuff.
So essentially slavery then, right?
It's not slavery. If you let people know, hey, if you murder someone, you end up in jail. This is what you're going to have to do. And if they go out and murder someone, that's full knowledge of what they're going to do.
Yeah, that's still slavery, but it's like legal or sanctioned slavery.
No, it's not slavery. You didn't steal someone, kidnap someone, and lock them up and force them to do something when they didn't do anything wrong. You didn't take an innocent person and force them to do something. They had full knowledge of what the consequences were if they did an action.
Yeah,
and they accepted those.
That's not necessary to slavery. Like, you don't have to be an innocent person that gets kidnapped in order for something to be slavery. Slavery just means you're not getting paid for the work you're doing, really.
No, it doesn't. So interns are slaves?
I'm not sure.
Interns work at movies, TV stations. Interns work at all the election offices.
Right. I think I had neglected to mention the component of force, right? So, like, it's slavery when you're not getting paid and when you're being forced to do the labor. Interns aren't getting forced, so they wouldn't be slaves necessarily.
Well, they're not being forced because you didn't just take an innocent person and force them. They had full knowledge that if they committed a crime, that this is one of the consequences, that you'd have to work off and support the family that you harmed. So you're accepting that punishment if you do the crime.
Right. I'm just saying that's illegally supported slavery. The same way murder, like if you shoot somebody who's shooting people, that's still murder. It's just legal murder.
If you do what? If you shoot somebody, that's what?
When a police officer shoots somebody who's on a killing spree, that's murder. It's just legally sanctioned murder.
Well, if the cop shoots him for without any, if his life wasn't in danger, yeah, then that's murder, and I think the cop should be held accountable for it.
Well, murder just means killing another person. It's like homicide. When people get killed by police, it's listed as a homicide in the medical documents.
Yeah, and those laws need to be changed, and they should have not an internal investigation, but an external investigation when it comes to those. And the only reason a cop should shoot anybody is in self-defense of his own life. Or an innocent civilian's life,
Right.
Just because someone committed a murder and the guy's running away, the cop shouldn't just shoot him. Because there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee the guy's going to kill someone else. I mean, there's other ways to stop him.
Yeah, there are, but they're not as effective typically.
Well, no, they are effective.
What does that even mean?
What's
it
what
means
mean?
that if you're trying to use non-lethal means to subdue somebody who's running away, it's not as effective as killing them, typically.
No, killing them is just permanent.
No, but I mean, like, things like tasers, for example, have a really limited range, whereas most sidearms have a pretty good range. You could kill someone like 200 or 300 feet away with a gun, compared to a taser, only has a range, I think, like 10 feet.
Yeah, but you could also shoot the guy in the ass or the leg, or if you're good enough to
It doesn't really work that way in real life very often.
That's because they're not trained enough. But if they were trained better, then it becomes muscle memory, and they can do that. But they're trained to put in the chest.
Well, that's because the chest has the most accuracy, because it's the biggest part of the body.
Yeah, I think police officers are trained to actually shoot to kill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, they're not trained to, wound so they're just trained to shoot to kill.
I mean, I would agree. I mean, it's it's great to think about these things theoretically, but I would agree. Like that, what we think about theoretically and what happens in real life are totally different things. Especially when it comes to split second decisions whether or not to shoot to kill.
That's why they need better training. Where they train, they shoot at paper targets, they shoot at the chest, and they don't train for like in like real life situation. They don't have the cap guns with the laser vests and that. When they train to shoot, they shoot at paper targets with just the chest silhouette and head silhouette. So they're
Well,
trained.
I mean, I I I would argue that police, between the police and the military, they're probably the two groups of people that I would trust the most as far as being trained with how to appropriately use firearms.
Well, yeah, they're trained how to use them. That's fine, but they're trained to shoot in the chest.
Yes, because I'm sorry, I don't know what the other person's name was with the
Iron.
Iron. Yes, yeah. As Iron said, that's the largest target. I mean, obviously, if you're shooting, if you're trained to shoot to kill, you're going to aim for the largest target.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The problem is shoot to kill. Unless their life is in immediate danger, where the gun, somebody's pointing a gun at them or something, or at another person, then yeah, you shoot for the chest. You shoot to kill. But if they're running away, or they're not actually aiming at you, or you have a chance where you can shoot them in the hip or the leg or in the shoulder.
Well, I sort of feel like that's a totally different issue. I mean, if a police officer or a person in the military is in fear of their life, as you mentioned, um, then obviously they should choose the largest target to hit, to affect the target and affect the kill. But if they're running away, like I feel like you're trying to argue a dichotomy. Like if they're running away, that's a totally different issue than if your life is within in close proximity
Well, yeah, I
to
know,
the
but
person is
Iron.
being argued.
Yeah, but Iron thought it would be fine to kill them, even if they're running away, as long as they can stop them.
Well, the law as it stands now is if a police officer believes that you're going to be committing a felon or endangering society, then they can kill you when you're running away.
Yeah, it's the fleeing felon law, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. New York just enacted that here, so um, it doesn't seem to be the same throughout the different states. So I just
Yeah, but with that law, there's no immediate threat. The officer has time to take aim for the leg or the hip or the ass or the shoulder to bring down that suspect. He has time. He doesn't have
Yeah,
to think.
they're not
He
worth
doesn't
it,
have
really.
to make that split-second decision. He's got time to think about it if the guy's running away.
how it's always been explained to me is that if a police officer does not affect effectively engage the larger part of the target in other words shoot to kill, that they open themselves up to lawsuits for not shooting to kill. At least that's my understanding in New York State.
Oh, yeah.
Because if a bullet doesn't hit a target, then it's going to be flying around down the street and like bouncing off stuff and all kinds of things.
Well, even if the bullet hits the target, it can pass through.
I think police are given rounds that don't have very much penetration for that reason. I might be wrong though. Don't quote me on that.
Well, they use 9 millimeters. I mean, that doesn't have.
There's not a whole lot of penetration, and still, even a 9 millimeter at well, 300 feet would be 100 yards is not very accurate.
I feel like ideally is what we would want is police to be able to make a decision, in a moment to, okay, this person is actually trying to attack me. Do I engage them with my lethal weapon or with my non-lethal weapon? And oh my gosh, they're running away. I don't know if they have a gun. They may not. I mean, I feel like these things are decided in generalities. And I'm not pro police. I'm not anti police. I'm just saying, like, just given the situations that I know about, and I just feel like it needs to be decided on a individualized basis. And I don't really think that posting YouTube videos showing police shootings that are, in effect out of context because we're not there, we don't know the exact situation, we don't know the words exchanged. Like, I just feel like there's so much complexity to this. There's so much nuance that gets missed. If that makes sense.
Right. These are all just working systems that on a day-to-day basis, they're good enough to be practical for like what we need them to do. There's not ever going to be one system or anything that's going to flawlessly serve every situation, if that makes any sense.
Sure. But on the other side of that, though, like, it certainly does not explain why police unions. I mean, I suppose to some extent, I can sort of understand why they don't want those numbers to be accrued and them to become statistics. But on the other side of that, like if you're under fire, if I'm in a police unit, if I'm a police officer, and my position is being under fire, no pun intended. Like, I would think that I would want some kind of statistic out there to show that if I'm engaging a suspect or an alleged, suspect in an exchange of fire, I would want some kind of statistic saying, okay, well, what I did there was certainly justified. And they blatantly, flat out refuse to have any kind of accrual of those, statistics. And I think that's kind of damning.
Well, one thing to keep in mind with police officers is your recruitment pool is only going to be as good as your general population. So, I mean, as our populations continue to become more crass and base and less respectful towards people, that's what your officer pools could be recruiting from. So you get these situations where people start covering for each other and you have bad apples and all that stuff.
So it's kind of like a reciprocal determinist kind of situation where, it's cyclical where, people become more and more defensive, and then those people are then recruited into the police, and that it becomes more and more and more and more defensive. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, essentially.
Okay. That's interesting. That's a great point, actually.
But I just mean in terms of your national character or your regional character. So, I mean, our police are going to act differently from, say, Mexican police or, I don't know, Asian police or something, just because our police are going to be picked from our population. So if your population is more corrupt or ruthless or caring or whatever the qualities are, that's going to carry over into your police departments.
Our police are a reflection of the very society we live in, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I can agree with that.
Hello?
Hello?
I want to add a point. I seen I guess a while ago now, years ago, here and there, like you'd see things about they're trying to develop like non-lethal weapons, like even our military, the U.S. military. But I guess not much came of that because you don't really see anything about it anymore. But I guess there was a time there seemed to be a real effort to try and develop kinds of weapons that would subdue, so then you wouldn't have to kill. And I remember the one I saw, it actually projected like a beam that you couldn't see. It was some kind of beam that once it hit somebody, like it would be painful, and it would cause them to not be able to continue to move forward. It would be such a painful thing, and that would make them retreat, and that would be it. Then you wouldn't have to harm them at all. It would be a thing that it'd be so painful that I have to stop and retreat, right? So I don't know why it seems like I don't hear anything about that anymore. But there was that time where it seemed like there was a real effort to try and develop these kind of things. I guess you could still call them weapons, or that was what they were calling them, non-lethal weapons.
John, was that like like an electromagnetic pulse?
Yeah, it would be that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Let me see if I can try to find. I think I know what you're talking about, man.
Oh yeah, another point I wanted to throw in earlier about we're talking about like should prisoners be able to be used for labor, and it's not right because they don't have a decision and they don't get paid much either. Another thing I seen thing to do with that, like some guys who have been their crimes are really high profile in the news, they wrote a book about it, and it was I guess maybe in some cases it was a bestseller, or it sold very well and it made a lot of money, and they actually made a lot of money off their crimes because when they wrote a book about it, and sometimes even selling the movie rights. And so I think now, I don't know if it's all of the United States or some of the states, they came up with some rule, a law, that they're not allowed, they can't make money off those things from their crime. They were able to actually make a law to stop that. But I don't remember much about it. You know, I'm usually always looking things up on Wiki, but I guess sometimes I like to discuss it in that way for a while before looking it up to actually find out exactly what the situation happens to be. But that's an interesting thing, right? The idea that in those cases, they would stop those guys from profiting from their crimes that way, from books and movies about it.
Yeah, that's another good point too, though. Is like you said, when these criminals are jailed, it wouldn't be slavery, because if they were on the outside, they'd have to pay their own way, and they'd have to pay for, if they busted the neighbor's car window out, by cutting down a tree or something like that, or they backed into it, they'd have to pay for that. If they got in a car accident and it was their fault, what insurance didn't cover, they'd have to pay for. So just because they're in jail doesn't, all of a sudden now they don't have to work and pay their own way. So it's not actually being a slave, it's just doing what they're supposed to be doing, more or less,
Yeah, well, when I say slavery, I'm not saying that's wrong. Like, sounds like a good idea to me.
But it's not slavery at all. That's what I'm saying. Calling it slavery is just wrong thing to call it.
Oh yeah, one other thing I wanted to throw in, and the idea of like how different approaches in different countries, how they go about these things with laws and punishing criminals and that. I know that in Ireland, you may have seen they did a movie. There's actually been more than one movie. It was about a journalist. Her name was Veronica Guerin, and she had really decided to really write in the paper a lot about the criminals in Ireland, specifically the drug dealers. And so she had written so much, then they killed her. And because there was such outrage in the public, from then, one of the things, the consequences or aftermath, they actually created a bureau specifically about confiscating a criminal's all of his property. So it's not even like they try to determine like how much probably was derived from his like whatever it happens to be. I think the way it works now, when a criminal like that, one of the major criminals that are very wealthy, everything gets confiscated, their house, everything. So that's like one of, there was such outrage that to kill a journalist, to try and silence and stop, there was such a reaction to that. It actually created a bureau. From then on, now any of these major criminals, once they get caught, the state takes everything. There's no process to even say, well, is this a fair estimate of what you could claim? Did he ever have, earn his such and such before? There's none of that. It's just like they take everything. But I know in the U.S. that would be a big problem, right? That would never be allowed, right? Because like the ACLU, and I could see that though. But to me personally, see, that's a funny thing. I'm American, but I'm of Irish heritage, so it's almost like I wouldn't want to see that in the U.S. somehow, but I'm okay with them doing it in Ireland, which is kind of odd, right? But that's kind of how I feel. Like it's a smaller country, and that it's harder for them when it seems like they suffer a lot more when these criminals, like that, powerful criminals. So when they can strike back like that and take all their stuff, it seems like it makes more sense. But I guess maybe I'm wrong about that.
No, I think it sounds like a good idea to me.
But yeah, I'm right though that would never be allowed in the U.S. Right there, we have all these organizations. Like
Oh yeah, we're plagued by these shitty fucking ACLU type organizations.
But I think there are some cases where the ACLU that they do also. It doesn't seem like they're always pursuing those type of ones that are very controversial. It seems they do also try to help where it seems pretty much everybody agrees. Yeah, and so then people are grateful such an organization exists, right? To get involved and have the right outcome.
Yeah, they must do something good. I just don't like them enough to look into it to verify. Man, where is everybody?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I guess that's my cue to go to bed. I'm just getting tired. I was gonna try and stay up a couple more hours, but I'm just tired.
Fair enough.
So, all right, guys, you have a good one. We'll talk to you tomorrow sometime. I'll be on the road. Maybe I can get that phone up. So,
Good night, Bob.
all right, good night, Pop.
Take care.
See ya.
Yep,
Have a good
night,
night.
John. Night, everyone.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I just got back. What were you guys talking about?
I was just wondering why you haven't made the Nadia baby yet with the Nadia hat. That's what we were talking about. We were saying what's Palm waiting for.
I think I made it, like if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
But
I was just thinking. I was just thinking that after I said to you, I think you already did that, but you haven't shown it.
I can't find it. Like I have to probably make it again.
I think maybe last time you didn't do it with the hair as well. Maybe you should try with the hair as well.
Oh yeah.
Wait a
yeah.
minute. There's a Nadia hat?
Well, yeah, she wears that like black leather hat usually.
Oh yeah.
So Palm, you see, he has a baby there, and he puts it in different incarnations. So, see, right now that's the Brett Keane baby, right? But my personal favorite is the Donald Trump baby. I really enjoy the Donald Trump baby.
I think it's like a contest.
I'd vote for the Trump baby. I'd never vote for Trump, but I'd vote for the Trump baby as the best.
Hey, what's going on, OG?
Hey there, how's it going? I wonder how many people are secretly going to vote for Trump and lie through their teeth about it.
That's a great question.
I think that they're going to pick up, depending on the Sanders and Clinton outcome, that there may be a lot of revenge. Already, I think that the Trump vote is largely a protest vote in the first place, and I think it might be a revenge vote against Hillary. Given that he makes it, through the primaries.
This is like the craziest presidential election I've ever seen.
Me too. It's ridiculous. George Bush, not George Bush. George Bush the fourth. Jeb Bush bowing out and everything. It's making me shake my head and wonder how that happened. $126 million flushed down the toilet. Damn, I was hoping Joe Sunseed was still on because I got a headset, but I don't think they shipped it to me complete. Is Joe still around?
There's a chance he'll come back, because of course for him on the West Coast it's only after 9 o'clock, so it's almost like there's always a chance we'll see Joe around again since he's almost all of us are not on the same time zone as him. So, like, in relation to us, it's never really too late for Joe, I guess.
Yeah, but he had a long drive today, so I'm trying to get in earlier. I bought a headset just like him, but I thought it was supposed to come with a little USB, like a receiver or something, and I didn't see that. And I'm wondering if they squirrel it away somewhere in one of the cords or hide it in the headset in some place. I don't want to start breaking the thing apart to find the thing.
What kind of headset is it, man?
It's a, hang on and I'll tell you. Logitech, I want to say HS800 wireless Bluetooth headset. And it's supposed to have a little thing like you get with a wireless mouse.
Yeah.
But I don't think they packed that. It was bulk packed from Amazon. And I had the fucking thing, pardon my language, I had it shipped one day too. I wanted it so bad, and now I can't use it. Because my microphone is very, I'm using my PC's mic, and it's pretty weak.
It's not too bad. I can hear you pretty good, man.
What happens, so as soon as the room gets kind of talking, and if there's any ambient noise, it really, even a little, like people are just breathing on the mic and stuff, I think that's enough that it
kills it.
Like right now it sounds good, I imagine, but there isn't a lot of chatter going on.
Yeah, they make those little transceiver things so tiny now.
So I'm wondering if I could have dropped the thing when I opened it, and I can't find it anywhere, but I'm thinking maybe it's stored away somewhere. There's a little stash thing inside the headset for it, which would be nice, but I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, that sucks, man.
And they're identical to the ones Joe got. I did some research, and for $60 or so, they were about the best thing going. And his sound real good now. His new headset sounds real good. And I've noticed he's even getting a little more attention now that he has a nicer headset. And boy, I gotta have that. It's all about the attention. Yeah. Now, were you here? I don't know if I've met you. You're Chip. I'm trying to think if it was you were here last night, kind of representing. I was just listening from watching TV, but were you the one that has a Catholic background?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, me too. So you got a
Okay, cool. Yeah,
fellow
yeah. I think you
tortured
popped on a
Catholic here.
couple of times, and I don't know. It was kind of a great. It was an interesting conversation last night. It was my first time, and yeah, I saw you pop on, man.
I was hoping to try to talk to you. Yeah, it was the conversation was probably too deep at that point, but well, welcome aboard. And then I thought I'd heard you say that you hadn't had a whole lot of exposure to all the different philosophical arguments and esoteric stuff that is, commonplace around here. So get used to it.
Yeah. I'm
But
kind of looking forward to it, man.
I'm so excited for it. For me, for a lot of reasons, but I'm a lot older than you. I'm 56, and kind of in a situation where I happen to have time. I'm not in the joint or anything like that, but I've got time to spend to it, and I really wanted to take a objective look at because Catholics, we're not taught. If you're like I was, you're what's the word? Indoctrinated.
Oh yeah.
The earliest days with all the ritual and the smells and the scents and the family gatherings and the photographs and the first communion and the et cetera, et
Oh, I
cetera.
was like immersed in it, man. Did you do like the altar boy thing and all that stuff?
Yeah, I'm dealing with that. I was actually a seminarian for about 3 years.
Wow. Okay.
So I was very pro-Catholic, and I got really good. Maybe you did too. At one point in polemics, and I was really surprised as a Catholic that we were never really taught what other religions thought.
Exactly.
Exactly. We weren't necessarily told that ours is the best, but we were given, here's how we trace our authority back to Peter, blah, 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 unbroken train of papal secession, blah, 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 blah. You know all the things. Sure. And so I found it particularly easy but I didn't know then the level of vitriol and hatred and animus towards Catholics that existed. Some 10 years ago, I got into something similar to this. It was Yahoo Chat. There weren't many atheists, and the ones that I talked to were not quite as evolved as these are today, but I kind of steered away from atheists. I found them kind of scary. But I got pretty good at polemics and arguing pro Catholicism versus other Protestant sects, and got rather adept at that, and even got to where I knew all the different sects and everything kind of fairly well, and knew where their skeletons were hidden, etc. But I never got a chance to look at my faith with, let's say, clear eyes.
Absolutely understandable. I feel like I had a similar experience to you. And I'm sure you might. So I'm old enough to actually, we actually had religious education in my school. Like, they would come in every Tuesday afternoon, and it was either you were Catholic, Protestant, or heathen. And if you were Catholic, you went to this one lady who was very nice, of course. If you were Protestant, you went to this other lady who was very nice. And if
Stop right there.
You went to study
right
hall.
There. Stop right there. I got a quick trivia question. So this was a public school, probably?
Yes. Yep.
Did they serve fish on Fridays back then? Do you know that public schools where I'm from, even though the Catholics were a tiny minority?
They still do.
They still do.
They still do. God. Oh yeah, and that's like a normal thing. And I talked about this last night, because when it's interesting you bring up that, like, Catholics don't learn about other denominations. So when you run into people that are other denominations, you're like, wait, you eat meat on Fridays? What the heck is wrong with you?
It's
but
a culture.
Yeah, my high school in upstate New York, still serves fish on Fridays during Lent. Absolutely.
Oh my goodness.
The schools around here do, actually.
Now, for a while there, McDonald's and Burger King would have, during Lent, it was always during Lent, they never made a big deal out of it, but they would run a reduced price on their fish sandwiches. And I'm way out on the West Coast, where it's very unchurched. In fact, near Port, near Portland, Oregon, which I think is still and has been the most unchurched, godless part of the country, with only about 25% or less of people ascribing to any faith at all. Now, of those, Catholics do have probably the lion's share, but there's such a small minority to begin with that it's funny how the East Coast Catholics, where some states like Indiana and places where their state is half Catholic, how these, I don't know, mores or something like that persist.
Yeah. So where I am right now, like Lent is huge for our volunteer fire departments out here. So most of our volunteer fire departments out here serve Lenten fish fries. Now, of course, our volunteer fire departments are completely taxpayer funded. So here we have a taxpayer funded government entity making money off of the fact that a small, well, I don't know, yes, a minority of the people around here are Catholic and observe Lent, at least on the surface, of course. And that's a huge money raiser around here for our volunteer fire departments is Lenten Friday fish fries. Like, they make a freaking ton of money off that.
That's amazing how how strong that presence of Catholicism still is. I would bet you, without going to Google, which now you asked me earlier to do, remember on the little police IQ thing.
Oh yeah.
Maybe I will, but I would bet you in upstate New York you're still running 25% or more Catholic.
Oh yeah, easily.
Wow.
I mean,
so out here, 75% of the people or more are unchurched to begin with in the Wild West.
Well, I mean, in my town where I live, it's where the Boxing Hall of Fame is. Like, almost everybody here is Italian and Irish. Almost everybody's Catholic. Almost everybody. Like, it's just now that there's churches outside of town that have started doing, like, the prosperity theology stuff, like the New Beginning Gospel Church and all that kind of stuff. But, like, this is a heavily Catholic area.
Burn them fucking down right now. No, I'm kidding you. Pretty soon you're going to have fucking Noah's Arks in shit museums going around, and you're going to really wonder where the hell you landed, and then you're going to become embarrassed to be a Christian.
Well, I don't know if you were in on the conversation last night. One of the first things that I think Seamus asked me was if I was a flat earther or if I was a creationist. And I was like, what the heck are you talking about? Because the Catholic faith that I grew up in, it's just like, no, we were all pro-science. So I think it's a little interesting to
I heard part of that.
I'm sorry?
I did hear part of that you were, and you did seem a little bit stunned, and I was laughing my ass off because you're thinking, wait a minute, you're not telling me that there are people that really, teach this and I mean, yeah, and that really believe this. I mean, and here you're going to meet otherwise intelligent people, seemingly intelligent people that would go to their grave believing that every creature was alive was managed to be stuffed into this ark, that the whole earth was flooded. In fact, I'm being stupid right now bringing this up because somebody's going to get on my ass here. So yeah, I was really surprised and taken aback by that. Now I remember in my seminary there were 3 brothers and one who all joined the religious order that I was in from the same family, and one sister who became a nun, and that left one brother out of the 5 in the family that pursued other things. And that family was from, I believe, Syracuse.
That's where I'm from.
Yeah, so it's a different world out west, and it's a really different world in the Bible Belt South. My heavens.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What's really interesting is if you talk to someone. So I have a couple of friends that have been trying to get me to go to their megachurch. And one of them is this is what she calls herself. She calls herself a Reformed Catholic. I don't really know what that means.
See, these places have a certain appeal to Catholic. Here's my thought on that. I haven't met too many Catholics that were real Catholics that became Pentecostal, and I don't want to sound. I'm going to sound fucking really judgmental here. But usually the people that I've run into that were that way would claim to have been brought up in a Catholic school system and stuff. But when I would press them, I was certain that they were making a lot of it up. They might have had some Catholicism or gone to Mass a few times, but hadn't really, been indoctrinated like many of us were into Catholicism. You would ask them simple things like, "What's your?" I would ask them like, "What's your?" What do you call it? Your when you approve, when you step up and.
Oh, when you confirm.
I would ask them what their confirmation name was, and
yes.
They know what I'm talking about. So a lot of that, those are, to me, I found those to be. I don't know. I'm just not real big on the whole evangelical church and just the obvious racket that it is.
Well, I think it's really interesting how people, especially if they grew up Catholic, once they do not identify as Catholic, they are so quick to, and I feel like this is turning into like a whole like Christian Catholic thing, and I don't want it to be that, but it does really seem that it's like, well, Catholics aren't Christian.
Yeah, we're kind of heathens. In fact, I heard a guy say last night that he didn't mind Catholics because they were mostly pagans anyhow, or something. I can't remember exactly what he said.
Yeah, I think that's what, was it Seamus? It was Seamus or Van, I think.
It wasn't Seamus. Seamus is going to keep, here's my opinion about Seamus. Oh, I just had somebody show up and I'll have to go pretty quick, but okay. I've got a special part in my heart for Seamus. I like even though his antics and stuff seem a little frustrating and harsh, or even bratty at times, he's a skilled theistic debater. He usually gets crushed because 3 or 4 guys, atheists will gang up on him at once. They won't admit it now, but he rarely gets a real fair chance to run an entire argument. And when he does, the kid's fucking brilliant. But he doesn't know what my hunch is. I mean, this is going way too far, but I'm going to ask you this anyway. Do you ever kind of sense when you think somebody's a Catholic? Do you have that weird, eerie sixth sense where you think, God, this seems like a Catholic? Maybe you're in the restaurant and they're sharing their food and shit like that, and you're thinking, that seems Catholic.
I know this might seem kind of like a backward way of yes, but in kind of a backward way. Like it typically comes about when I'm talking to somebody and they identify themselves as pagan. I'm just like, you're Catholic.
I'll have to check. I'll have to run with that and see if that holds true. I've never thought of that. That hadn't occurred to me. But there's still subtle things. Anyway. Good luck with your enterprise. I think even St. Augustine said, and St. Thomas Aquinas certainly said that unless you understand your faith and what you believe, it's not worth it to make it worthwhile. And so that to me, even though as I listen to these atheist arguments and they have a great deal of appeal, I consider myself widely skeptic. I felt that I've gone from like 99% skeptic, and this is due to primarily to things like the fucking altar boy thing. I just haven't dealt with that, right?
Right.
That whole thing.
No, I get that. I totally get that, man.
Oh, dude, can you imagine the horror and revulsion that you and I felt, and others like us, when the very guys? I mean, you remember if you were an altar boy, this priest was like, it was him and God, and he was right there, and to think of that kind of abuse of power.
Right. Well, we know it's weird. I mean, I mean, you said you're 56. Like my priest seemed to be pretty progressive. Like he didn't really make a huge deal out. I don't know. I sort of know what you're talking about. There's like a spectrum of ideology, I think, that goes through Catholic priests. Like I would say that the Catholic priests that are graduating, that are coming from seminary now, are way more conservative than the priests that came out of the 70s seminary, for example. Way more conservative.
Oh, hey, sorry. Is it Chip or Chip? I'm kind of getting distracted a little bit. I want to continue with just a few more minutes, but I'm a little bit up and down at the moment, so I didn't get to catch what your last thing was about the priests and stuff. But
oh, sorry. No, I was just saying that I feel like the priests that are coming from seminary now are way more conservative than the priests that I had.
wow, you know, there's maybe some good in that, maybe some that's not so good. But I know that at first, and somebody has argued through this with me here, in the late 90s, when it really the enormity of the whole problems began to surface, a lot of the priests wanted to say, well, it's since Vatican II when we started allowing, we really pursued gay men, you know, and they tried to blame it on the gays, pederasty, and they fucked up on that too. It took about 5 years, and somebody was really arguing with me that, and I went to try to look it up, and it's just kind of been politely buried. But they had to commission a study, the UCCB, to prove before they realized there was, you know, absolutely no correlation between homosexuality and pederasty. And so you know, I remember clinging to that hope that, oh, maybe it's a Vatican II issue because so many people are still fucking troubled over that whole deal. And
Maybe.
even I am in some ways. I will say that there's some changes and stuff that kind of broke my heart a little as I look back. You know, the fact that they kind of just took the nuns and said, "You're on your own, bitches," and turned them out on the street. That's what they did in the West here, anyway. And where we used to have convents and the nuns were looked after, and they would run hospitals and schools, and it was just, I saw some of that, so I can see the appeal that certain people have for certain elements of the conservatism. I wouldn't mind a Latin Mass once in a while because to me, that's the universal language of the church, and it settles that whole fucking Tower of Babel thing in my eyes, right? You know, I like that idea once in a while, but beyond that, the beliefs and all the rest, I can live without. In fact, that makes it more difficult for me to think about re-entering my faith, or what was given my faith.
No, I'm with you, OG. Like I'm kind of in this in-between place. Like like my eyes have been opened. I've, you know, am starting. Like I can see the breadth and width of human spirituality, and I'm trying to figure out what the hell to do with that. You know, excuse my French.
Yeah, how to deal with existentialism, just, you know, in the first place, you know, in a world, you know, in a world that, what was it Howard the Duck said? Remember Howard the Duck?
Absolutely.
He was pissed because he was in a world that, he was the existentialist duck that was pissed off because he was in a world he did not create. And we didn't have any say in that. We didn't really have any say in whether or not we were going to be Catholic. And there are some things that, but in the process, so much of that became such a part of me that I'm finding it really tough to let go of the vestigial stuff. The saints, some of them were so, you know, this guy was the baller saint, you know, Saint Francis of Assisi and things like that, where they're just important kind of linchpins in our thinking and stuff. That's hard to let go of. And there's also, I think, a certain snifter that some Catholics can get where they can kind of smell bullshit, even though it's happening underneath in front of their own faces. But, you know, it's going to take you a strong argument, my friend, I think, before those things start to unshackle and unlock, unless you've already done some studying about it to understand. But on cause, part of me sides with the atheists. First of all, you're going to find it to be a mostly friendly lot. Some are real competitive, and they're into the, you know, slam dunking atheist type attitude. But a lot of them are just real kind-hearted, humanist type people, and you're going to love that, I would predict. And
yeah, I'm really looking forward to like this journey. Like I feel like it's been a long time coming, you know.
Well, it'll be interesting to watch your path. I don't know too many people that's why I jumped on here again tonight, Chip. I haven't run into too many people that profess any Catholicism, but I'm finding there are probably a few pretty world-class debaters not, I wouldn't call, well, the other guys would call them probably just beyond white belts, but probably black belt debaters or whatever, that
Sure.
are Thomists that just don't come into the room. It's too just, this is too much like the marketplace of old or something, the forum, whatever you remember, what they call the Greeks called it, agora or whatever.
Right.
And but I like it because of that, because these fucking guys, these are young people that have all these great notions and ideas, and some of them have really, you're gonna be blown away. A guy like Shameless, he spent probably the last couple of years of his life easily just studying philosophers and different arguments and stuff. And there's guys that are even way better. And so you're going to find there's a dynamic here that seems odd at first. Well, why is everybody quiet when that guy talks, or this or that? And it may be for a variety of reasons. But for me, if it's somebody that consistently I've heard good meritorious arguments from, it's almost like I could pay them to, because I feel like they're at the they've got the latest and greatest arguments that are being circulated out there, and just laying them on a tray. And some of them are nice enough to be didactic about it and share along the way. And then it gets really good, and people kind of explain, well, here's my, train of thought. You remember you were asking me about this yesterday, OG, listen up. And it can be real edifying.
Awesome. Like, I'm totally looking forward to this, like, for real.
And then some of the best theist philosophers and debaters, I was real surprised to see, aren't even Catholic. I was surprised to see, at least the more popular ones.
Okay.
So it'll be interesting to see. Like, you'll hear a lot about, I don't know if you've heard of, William Lane Craig and you're going to hear a lot about things like, somebody help me out here, presupposition.
Presuppositional apologetics. So, like, what's his name? Ten Bruggencate?
Could be. I'm thinking of Kalam and that, whatever it is.
I've got like a very base knowledge of Christian apologetics at this point. I started listening to Steve Shives.
Okay, you got to point me towards these guys, because you're probably, I think you're more of an academic than I am, and so if you come across something that's helpful and that you find particularly useful, if you could remember to do me a favor and let me know, because I saw holes in the Kalam principle right away. I couldn't tell you why, point by point and blow by blow, but I saw they want me to jump onto their bus before the fucking discussion even begins. To me, a presupposition is anything that begins with if. It's that simple. I'm sure somebody will point out that
Absolutely.
I'm wrong. But I'm like, oh yeah, if, that means that right away that's the gateway into somebody else's line of thinking. And what they try to do is to get you into their line of thinking in a very presumptive manner, and then once you're in, it's,
Well, it's total BS. It's like, well, let's start from the premise that I'm correct, and then we'll go from there. It's a BS argument. It doesn't even. It's not even logical.
Stick to your guns and hang on to that. Why are you correct? What evidence? You got to ask evidence from the very start. That's all I know with the Kalam cosmological argument that William Lane Craig has developed. But it's kind of cool because it's based on 1,000-year-old freaking Arabian magic formula kind of a thing or something, and it's cool. And gosh, if I didn't have company, I'm taking care of my mother. She's passing away, so she's getting ready to.
Oh my goodness, man!
And so I'm
sorry
doing
to hear that.
Show up. Yeah, it's been for me, a real existential time in my life. But the one that was selected to come take care of her, and so I found myself going a little bit crazy until I found these people on G+, and it's just been for me, it's been a huge opportunity. Is Eamon here? He's a smart young man. I'm kind of envious of a guy like that that's in his early 20s and already has such a firm grasp on reason.
Iron seems to know what's up. I think he was on last night, I think.
I'm learning OG, but I'm really not that experienced in philosophy. Or
I think that you caught the eye already of some of the elder philosophers in here. They see a lot of potential in you, Eamon. So I've heard that when you weren't around.
Oh, gee, what's your name on Skype again? I forgot.
Oh, I think it should be Batinsky. Hey, godless, good God, girl, where the hell have you been? You know, you made a grandpa worry a little bit there, girl. I did. I will tell you. I'll just tell you that I got a tiny bit worried. I'm glad to see that you're safe and sound and presumably back home.
Yeah, I went on vacation.
Well, I knew you were going, but I thought it was only for 3 or 4 days. I didn't know it'd be. It seemed like it went more than a week or maybe 2 weeks.
Oh, I was gone a week, but my vacation was only 3 days.
Oh, well, do you have to go work off some fines?
Some what?
Do you have to go work off some fines?
What do you mean?
Oh, I'm kidding. I'm talking restitution. I'm busting your chops. Well, I'm going to tell you I was a little bit worried. And so I'm going to ask you to try to keep touch with when you do those kind of things because, you know, your past and things. Some little maybe things that I don't want to get into or whatever. Don't make an old man worry too much. I'm delighted to see you. I may not agree with everything you say, but I sure fucking love how you say it. For sure, and I think you're actually really skilled. I heard you earlier today, and Joe was mentioning some pretty esoteric stuff like this argument or that argument that I couldn't even understand how to Google it because I didn't understand the pronunciation of the word, this or that argument, and there, you know, and you were familiar with it and just wanted to know some of the nuances and stuff, and I'm just impressed. I think you've got a real good skill set too. So it's not just the fact that you're a sexy young lady with a badass fiery tongue, but you know your shit too. You've got the building blocks first before you went out and launched into this. You're crazy as hell, but you know what? Who isn't, you know?
Well, everybody's crazy except me because of Islam.
Yeah, and you've almost had me convinced of that. At times I've had to complain almost that I found my stance toward Islam becoming more less patient and less tolerant, and it's been a result of where I've begrudgingly gone and looked up things that you've said, and I went, oh, geez, you know, how stupid can we be? But
yeah, well, see, the thing is, we live in a society where our society wants to tolerate intolerance. Our society is so tolerant that it wants to tolerate intolerance, but it won't tolerate my intolerance of intolerance.
Well, what really got me was when you started driving the point home that how come atheists here are so quick to bash on a theist that's a Christian, but they seem to be real soft, ginger, what's the word I'm looking for? Step gingerly or whatever around somebody that they think may be Muslim.
Right, it's like people think it's crazy when they first hear me say it, but atheists defend Islam more than any other demographic, generally, because they're so politically correct.
It's the political correctness. I thought that was passe, but you brought it to life for me again. There you go. It's a little disconcerting because I think that really why the atheists, the smart ones anyway, don't want to engage is a sense of because if you open the Quran and start to read it and listen to it, it's like, are you fucking kidding me? You know, where's the divine inspiration for this? You know, mayhem and subjugation into slavery and, you know, killing infidels and
you know, OG,
apostates and stuff. Wow.
I don't know if you experienced the same thing, but I think for me, Islam, you know, coming from a relatively conservative Catholic point of view, and I'm speaking for myself, that Islam actually, within that context, made more sense to me theologically than the Christianity that current modern Christians purport to believe in. Like I feel like there's more similarities, if that makes sense.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, the virgin birth, I mean, they're actually supportive of a lot of tenets of Christianity. Mary being a virgin, they actually revere Mary. So there's some things that there are bridges or lifelines that we can throw back and forth, but when you look at actually the historicity which people claim for Islam and the Quran is they claim way better than Christianity. That's not so. Their book and stuff. Muhammad, I was under the impression he wrote the fucking book. Pardon the language. He didn't. The books didn't really appear till up to 250 years after he died. So people using that, well, he came later, so this is more up to date, you know. And this
Well,
is
the
more
Hadiths are
verifiable.
200 years after Muhammad, but the Quran isn't.
Okay, tell me about that, because I thought I was listening to a William Lane Craig thing where he said that no, the books, even the Quran, was this jumble of letters and stuff that was brought to the picture long after Muhammad's death.
Yeah, that's the Hadiths, which is like the biographies of Muhammad, but the Quran, the earliest Quran, you know, there's different versions. But although it hasn't changed much, much less in the Bible, that's more from around Muhammad's time, which would be 600s. But yeah, Muhammad was illiterate. He didn't write the Quran.
Okay, I don't know where I had that misconception. I'm sorry. So he didn't write it, but can they place it accurately within, say, 3 or 4 generations, removed from 50 to 75 years from Muhammad?
Well, see, the problem with Muhammad is, aside from the Quran and the Hadith, there's actually nothing to point to him historically. Like, he probably existed him that we wouldn't know what's true and what's false. There's more basis for the historicity of Jesus than Muhammad.
Okay, that's interesting.
Really?
Yeah, and like when they burst out of Arabia and started conquering the lands around them, it was supposedly supposed to be done in the name of Islam, but the lands that were conquered didn't mention these people that were conquering them, didn't mention them any that they were bringing any kind of new religion or anything.
But everyone admits he was a pedophile.
And also, like, we can look back at coins from the conquered lands, like right after they were conquered, and there's actually one with Muhammad. It says Muhammad on it, but he has a cross. We just see that Islam and Christianity were like being mixed up together, so it wouldn't be Islamic for Muhammad to have a cross.
Oh no, they absolutely want no part of that, part of Christ, Jesus' narrative that he could have been crucified or anything.
So, Godless, I want to go back to something you said a few minutes ago, that there's more. Actually, correct me. Yeah, I think you said that there's less corroborative evidence for the existence of Muhammad than there is for Jesus. Is that correct?
Wait, you're cutting out. Is he cutting out for anybody else?
I'm sorry.
No, I heard him.
Oh, let me refresh.
Okay, she didn't hear you.
Yeah, you are cutting out a little bit.
She'll be right back in.
Was what I'm saying is that there's literally only 2 references to Jesus, one of which is not even sacred text. It's text related to Flavius Josephus, and those texts have actually been proven to be fraudulent. So there's actually the only reference to Jesus is the Bible. And that's hotly contested.
Well, when I was a seminarian, they spoke. They mentioned Flavius Josephus and another Roman guy. What the hell was his name? But you're right about the Flavius Josephus thing. Does read like it was. What's it called when you do something extemporaneous? It does look pretty well doctored up, from what I'm told. I haven't studied that.
Well, and the thing is that Yeshua was like a really common name. So they're not even sure that the Yeshua that they were talking about is the Yeshua of the Bible.
And wasn't it really a book that was written about the Jewish uprising, or
It was. So here's the thing. It's actually, I don't know if you're familiar with Simke Yabakovich. He's the naked archaeologist. So he does a lot of archaeological study around comparing biblical accounts to archaeological evidence. And so what he's found is that and I want to say that it's surrounding the accounts at Mount, what is it? It's the final Jewish uprising where the 10th Roman Legion defeated it was just before the Maccabee Rebellion. The 10th Roman Legion climbed, it's not Mount Sinai, but it's Mount, what is it?
I'm gonna guess Horeb, but I'm not sure.
Someone be my brain. But anyway, it's like the last account of that. And so there's only like literally 2 extra biblical accounts of Jesus existing, and one is fraudulent and one is questionable at best.
Yeah, Tacitus.
And the only reason why the teachings of Flavius Josephus even exist is because at the time that the Roman legions attacked Jerusalem, the Jewish Empire was at their peak, and like that was kind of a big deal to defeat the Jewish Empire at the time, and so that's why sort of Josephus was brought back to Rome to tell these stories. And it's interesting because the extra biblical text related to Flavius Josephus, the one that's fraudulent, was written like 300 years or something after he died.
Yeah, that's what I've heard too, that it was kind of read like propaganda almost, wartime propaganda.
Well, it's really interesting because there's some biblical scholars that would say that that passage, because that passage exists, it's kind of like it's kind of like this backward authentication. Well, clearly, since this passage has existed for so long, they can't be wrong, even if it is fraudulent. I don't know. It's really interesting, and I think to kind of go back to the original thing here, I think that's kind of the stuff that allows that. It's just like once you start actually learning about your faith, you realize, look, wow, there's a lot of BS involved here.
A lot of politics.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, Catholicism is all politics. I mean, really. I mean, even today. I mean, even with, Trump responding to Pope Francis's commentary regarding what a true Christian is, and especially considering that there's plenty of Catholics that would not consider themselves Christian, and vice versa.
Yeah, which is pretty much the staff at Fox News. They do not like this Pope.
No, they don't. No, because he's
he's a Marxist. Right.
If only. If only.
It's fun because you'll get a chance to look at. There's some good Marxists in here. You'll find, and that's something that really interests me. And there actually is a great deal in common between some of the Marxist ideology and real Catholicism. And what Pope Francis would have is probably pretty radical stuff, from a community standpoint. I got to step out for a minute or two, but I'm going to be back. And
I know you've been trying to get with your company, man.
Yeah, I got to get. I'm real happy to meet you, and I
Yeah,
hopefully see you
likewise.
around more. And you'll get some
Likewise.
meetings and shit like that. Don't take it to heart. There may be some things like that. You just got to roll with it, dude. This comes with a price, you know, this kind of knowledge. It's not entirely free, but I hope that it sounds like you've got a real good attitude and an open mind, and it'd be interesting to follow your path. Alrighty, I'm going to be back. Take care.
Hey, you too, man. Take care. Is anybody else still there?
I'm here, but I have a bad connection.
Okay.
Chip, are you an atheist?
I do not identify as an atheist, no.
What do you believe in gods?
I'm sort of in between things right now, I think. If that makes sense.
Do you believe in gods?
Do I believe in gods? I wouldn't say that I believe in gods, but I think that there's some things that we do not understand, and I think that that's okay.
Well, we don't understand things, so it has nothing to do with gods.
I'm sorry.
We don't understand things, therefore there might be gods.
I don't know. Like, I don't think it's fair to relegate things that we don't understand to gods, but I don't think it's necessarily fair to say that the things that we don't understand don't have some kind of divine. I don't know. I really don't know how to answer that question. I'm sorry. I don't know. Isn't that kind of what science is about, though? Like, I don't know. And
Well, I'm not asking you to claim that no gods exist, but do you at least lack belief?
well, you're kind of begging the question, man. I feel like.
If I'm asking you, do you lack belief in gods, I'm begging the question by asking you if you lack belief in gods.
Well, that's not what you said, though. You said, like, well...
I asked you, do you believe in gods? And you're not really giving an answer, so I'm asking you, do you lack belief in gods or not?
You asked me, do you at least not believe in gods? So I feel like that there's kind of a... So, like, words mean things. And so I sort of feel like you're trying to pigeonhole me into something that I don't necessarily want to.
Do you fucking lack belief in gods or not?
Why are you so angry, man?
I'm not angry, but I'm not asking you to make a claim of whether or not gods exist. I'm just asking you, what do you believe?
You just asked me if I fucking believed that gods existed or not, and then now you're saying that, well, I'm not saying that. So, like, what is it, dude?
No, I said I'm not asking you to make a claim whether gods exist or not. I'm just asking you what you fucking believe.
I just told you, dude. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
Just say you don't know.
I did say that.
You don't know whether you believe a fucking God exists or not?
Yes.
That's very odd.
Okay, cool.
I think it's pretty obvious that I exist.
Do you, like, which God? Like, do you lack belief in any gods? Zeus?
I don't know why
Horus?
this has to be like a dichotomous thing, I guess.
I'm not asking it to be.
You kind of are.
Well, either you do believe in gods or you don't.
Can't I be like, well, okay, so I'll give you this. So I think that what people describe to be gods aren't necessarily gods is something that we can't necessarily explain. Like it's a human connection. It's a connection.
Well, then why call it God?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
You could
I
just
know
say it's pretty natural.
sociologically why people call that gods. I mean, there's like a like for my students, like I love to draw God on the board, and I talk about collective effervescence and Emile Durkheim and
You know what you have?
and all that kind of stuff.
You
But
have atheism. You have atheism denial.
atheism, denialism, awesome. That's a whole bunch of isms. I'm just saying. Are you allowed to have two isms in one sentence?
I didn't say denialism. I said atheism denial.
You said atheism, denialism.
Rewind the tape.
I'm teasing you because I also have a great memory.
Do you lack belief in Yahweh?
I don't believe in Yahweh.
So you lack belief in Yahweh?
Sure.
Do you lack belief?
So let me give you this. I don't believe that there is a God per se, but I think that there is a force that we don't know how that stuff works. And do not tell me that like I'm Jordan from Spirit Science, because I will rage up in this motherfucker. Sorry.
You said don't tell you what?
Jordan from Spirit Science. You should definitely
I don't know what that
check out
means.
Spirit Science.
I don't know what that means, but I think we've established that you're an atheist.
Okay.
Chip, I want to ask you, because I heard you were talking with OG about Catholicism. So you used to be Catholic?
Yes.
Yeah, I was raised Catholic, so I am familiar with it. So then, you left Catholicism because of what?
Oh goodness. I think long story short, I realized that it's a combination of things. So it's not necessarily Catholicism in and of itself. I feel like Catholicism compared to my life experience growing up where I did, reflecting on those experiences with Catholicism on top of that has sort of led me to question everything and kind of lead me more towards an atheistic conclusion.
Right, I see. I mean, of course, a lot of people, when they leave a religion, there can be a long period like that of them searching and so on.
Of course.
And so, if you don't mind me asking, like, what age were you when you left? About? I know sometimes you can't say there was a clear, like, point in that, but maybe, roughly, like, what age?
Oh man. Well, I remember when I was 16, my friend and my friend Brian and I got kicked out of Catholic Sunday school because we asked too many damn questions because we actually like read the Bible and shit. Um, so I think to some extent 16, but then, with Catholic guilt and the fact that, and this is fucking true. The United States military forces you to choose a religion. They really do. Like that is not a lie. Like the people that say like it's not like outwardly so, but you get extra benefits. I'm putting that in animated quotations that you cannot see. You get added benefits for going to any kind of church on a Sunday rather than staying in your barracks. I'll put it that way. And so I think that kind of reinforced that, like, wow, maybe my thinking is sort of messed up. Like, clearly all of these other people are doing that. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like that there's so many variables to this that it's hard to delineate, like, where it's been a culmination of things, I think is the best way to put it.
I see. Right. I mean, that's will often be the case, right? And so, which branch of the military were you in?
Marines.
Oh, how many years were you in?
8 years.
Wow. Yeah, I thought about joining the military, but because I remember senior year high school, they actually came to the school, like all representatives, all four branches.
Oh yeah.
And then I think if you express really any interest at all, maybe even no interest. I mean, for the first couple of years after I left school, they were calling my house. It like they didn't give up for a couple of years till after I left high school. Seeing if I want to, ask me do I want to join.
Did you take a test that you didn't know about, and then you later on found out that it was the ASVAB?
That I don't know which test it was. We did take some kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, so this is kind of what happened, and I think maybe this is what happened to you. And I don't know if they can do this anymore. I just remember being herded into a room and told, like, hey, we have this test that the U.S. military wants you to take randomly. I went to a relatively small high school, so like there was 85 people in my graduating class, so small high school. So we were all herded into a room. We all took this class and a test. It turned out to be the ASVAB, which is what the military uses to determine what jobs you can go into once you decide to enter the military. If you score highly, they will harass you to no end. And I'm thinking that might be what happened to you, my friend.
Yeah, I guess whatever I said.
Highly.
Huh?
And you probably scored pretty high, and they wanted you.
Yeah. So you joining the Marines, it didn't have anything to do like recruiting, like you really wanted to join, you always knew? Like did you have your family before you had been in the Marines and that kind of thing? Was it a family thing?
Not really. No, I had a shit family life, and I didn't do that well in high school, and I didn't really know what the fuck I wanted to do. I had a friend of mine that went. I'm sorry if I'm not supposed to swear on this channel. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I don't think anybody generally don't mind, except for maybe I know there's like one guy in particular, Christian Hillbilly. He really dislikes profanity.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I'll try to not do that.
Oh no, but right now I think you're good. I don't think anybody here is bothered at all right now, so I think you're fine right now.
All right, cool. So I don't know why I talked to a friend of mine who graduated ahead of me and said, dude, like, this is a great deal. Like, they'll pay for part of your college, and, like, it went into the same kind of thing that I did. So I did electronic repair. So I did, like, field electronic repair. I used to work on tactical aviation radar. And I knew I wanted to get into electronics. He was in electronics. He said, dude, they'll pay for your college, man. Like, if you want to get into this, this is the way to go. So I was kind of down with that. And I knew I didn't want to go to college right then because I fucking hated school at that point. And high school just did not work with me. Like, it was just total BS. It was boring. Like, most of my teachers were just, aside from the two teachers that I still keep in contact with, were fucking idiots. They didn't know anything. And I know that sounds rather, egotistical, but I wanted something different, and it was something that I had never done before, and it was something that no one in my family had ever done before. So I was just like, fuck it, this is what I'm gonna do. And I depped in a year early. Actually, I depped in when I was a junior in high school.
So the Marines was like the decision. Was it because you found the Marines it was tougher and that's what you wanted, or like you didn't have to think, should I go to the Army because maybe it's not as difficult? Because I think everybody, even who never been in the military, and that they kind of have the Marines have their reputation as being tougher, more difficult to training.
So that's interesting you bring that up, man. It's weird that you don't even know me and you brought that up. So I went in there because I was not a very large individual. I ran cross country and track, and I could just run fast. And so I feel like this is turning into like a Forrest Gump story. So I just felt like I didn't think about this at the time. Reflecting on it, I was just thinking, all these motherfuckers are saying shit about me. You know what? I'm going to join the most elite military force, and I'm going to make it through that, and I'm going to be that. And that's what I did.
And so you still have that feeling about being a Marine, right? Like, I guess what everybody is familiar with, they've seen Full Metal Jacket, so that would be, if they've only have their understanding of the Marines from that, which, although I think a lot of Marines would say they probably did a good job, but like in those ways of showing like the Marines brotherhood, because you remember the speech the drill sergeant gave, which the question I got to ask you, is that really accurate to the real speech? He said now at the end, he said you're no longer maggots, now today you're a Marine, you're part of a brotherhood, and it's like, and he said the Marines will last forever, therefore you live forever. That kind. I mean, that's strong stuff. I mean, when you're a part of that, and they give a speech like that, that's got to make you feel good,
It does. I mean, and I've never been part of anything like that before.
So you still feel that now? Like you really feel it's a thing for life? You really feel the brotherhood? We're all Marines, past, present, future.
No.
No.
No. I feel like it was a bunch of bullshit, actually.
Well, like I'm not sure if you're being serious, but like I can understand if people feel that way. Like that does happen too. I know people become disillusioned with the whole military thing. That can happen too. So you're saying that really what has happened? You're like feel like a disillusionment now?
I wouldn't say it's a disillusionment. I would say it's an awakening. I feel like there's so many things that have happened for me over it, and I don't want to make this all about me, but I feel like that there's things that happen in people's lives, and they culminate, and either you reflect on them and you consider them and you think about them, or you do not. and what you think about them, whether you do that or you do not, I feel like it has a certain consequence on the rest of your life. And I feel like, considering my past life experiences, whether it was in the military or my high school experiences or my experiences as a Catholic, I feel like that there's things that have happened since then that, and I don't know if this happens for everybody. I don't think that it does, and it kind of sucks that it doesn't happen for everybody. But like, if you have certain experiences, and then you have experiences that either counter, excuse me, either counter those other experiences or challenge your thinking, and you don't consider that, I think that kind of makes you a Luddite.
Luddite, I gotta let me look that up. I hear that word. So so what year did you get out of the Marines? You said it was 8 years you were in.
Yes, so I got it in 2005.
So you didn't? Oh, did you end up serving in combat?
I did, yes. I served in Iraq and Afghanistan.
And is that something you can talk about at all, or you prefer not to?
Well, I'll be honest with you. Like, my role there was rather limited. I was in an air wing. I was an electronics technician, so I didn't see a lot of, quote unquote action. A lot of my friends did, but it's nothing that I can personally like give. I mean, I don't know what you're looking.
No, I was just anything at all you might want to say, but I know, like you're saying, since you didn't actually weren't involved in directly, like you were in a sort of a
Yeah,
support.
I wasn't in like firefights or anything like that.
Right. Well, yeah, I guess that tends to be what a person would be curious about, but not necessarily. Like, I was just anything you'd like to say at all. I wasn't necessarily thinking of anything specific.
Okay.
But whatever you are comfortable with, and so on. And like, I'm thinking of other questions too, so I'm kind of getting ahead of myself at the same time, trying to think of other questions I'd like to ask. But then you said 8 years, so that wasn't originally what you when you joined. It wasn't for 8 years originally, so you end up re-enlisting there.
I did. I re-enlisted. So my original enlistment was for 5 years, and I extended for 3.
So then I guess that's it.
Well, it's really interesting because my enlistment actually ended in September of 2001. So.
Okay, so.
I did well. Yeah, I mean, it was interesting timing. So I decided to extend my re-enlistment and deploy.
Oh, because of 9/11, you decided to re-enlist.
Yes.
So if it wasn't for 9/11, you wouldn't have, you don't think?
Probably not.
I see. So, so I guess then, but then you did like the military then to go for the original 5 because the minimum is it 3 years to you sign up for the minimum?
It depends on your contract. For the Marines, the minimum is 4, but if you're in an advanced, so I was a cryptographer. So I worked on equipment that did secret coding stuff. So I had to go to school for an extra year. So my enlistment had to go for an extra year.
I see. Right. Yeah, I think about myself now, thinking back, if it would have been the right decision to join, but I really don't think I had the physical capability, stamina and endurance, even if I had gotten into good shape, like they can get you into good shape. But I really don't think I have that kind of. I think I'm really below average in those areas of stamina and endurance physically.
There's nothing wrong with that, man. You know what? When I went in, I weighed like a $135, man. I was like this little weak, long distance runner. Like there's this whole like, you know, it's interesting. Like all the Marines you hear about are like these big stack dudes. Like most of the Marines are not like that. Like for real.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know one guy who went into the Marines and like he definitely got in better shape, but he still wasn't like really, what would they call it, like ripped when he got out though.
Right. He's toned.
Yeah, he definitely lost a good bit of weight and he looked,
Yeah.
he looked better, he looked healthy and all that, but he still wasn't, like you might think, like they really like they chiseled him, it wasn't like that, but
Right.
he definitely looked a lot better.
Well, and the thing is too is that there's this whole idea that like ripped guys are like great warriors. That's actually bullshit.
Oh, I've heard about that because
The best warriors are like the thin, wiry dudes.
yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah, like I remember, like, so in the '80s there was quite a bit during the 1980s, this and that about Vietnam, quite a few books and that, right? Since that's the decade after it ended there in the mid '70s, so there was quite a bit, and movies too, and like you probably saw Platoon, which was quite good in showing things. It wasn't, because up until Platoon, the movies tend to actually be sort of like action movies, that kind of movies about Vietnam. And but that was like the first where it was a type of movie that was to show like all of the experience in such a way, respectfully, really, but not shying away from the really difficult stuff too. So so then you kind of saw that more into the late '80s. But to get what I was getting at in response to what you were saying, I remember one guy in particular. He was like one of the more prominent guys you'd see that was a Vietnam veteran, and he had written some books. And I remember he said like he talked about it in terms of like, when the guys are just hanging out in the base. He said so many times, like the guys who were like physically big and they were the tough talkers. He said when the bullets started flying, some of those guys would literally be cowering, and it was like the nerdy guy sometimes with the glasses that was up there, taking no prisoners, like firing in anger, like he wasn't afraid at all, and the big guy was literally cowering.
That is absolutely true. So it's really interesting. So there was this guy I went to electronic school with, and what the hell was this? Mike McGonigal. Like he was like 5'3", really tiny guy. I think he graduated like first or second or something in our class. So it was electronic school, smart dude. So he's just like, yeah, fuck this, I'm gonna join Marine Recon. I'm like, really? And then you see him like later on, same size guy, Marine Recon. You're like, what the heck? And then you look among the pictures, it's a whole bunch of small wiry dudes. And then I still talk to him, and he's like, you know what? Like you see pictures of like these big like stack dudes. Like they don't have the speed, they don't have the agility, they don't have the stamina. It's weird. Like you don't really think about that.
Yeah, I remember I was also seeing quite a few things about the Navy SEALs, right? It seems like they've also, and still to this point, like there was that movie only a few years ago, right? The Navy SEALs, The Lone Survivor. And so it seems like that people always like to see stories about them. They have that like some people will say that is the toughest like special forces training in the world, the Navy SEALs. And what was I going to say there with the Navy SEALs? Oh yeah, I remember a guy, I was hearing him talk about his book. He had been in the Navy SEALs and he wrote a book. And he said like sometimes certain missions, the big guys in the SEALs, their job is actually just to haul the gear. And they do have smaller guys that their job is actually to do, because especially when it's a sort of mission like where it's an underwater mission and they've got to plant explosives, they actually have smaller skinny guys to be doing that, and the bigger guys sometimes their role is just to hump the gear. He says, that's their role in the mission.
Absolutely.
So that's yeah, you definitely learn those kind of things, like what you expect. You have one image where, right, but it's like a glamorous thing, but then the reality of like missions and the roles and the things they got to do. So the more you learn, yeah, you definitely find out about those things. But I guess like what should I say in any kind of way to feel like what would be like my sort of capping on the whole matter for me personally. I guess sometimes I almost kind of still wish I could have done it, but I guess for the most part, by this stage, I rarely think about it, But I do tend to think it was I definitely made the right decision not to join. Although you do see quite a few guys say they feel like it really even like saved their life. They went in, and they really did learn discipline and all of that, which they badly needed. So then when they came out, they felt like they definitely were a better person, and they'd be in a very different place in their life at that time if they hadn't been in the military,
Right. I feel like it's one of those things like you have to be in a certain place, I feel like, to make that decision. And regardless of whether or not you decide to join, I don't think that should be it's like I run into people all the time. They're just like, man, I wish, kind of like what you said is, and and sometimes people even go so far as like, man, like I'm so sorry I didn't join. Like, dude, like you did what you needed to do. I did what I needed to do. You know what I'm saying? Like it was right for me. It may not have been right for you, and that's totally cool.